Chapter 790. 790 Fighting Two Great Geniuses. I have thick skin and can take a beating. Kong Jin grinned. With Lu Ming here, the three of them would be able to charge out with Ruan Tingting. Lu Ming's eyes were like lightning as he swept a glance at Jiang Tiu and the rest. He really wanted to go all out and kill these people. However, he also knew that it was more important to take Ruan Tingting and rush over. There would be plenty of opportunities to kill Jiang Taiyu, Luan Xiongfei, and the others. Boy, you're Lu Ming. At this moment, Jiang Taiyu's eyes were cold and sharp. The Jiang family's prodigy, Jiang Taishu, had been killed by Lu Ming during the Heavenly King ranking battle. This news had long spread among the younger generation of the Jiang family. Jiang Taishu was not an ordinary heaven's favorite. In the king's realm, he had only suppressed himself and could enter the Sea of Soul's realm at any time. Once he entered the Sea of Soul's realm, his cultivation would definitely improve by leaps and bounds, and he might even awaken a divine bloodline and enter the ranks of the god's favorite. However, he was too ambitious. He had been suppressing his cultivation and wanted to become the first on the Heavenly King ranking to increase his foundation and rise higher in the future. However, he was killed by Lu Ming. The higher-ups of the Jiang family were furious. Among the younger generation of the Jiang family, many of them wanted to kill Lu Ming to gain a righteous reputation. Not bad. Lu Ming replied coldly. All right, I was just about to find you. Since you've come here yourself, I'll send you on your way. Jiang Taiyu's voice rang out faintly. In the next moment, his figure flashed like a sword of shadows, stabbing towards Lu Ming at an extremely fast speed and from a tricky angle. Lu Ming's lips curled into a sneer. Without even looking, he swept his long spear across. The dazzling spear's gleam emitted a sharp whistling sound and filled the surroundings. Clang! Jiang Taiyu's figure appeared. His palm struck the spear's shaft and bounced back. Then I'll cut you down head-on. Jiang Taiyu strolled forward. Sword will shot up into the sky from his entire body. He was like a peerless divine sword. Whoosh! He swung his palm at Lu Ming. Lu Ming sneered and stepped forward. He extended his palm and struck at Jiang Taiyu's palm. At this moment, the eyes of the people watching the battle flashed. Lu Ming was actually going against Jiang Taiyu with his body of flesh and blood. Was he not courting death? Who didn't know that the Jiang family cultivated the immemorial divine weapon technique? Their bodies were like divine weapons, indestructible, incomparably sharp, and could break anything. He could not even block it with a spirit weapon, but Lu Ming was using his body. At this moment, the members of the Jiang family sneered. They were looking forward to seeing Lu Ming's palm being cut in half. Clang! Lu Ming's palm and Jiang Taiyu's palm collided. It was as if two spirit weapons had clashed. A sharp aura spread out in all directions. Kacha! Then, the sound of bones breaking was heard. Jiang Taiyu's expression changed, and he let out a low roar like an injured beast. He retreated rapidly. Everyone's eyes could not help but fall on Jiang Taiyu. To be precise, they fell on his palm, which was bleeding and had been seriously deformed. On the other hand, Lu Ming's palm was unscathed. Everyone's eyes were filled with shock. In a head-on confrontation, Lu Ming actually had the upper hand. He had cracked the bone armor of Jiang Taiyu's palm with one palm. How was this possible? Jiang Taiyu was an existence who had cultivated the immemorial divine weapon technique. The people from the Jiang family were the most shocked. They knew better than anyone else that Jiang Taiyu's immemorial divine weapon technique had a profound level of mastery and he had comprehended sword will. His palm was extremely sharp, but now his spine had been broken by Lu Ming's flesh and blood. This was a huge blow to their confidence. How is that possible? How is that possible? Jiang Taiyu kept growling. His palm was covered in black light and crackling sounds could be heard. It was healing rapidly. Charge out! Lu Ming said to Xianxia and the rest. Charge! Xianxia, Kong Jin, and Ruan Tingting rushed out of the cave. Kill! Lu Ming charged toward Jiang Taiyu. Let's attack together. Kill! Jiang Taiyu shouted. Suddenly, another Jiang family's paragon lunged at Lu Ming. This paragon was also in the top 500 and was extremely powerful. Meanwhile, Wan Tianhao, Wan Xiongfei, and the others charged towards Xianxia. Lu Ming's aura was wild. He circulated the prison, suppressing heavenly art and the true war dragon technique at full force, launching a crazy attack. The members of the Jiang family were like divine weapons, and their limbs were killing weapons. The others could only keep a distance from them, or it would be dangerous. However, Lu Ming cultivated the prison-destructive divine art. His hands and feet seemed to contain the divine monument and could suppress everything. He was also good at close combat. Bang! Bang! Lu Ming's palm struck out and he lifted his leg to kick out. His power was shocking as he fought against the two Jiang family's elites. The rumbling sounds continued. For a moment, he actually suppressed the two Jiang family's elites, which shocked everyone. In the past few days, Lu Ming's cultivation and physical body had improved. Naturally, his combat strength had increased as well. If it were a few days ago, he would not have been able to achieve this. The onlookers in the distance were extremely shocked. Charge out from this side. Lu Ming let out a long hiss, his essential core boiling, and his attacks became more and more violent. Ha, amazing! Watch me. I'll smash it. Dandan stood on Lu Ming's shoulder and laughed heartily. Then, she suddenly leaped out, her four limbs retracted into the turtle shell, and she smashed toward Jiang Taiyo's face. During this period of time, Dandan had swallowed a lot of spirit herbs and recovered a little, and her aura was stronger. Jiang Tai was suddenly attacked by Dandan and was hit in the face by Dandan. Clang! Dandan was bounced back and shouted, "Nest, what thick skin, I can't smash it." Jiang Taiyo's body was as strong as a divine weapon, but he was still a little dizzy after being hit by Dandan. Lu Ming seized the opportunity and swept his leg out, kicking Jiang Taiyu so hard that he spat out blood and retreated. They were about to break out of the siege. At that moment, a terrifying howl was heard. An extremely sharp aura and cold killing intent enveloped Lu Ming. Danger, extreme danger. Lu Ming felt his hair stand on end. In the distance, an arrow shot toward Lu Ming's back like a stream of light. Fast, it was too fast. Kill. The other Jiang family's paragon launched a frenzied attack at Lu Ming. He wanted to stall Lu Ming. Not good. Lu Ming felt that the person who shot the arrow was extremely powerful and was definitely far more powerful than Jiang Taiyu and the others. He had not expected that such a powerful person would launch a sneak attack and attack Jiang Taiyu and the other person with all his might. It was too late to dodge now. Lu Ming, be careful. Xianxia exclaimed. She used the Sky Demon Force field to cover her. Within the Sky Demon Force field, her speed was as fast as lightning. Xianxia's figure flashed and appeared in front of Lu Ming. At this moment, the arrow had already arrived. Xianxia didn't even have the time to launch a powerful attack. He could only use his destructive cutting power to rush toward the arrow. However, the arrow was terrifyingly powerful. It instantly destroyed all the destructive cutting power and shot through the Sky Demon power field. Chapter 791. 791 Quasi-God Grade Heaven's Favorite. Pucci. The arrow pierced through Xianxia's left shoulder, leaving a bloody hole. The powerful inertia carried Xianxia back. Little Qing. Lu Ming bellowed. After forcing the Jiang family's elite to retreat with a single palm strike, he took advantage of the situation and wrapped his arm around Xianxia's slender waist. He took a step forward and landed beside the cave. Fatty, retreat. Lu Ming roared. Kong Jin didn't go very far with Ruan Tingting, but with a roar, he rushed back. Little Qin, how is it? Lu Ming held Xianxia in his arms and kept injecting his vital essence to seal Xianxia's wound, stopping the blood from flowing out. Fortunately, I avoided my vital parts, so I won't die. Xianxia's face was pale. Now, where can you run to? Jiang Taiyo's face was cold as he stepped forward. Wan Tianhao and the rest also came over and surrounded Lu Ming and the rest. However, Lu Ming did not even look at them. His gaze was directed in another direction. A young man wearing a black iron battle suit, with a cold gaze, stepped in the air. His body exuded a terrifying aura and a strong will to fight. Chaotic wind cloud. It's chaotic wind cloud. Someone exclaimed in shock. Lu Ming and the others are finished. The Luan family actually sent Luan Fengyun. Ranked 350th on the list of top 1,000 talents, quasi-god tier heaven's favorite, Luan Fengyun. The exclamations were getting louder and louder. Lu Ming's pupils constricted. The person who had ambushed him was this person. Fatty, bring Tingting and little Qing back to the cave. Lu Ming said. Kong Jin's face was solemn as he led Ruan Tingting and Xianxia into the cave. Xianxia sat cross-legged and began to heal. Although the arrow had injured his vital parts, the intent contained in it was extremely powerful. Xianxia's injury was not as light as it looked. Luan Fengyun stepped forward and stood in the air. He said in a calm voice, Luan Tianhao, you're too slow. This matter has already reached Di Tian's Imperial Guards, and they'll soon send someone over to take that woman away. After all, she's obtained Supremacy Longjin's inheritance, and Supremacy Longjin was one of the commanders of Di Tian's Imperial Guards back then. Then what should we do? Luan Tianhao's expression changed. If Di Tian's Imperial Guards were here, then there would be no need for him to mess up the family. The clan head will think of a way to delay Di Tian's Imperial Guards for a day, so he sent me here to capture this woman as soon as possible and bring her back to the chaotic clan. I'm sorry, said Luan Fengyun. He then turned to look at Lu Ming with a cold smile on his face. If you get lost now, you'll live. If you delay, you'll die. Luan Fengyun, I'll definitely kill you one day. Lu Ming ignored Luan Fengyun's words. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. Luan Fengyun had almost killed Xianxia. Based on this, Lu Ming had to kill him no matter who he was. From the moment you said that, you no longer have a chance. I didn't want to fight and only take that woman away. But today I have to kill you, said Luan Fengyun coldly. He stood high up in the air, his fighting spirit growing stronger. The Luan family cultivated a divine-grade cultivation technique, the 100 battles technique, and were born to fight. Of course, his combat strength was also extremely powerful. Boom! Luan Fengyun's aura suddenly exploded. His essential core boiled and emitted the sound of stormy waves. His aura was like a divine mountain that pressed down on Lu Ming. The peak of the 4th level of the spiritual ocean tier, this was the cultivation of Luan Fengyun. The peak of the 4th level of the spiritual ocean tier was 2 levels higher than Lu Ming. However, Luan Fengyun was no ordinary martial artist. He was a quasi-god level prodigy, and his combat strength was already incomparably powerful. The essential core in Lu Ming's body circulated at full force. There was a faint blue light shining between his eyebrows. I didn't expect this place to be so lively. Add me in then. A loud laugh came from afar. As soon as the voice fell, a scorching aura covered the sky and earth. 2 streaks of flames, dragging a long tail behind them, pierced through the void and approached in an instant. 2 young figures appeared. Wang Haotian. Luan Fengyun's eyes flashed. At this moment, gasps of shock could be heard from the surroundings. The Wang clan's Heaven's Pride expert had also arrived. Moreover, he was also a quasi-god Heaven's Pride expert. Brother Luan, Supremacy Blue Gold's inheritance has appeared. Isn't it a little too much for your Luan family to want to keep it for yourself? Wang Haotian laughed. Do you think I have to inform your Wang family? Luan Fengyun said, his face dark. Wang Haotian's ranking on the list of top 1,000 talents was only a few places lower than his, but his combat strength was on par with his. It would not be easy for Wang Haotian to get a god-level cultivation method today. It's fine if you don't tell me. We'll rely on our own abilities. Wang Haotian smiled. Lu Ming's gaze swept past Wang Haotian and landed on the person behind him. Wang Kong. In Wang Kong's hand was a pale-faced man who was breathing weakly. Jian Filiu. The person in Wang Kong's hand was actually Jian Filiu. Brother Jian, what did you guys do to him? Lu Ming's eyes were like two sharp swords, piercing Wang Kong and Wang Haoyan. Are you talking about this good-for-nothing? Wang Haoyan smiled and looked at Jian Filiu with disdain. This brat has the audacity to have an affair with a woman of my Wang family. So I crippled him. Lu Ming's expression changed. No wonder Jian Filiu was so weak. It was because his cultivation had been destroyed. Damn it. Lu Ming shouted in a low voice. After this period of time, Lu Ming had already regarded Jian Filiu as a true friend. Now, Jian Filiu's cultivation had been crippled by Wang Haoyan. Lu Ming, don't worry about me. I'm a piece of trash. I can't even save my junior sister. They killed her. You're all animals, all animals. Junior sister is a married woman, and you still want to reward her to someone else, you animals. Jian Filiu's eyes were red as he growled. That Wang Mang fellow is already dead. Our Wang clan isn't going to raise him for nothing. Naturally, we have to make the best use of him. Wang Kong said indifferently, as if he was talking about a very normal thing. Lu Ming had more or less understood what was going on. It must be because Wang Mang was dead, and the Wang family wanted to reward Jian Filiu's junior sister to the other Wang family disciples to play with. Jian Filiu's junior sister must have sent a message to Jian Filia asking for help, which was why Jian Filia left in a hurry and came to Nine Dragons. After that, he was naturally discovered. Jian Filia was right. The Wang clan was a group of beasts. Lu Ming, I heard that you're good friends with this good-for-nothing, so I brought him here. Hee, it seems that you've come at the right time. Wang Haoyan laughed. What do you want? Lu Ming said. It's very simple. Hand over the token you obtained from the Tower of 100 Supremes, and then hand over the woman who obtained Blue Gold Venerable's inheritance to me. Then I'll give this trash to you. Wang Haoyan still had a faint smile on his face. He has the token from the Tower of 100 Supremes. On the side, Luan Fenyun's eyes glowed with greed. He also needed the token of the Tower of 100 Supremes. I'll use the token to exchange with you, but it's impossible for you to hand over Tingting. Lu Ming said. If he handed Ruan Tingting over, they would definitely strip Ruan Tingting of her soul and turn her into an idiot. It was impossible for him to use one person to exchange for another. Chapter 792. 792 Chapter 792 Title Killing Intent. A single token? No, I'll make your friend suffer a fate worse than death. Wang Haoyan's eyes glinted coldly. Lu Ming, don't worry about me. My junior sister is dead and my cultivation has been crippled. I'm already a cripple. Don't worry about me. Jian Filiu shouted. Shut up. Wang Kong grabbed Jian Filiu's shoulder with his claw. A cracking sound came from Jian Filiu's shoulder as the bone armor was broken. However, Jian Filiu just gritted his teeth and didn't make a sound. Damn it, this group of scum, damn it. At the entrance of the cave, Kong Jin roared. Giggle. Lu Ming clenched his fists tightly. A wave of anger rushed to his mind and his eyes flashed with killing intent. Kong Jin was right. These people deserved to die. He could not wait to go out and kill them. But now he had to endure it. He had the injured Xian Yanqing and Ruan Tingting behind him. If he acted rashly, he would only end up killing everyone. When Luan Fengyun had first arrived, he had said that Di Tian's imperial guards would come here a day later. Perhaps, once they arrived, things would take a turn for the better. Just now, Luan Fengyun had not sent a voice transmission. Perhaps he had been too confident and felt that there was no need to hide anything. With him around, he could take Ruan Tingting away without even needing a day. However, Lu Ming had to think of a way to stall for one day. Lu Ming, I'll ask you again. Are you going to change or not? Wang Haoyan said. Lu Ming clenched his fists tightly, his eyes extremely cold. His voice was icy cold. Wang Haoyan, Wang Kong, if you dare to use Jian Filiu again, I will kill you. You dare to threaten me? Wang Haoyan's face turned cold. He suddenly turned around and pointed his finger. A stream of energy shot out and pierced a big hole in Jian Filiu's shoulder. Blood stained Jian Filiu's clothes. Boom! Lu Ming's body exploded with a violent aura and cold killing intent. No one noticed that Lu Ming's footsteps were moving slowly. With every step he took, an inscription would sink into the ground. You want to use me to threaten Lu Ming? In your dreams! In your dreams! At this moment, Jian Filiu suddenly roared. A faint red light spread out from his spine. Not good. Wang Kong's expression changed. Don't! Lu Ming roared. Bang! At this moment, Jian Filiu's spine suddenly exploded, and blood splattered everywhere. Jian Filiu had performed some kind of secret skill to self-destruct his bloodline power. This move was also beyond Wang Haoyan and Wang Kong's expectations. The self-destruction of one's bloodline power was equivalent to losing one's life. Jian Filiu spat out a mouthful of blood. He looked at Lu Ming and said, "Brother Lu, it's my honor to be friends with you. However, my junior sister is dead and my cultivation has been destroyed. There's no point in me staying in this world. It's a pity that I won't be able to see the day when Brother Lu rules the world." As he spoke, Jian Filiu's vitality became weaker and weaker, and he slowly closed his eyes. Then, his life force was exterminated. Jian Filiu, the proud son of heaven who had once dominated Golden Sand Island under the name of King of Hell and fought with Lu Ming, had fallen. Although he had not known Lu Ming for a long time, Jian Filiu was a man of true character and treated people with sincerity. Lu Ming had already treated him as a good friend. Now, in order not to threaten Lu Ming, Jian Filiu had self-destructed his blood meridian and died. Lu Ming's aura burst out violently, and his killing intent seemed to materialize. Brother Jian, don't worry. I'll definitely send Wang Haoyan and Wang Kong down to accompany you. I'll also send the rest of the Wang family down to hell sooner or later. He stared at Wang Haoyan and Wang Kong with cold and emotionless eyes. For some reason, Wang Haoyan and Wang Kong felt a chill in their hearts when they saw Lu Ming's eyes. It was as if the god of death was staring at them. Trash. Wang Kong took a deep breath and threw Jian Filiu's body on the ground. Hee hee, Wang Haoyan, it looks like you've lost your bargaining chip. How about this? Let's attack together, kill these guys, and take that woman. Wan Fengyun said with a cold smile. I alone am enough to kill them. Wang Haoyan said coldly, his eyes full of killing intent. Boom! Then he stepped forward. He had to kill Lu Ming today. He had a bad feeling. It was as if he would die in Lu Ming's hands sooner or later if Lu Ming did not die. This feeling was very unpleasant. Purple flames burst out of Wang Haoyan's body. The terrifying heat exploded and the air within a radius of dozens of meters was instantly burned up, turning into a vacuum. A long spear made of flames appeared in Wang Haoyan's hand. It turned into a ray of light and shot toward Lu Ming. The scorching flame was still dozens of meters away from Lu Ming, as if it was going to set his clothes and hair on fire. Kill! Lu Ming took a step forward. The true element in his entire body burst forth. At the same time, four types of intent surrounded him as he struck out with his palm. Thump! The blazing flames spread in all directions, and the earth rumbled and cracked. Lu Ming's figure retreated continuously. With every step he took, runes would flash and sink into the ground when his feet stepped on the ground. Who? Lu Ming heaved a heavy sigh of relief, suppressing the surging qi and blood in his body. He felt a sharp pain in his palm. His palm had turned black from the scorching flames. Wang Haoyan's combat strength was terrifying. Wang Haoyan was also at the peak 4th level of the spiritual ocean tier. He had cultivated the sky-burning flames to an extremely deep level. Whoosh! Wang Haoyan pushed Lu Ming back with one strike. He waved the flame spear and continued to attack Lu Ming. Bang! Bang! Lu Ming stomped on the ground and his figure moved to the side rapidly. Do you think it's that easy to leave? Two suns appeared in Wang Haoyan's eyes as he continued to attack Lu Ming. Thump! Lu Ming struck out with his palm again, clashing with Wang Haoyan. With a boom, he was pushed back a dozen more steps, blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. Lu Ming is so powerful. He took 2 moves from Wang Haoyan in a row. Many people in the surroundings were shocked. Wang Haoyan was a quasi-god level prodigy. He had unparalleled combat strength and could kill anyone with a higher cultivation level than him in seconds. However, Lu Ming's cultivation level was 2 levels lower than his, yet he was able to withstand a few moves. It was terrifying. On the side, Luan Fenyun's eyes flickered, and he was also extremely surprised. Wang Haoyan was shocked as well. This person must die. Otherwise, I might really be the one to die in the future. Wang Haoyan roared in his heart. His killing intent grew stronger. Flames appeared above his head. His bloodline erupted and his power grew. The flame spear turned into a terrifying killing weapon, burning the void and heading for Lu Ming. At this moment, Lu Ming's eyes flashed. Buzz! Inscriptions started to flash on his body. There were runes that could burst out with true essence, runes that could increase one's speed, runes that could increase one's defense. In an instant, Lu Ming inscribed 8 inscription arrays for himself. An inscription master. Wang Haoyan's eyes were filled with shock. Kill! Lu Ming shouted and took a step forward. In an instant, the ground glowed brightly and countless beautiful inscriptions appeared, forming a large inscription formation. Chapter 793. 793 There's still a chance. The inscription formation appeared. 2 swords formed and slashed at Wang Haoyan. At the same time, Lu Ming pounced on Wang Haoyan. A terrifying devouring power erupted from his left palm and enveloped Wang Haoyan. His right palm activated the destructive prison heaven art and struck out. With the addition of 8 inscription arrays, Lu Ming's combat strength had increased greatly. Wang Haoyan's eyes were filled with shock. With a long howl, the spear's radiance turned into an illusion and shattered the 2 combat swords. Then he stabbed at Lu Ming. Thump! This time, the collision was even more shocking than the previous one. Wang Haoyan was forced to retreat. Yes, this time, it was Wang Haoyan who retreated. Gasps could be heard from all around. Lu Ming had actually repelled Wang Haoyan. It was unbelievable. Wang Haoyan took 6 steps back and stood still. He was in disbelief and roared, When did you inscribe the inscription formation? He had never expected that not only was Lu Ming's martial arts cultivation extremely high, but his inscription Dao was also so terrifying. Kill! Lu Ming's cold killing intent was the only response he got. He continued to step forward. Runes appeared on the ground and condensed into a combat sword, which was aimed at Wang Haoyan. At the same time, he charged toward Wang Haoyan. Wang Haoyan roared and almost turned into a man on fire. His spear was thrown forward and collided with Lu Ming's. But the result was that Wang Haoyan kept retreating. Lu Ming cast 8 formations on himself. At the same time, he used the inscription formation and the devouring power of the 9 dragons' bloodline. He had completely suppressed Wang Haoyan. Not far away, Luan Fenyun's expression was extremely unsightly. Just now, he was still high and mighty, thinking that he could suppress Lu Ming at any time and take Ruan Tingting away. Now, the truth told him that he was ridiculously wrong. Wang Haoyan's combat ability was definitely not weaker than his. If Wang Haoyan was suppressed, did that mean that he would be suppressed as well? This was hard for him to accept. Bang! Bang! Lu Ming stomped on the ground and a formation appeared. 8 swords were formed and they slashed at Wang Haoyan. At the same time, he attacked Wang Haoyan with all his might. Wang Haoyan was in danger. Ah! Wang Haoyan let out a long roar. The long spear pierced through the sky. He turned into a beam of light and shot up into the sky, breaking through the attack of the inscription formation and rushing into the sky. Wang Haoyan retreated in defeat. He rushed into the air to avoid Lu Ming's attack. Lu Ming could not inscribe inscription arrays in the void yet. Damn it! Wang Haoyan's eyes were filled with killing intent. He could not wait to crush Lu Ming's bones and scatter his ashes. He was actually forced to retreat by Lu Ming and could only run for his life. Under the watchful eyes of the public, this was simply a great humiliation. The key was that Lu Ming's martial arts cultivation was 2 levels lower than his. Wang Haotian rushed into the sky, but Lu Ming had no intention of stopping. He suddenly changed direction and stomped on the ground. Runes appeared and condensed into a long spear, which shot toward Wang Kong like lightning. At the same time, Lu Ming took a step forward and appeared in front of Wang Kong in an instant. He struck out with his palm. What? Wang Kong was shocked. Everything had happened too quickly. Wang Haotian fled while Lu Ming turned around to attack him. He did not expect this to happen so quickly. He roared in fear and used all his strength to resist. Bang! The long spear condensed by the formation was sent flying by Wang Kong. However, in the next moment, Lu Ming arrived. The terrifying devouring power enveloped Wang Kong, causing his blood flow to be disrupted and his combat strength to be weakened. At the same time, Lu Ming's palm was coming for him. Bang! All of Wang Kong's defenses were shattered by Lu Ming's palm. Lu Ming's palm landed heavily on Wang Kong's chest. Wang Kong's eyes popped out of their sockets. His eyes were filled with disbelief and unwillingness. No! A shrill scream came out of Wang Kong's mouth, and the next moment, his body was torn into pieces. Lu Ming took another step and his essential core rolled up, wrapping around Jian Filiu's body. In a flash, he appeared at the entrance of the cave. All of this happened in the time it took for a spark to fly off a flint. It was too fast. Wang Haotian fled and rushed into the sky. Lu Ming changed his direction and charged toward Wang Kong. He took Jian Filiu and appeared at the entrance of the cave. Everything happened in the span of 1 or 2 breaths. Many people didn't even have time to react. When Lu Ming appeared at the entrance of the cave, the crowd finally reacted and gasped. Wang Kong had been killed. He had been killed instantly. Was this Lu Ming's combat strength? It was too terrifying to use all of his combat strength. A heaven's favorite like Wang Kong was completely unable to resist. This kid isn't completely dead yet. Dandan, who was on Lu Ming's shoulder, suddenly spoke. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. His eyes were shining as he said, "Dandan, what do you mean by this? What do you mean by not completely dead?" On the surface, this brat looks like he's dead. In fact, he still has a chance of survival. His cultivation was crippled and he used a method to self-destruct his bloodline power. However, he still doesn't have cultivation and can't fully control his bloodline power. Therefore, he still has some chance of survival. As long as his bloodline power is restored, maybe he can be revived? Dandan explained. Really? Lu Ming's eyes lit up. That's right. Now I'll inscribe an inscription formation to lock this kid's chance of survival. The rest will be up to you. After saying that, he flew into the cave with his sword and began to inscribe the formation. When he spoke to Dandan, it was all through voice transmission, so the others did not hear it. Damn it, Lu Ming. How dare you kill the Wang family's prodigy? You're dead. Wang Haotian roared in the sky. If you have the ability, come down and fight me. Lu Ming glanced at Wang Haotian with disdain. You. Wang Haotian's face turned pale, then ashen. He didn't dare to go down. Wang Haotian, let's work together. It's more important to get Supremacy Longines' inheritance. In less than a day, the Detian royal guards will be here. Wan Fengyun said. All right, let's join forces. Wang Haotian nodded. Everyone, attack together and kill this man. Wan Fengyun waved his hand. Let's attack together. Jiang Taiyu also roared. At this moment, Lu Ming's hands moved rapidly and countless inscriptions sank into the ground. Attack, don't give him time to inscribe inscriptions and erase. Wang Haotian roared and took the lead to attack Lu Ming. At the same time, Wan Fengyun moved as well. A large bow appeared in his hands. He drew the bow and knocked an arrow, which he shot at Lu Ming. The arrow was like a stream of light, piercing through the void and making a terrifying sonic boom. Bang! Bang! Lu Ming stomped on the ground and arrays appeared one after another. There were offensive and defensive arrays. A few ancient shields appeared in front of Lu Ming, but they were easily pierced through and shot straight at the area between Lu Ming's eyebrows. The infinite dragon spear appeared and stabbed forward, colliding with the arrow. Lu Ming felt his arm go numb and he took 3 steps back. The attack power of chaotic wind cloud's arrows was too strong. At the same time, Wang Haoyan arrived. Lu Ming kicked out and activated the prison-suppressing heaven technique, exchanging blows with Wang Haoyan. Chapter 794. 794 Fighting the 8 Great Heavens Favorites. Having just blocked Luan Fengyun's arrow, Lu Ming could not use his full strength. This move could only tie with Wang Haoyan. The two of them trembled and took a step back. Whoosh! Whoosh! At this moment, Luan Fengyun's arrows arrived again. This time, he shot out 7 arrows in a row, and the power was terrifying. At the same time, Jiang Taiyu, Luan Tianhao, and the others had also arrived. The Jiang family, the Luan family, and Wang Haoyan, a total of 8 geniuses, plus a dozen 5th-level spiritual ocean tier experts all charged at Lu Ming. Lu Ming, let me help you. Kong Jin roared. Fatty, guard the entrance of the cave, don't come out. Lu Ming roared. The cave was filled with injured people. If the fatty came out and the others entered, the consequences would be unimaginable. Ah! Fatty roared. His heart was filled with anger, but he also understood that he could only wait. At this moment, Lu Ming waved his hand and a few huge creatures appeared in front of him. There were 2 giant snake puppets and a cheetah puppet. The 3 puppets were all equivalent to the 5th level of the spiritual ocean tier. In the underground world, after annihilating the Yin snake tribe, they had seized a large number of puppets. Lu Ming asked Qi Jin Kong for some puppets to bring along in case he needed them. He could finally use it now. The 2 giant snake puppets charged at Jiang Taiyu and the others fearlessly. Puppets were impervious to weapons and possessed immense strength. They were the best defensive tools. The cheetah puppet, on the other hand, soared into the sky and charged towards the arrows shot out by Luan Fengyun. Thump, thump. A series of explosions rang out. It was equivalent to the cheetah puppet at the 4th level of the spiritual ocean tier being hit by 7 arrows, and it exploded. This was also the reason why Lu Ming's mental energy fire was so huge. An ordinary inscriber would have to use almost all of their strength to control a puppet of the same level, but Lu Ming was perfect at every stage and had lit 10 mental energy lamps. How vast was his mental energy fire? Not only could he control puppets above his level, but he could also control several at the same time. Bang! Lu Ming, on the other hand, exerted all his strength and sent Wang Haoyan flying with a single palm. Taking this opportunity, Lu Ming's hands danced wildly once again, and inscriptions were buried into the ground. Kill! High in the sky, Luan Fengyun bellowed, his killing intent surging like a tide as arrows rained down. Lu Ming waved his hand and another puppet appeared. It flew into the sky and exploded under the arrows. He, on the other hand, made the best use of his time to inscribe inscriptions. On the other side, the 2 giant snake puppets exploded under the attacks of Jiang Taiyu and the rest. However, Lu Ming waved his hand and a few more puppets appeared, charging towards Jiang Taiyu and the rest. At this moment, Wang Haoyan arrived. The more they fought, the more shocked Wang Haoyan was. His desire to kill Lu Ming grew stronger. Lu Ming had no choice but to stop inscribing inscriptions and fight with Wang Haoyan. The true essence explosion inscription he had inscribed on his body couldn't last for long. If the effect of the inscription array wore off, he would be even more passive. Whoosh! Whoosh! Another arrow was shot down from the sky. This time, the arrow curved and dodged the puppet, aiming for Lu Ming. You want to stop me with a mere puppet? In your dreams! Luan Fengyun's eyes were like lightning. Lu Ming used all his strength, but the combination of Luan Fengyun and Wang Haoyan was too powerful. Lu Ming was forced to retreat. What he feared the most were Luan Fengyun's arrows. They were impossible to guard against and had terrifying offensive power. They could take lives from 100 miles away. If it had only been Luan Fengyun, he would naturally have been able to avoid him, draw closer to him, and defeat him. However, there was another Wang Haoyan. In Lu Ming's current state, even with the help of the inscription formation, he could barely suppress Wang Haoyan. He could not completely suppress Wang Haoyan and was in a passive position. Lu Ming, let me help you. Kong Jin bellowed. He stood at the entrance of the cave and the battle axe in his hand flew out. It danced in the air and helped Lu Ming block Luan Fengyun's arrows. Clang! Clang! The battle axe blocked a few arrows from Luan Fengyun and flew back. Then, Fatty threw the battle axe again. This time, it was aimed at Wang Haoyan. Wang Haoyan's punch sent the axe flying. Buzz! At this time, a powerful force field covered a radius of several hundred meters. Xianxia was also standing at the entrance of the cave, behind Fatty. Although Xianxia's face was still a little pale, his injuries had basically stabilized. Destruction cut. In Xianxia's sky demon force field, Luan Fengyun's arrows were blocked by layers of obstacles. Their power was greatly reduced, and it was much easier to defend. Jiang Taiyu and the rest were also suppressed by the demonic force field. Lu Ming's pressure was reduced. Lu Ming, I'm here to help you. Dandan flew out and stood on Lu Ming's shoulder. How is it, Brother Jian? Lu Ming asked. I've temporarily sealed their vitality with an inscription formation. The rest is up to you. Dandan said. After saying that, Dandan retracted her limbs into the turtle shell and flew forward. An arrow hit Dandan's turtle shell and sparks flew, but the arrow was also knocked off course by Dandan. Dandan flew back to Lu Ming's shoulder and shouted, You want to shoot through this lord's invincible defense? Little brat, you're still 108,000 miles away. The killing intent in Luan Fengyun's eyes intensified. He shot out 9 arrows one after another, one after the other. They connected and formed a straight line, instantly crossing thousands of meters in the air. They pierced through the obstruction of the demonic energy field and headed toward Lu Ming. Watch me. Dandan flew out and used the turtle shell to block the arrow. Clang! Dandan was shot away, but the continuous arrows were deflected. With a scream, a youth at the 5th level of the spiritual ocean realm from the Luan family was shot through by an arrow and died on the spot. Like I said, you're far from being able to break my defense, little kid. Dandan shouted. Lu Ming exchanged a blow with Wang Haoyan and continued to inscribe inscriptions. At this moment, Jiang Taiyu and the others had already rushed over. Lu Ming had already lost more than 10 powerful puppets. Now, Lu Ming no longer had any puppets. Bang! Bang! Lu Ming took a few steps forward and a formation appeared. It formed sabers, giant swords, long spears, and so on, attacking Jiang Taiyu and the others. Lu Ming continued to inscribe the array. Just like that, Lu Ming, Fatty, and Xianxia worked together to carve inscriptions as they fought. It lasted for more than 10 minutes. It's done. Lu Ming waved his hands and the last inscription sank into the ground. Lu Ming was elated. Bang! As Lu Ming took a heavy step, dense inscriptions appeared on the ground. Then, a light curtain rose and enveloped Lu Ming and the others. In the light curtain, endless sword chi condensed and attacked Jiang Taiyu and the others. Not good. This is a peak-grade level 6 killing array. Jiang Taiyu and the others roared in horror and retreated frantically. Whoosh! Whoosh! Within the formation, sword chi crisscrossed, and in an instant, a few 5th-level spiritual ocean tier youths were killed. Jiang Tu, Luan Tianhao, and the others desperately rushed out of the area covered by the formation. In the sky, chaotic wind and cloud shot out arrows continuously, but they were all destroyed by the dense sword chi in the formation. It was a top-tier level 6 formation, the Sword Howling Thunder Formation. Chapter 795. 795 God-tier Heaven's favorite, Long Qianli. He learned this killing formation from Lian Song. In fact, The formation that Lu Ming had set up was not the complete version of the sword-whistling thunder formation. The complete version of the sword-howling thunder formation was a peak-grade level 6 formation. Even experts at the peak of the Spirit Sea realm would die if they stepped in. It was extremely powerful. Lu Ming had spent more than 10 minutes in the battle to set it up in a hurry. Naturally, it could not be that powerful, but it was enough to deal with Wang Haoyan and the rest. Wang Haoyan, Jiang Taiyu, and the others tried their best to rush out of the formation, leaving 5 or 6 corpses in the formation. Damn it! Wang Haoyan roared in anger. Not only did he not get the token he wanted, but Wang Kong was also left behind. If news of this got back to the Wang family, it would be a heavy blow to his reputation. This formation of his was set up at the last minute, so its power is limited. As long as we keep attacking, we'll be able to exhaust the energy of this great formation, and then we'll kill our way in. Luan Fengyun said with a dark expression. All right, we'll take turns to attack. Wang Haoyan said. Immediately, they made the necessary arrangements. Luan Fengyun was the first to attack. Arrows streaked across the sky like meteors and shot toward the formation below. However, Sword Chi whistled through the formation and blocked all the arrows. Little Qing, Fatty, you guys focus on recuperating. They won't be able to break in. Lu Ming said as he sat cross-legged at the entrance of the cave. His psyche fire was so strong that he could continuously inscribe new inscriptions and inject them into the formation. The attacks of Luan Fengyun and the others were simply unable to break through it. Xian Yanqing, Kong Jin, Ruan Tingting, and the others let out a long breath and relaxed. They began to channel their energy to heal and recover. Lu Ming looked at Jian Filiu, who was in the cave, with a worried look. If Jian Filiu wanted to recover, he needed a treasure to replenish his bloodline power. He could only wait until the matter here was over before looking for a treasure to replenish his bloodline power. Fortunately, it should not be difficult to find treasures that could replenish bloodline power. Back in the Blazing Sun Empire, there were blood refinement crystals and blood refinement pills that could replenish bloodline power and increase the level of the second bloodline awakening. 9 dragons would naturally have no shortage of such treasures. However, it was a little inconvenient to carry Jian Filiu like this. I wonder if I can store it in the Paragon Temple. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. A surge of quintessential essence rolled out and Jian Filiu's figure disappeared. As expected, Jian Filiu appeared in the Supreme Shrine. That's great. Lu Ming was overjoyed. It must be because there was no vitality in Jian Filiu's body that he could be stored. In the sky, Luan Fengyun kept attacking. After half an hour, it was Wang Haoyan's turn. Just like that, time slowly passed. 1 hour, 2 hours. Very quickly, a day's time had passed. Not only did Luan Fengyun and the others fail to break through the sword-howling thunder formation, but they also exhausted themselves. Damn it, how did this happen? How can his spirit fire be so exuberant? Wang Haoyan roared in anger. He was so depressed that he was about to vomit blood. The others' eyes were also red as they glared at Lu Ming, who was sitting cross-legged at the entrance of the cave. Little Qin, Fatty, how's your recovery? Lu Ming asked. I've fully recovered, and I can fight a great battle now. The fatty grinned, revealing a trace of ferocity. I've almost recovered. Xian Yanqing said. Then let's charge out. Lu Ming said. In terms of combat power, they were no match for Luan Fengyun and Wang Haoyan. They could only rush out first, improve their cultivation, and then kill them in the future. Buzz. And NBSP, whoosh. At this moment, a loud sound of something breaking through the air could be heard from afar. It was extremely fast, and by the time everyone heard it, more than a dozen figures had already appeared in the sky. These people were all young people. Each of them was wearing armor and a helmet, and their eyes were as sharp as knives. The one standing at the front was a young man with a fierce gaze, like a wild beast. Di Tian's Imperial Guard, Long Qianli. Luan Fengyun couldn't help but cry out in alarm. The others, such as Wang Haoyan and Jiang Taiyu, also exclaimed in shock. The surrounding spectators were even more shocked. They were not only shocked by the Ditian divine guards, but also by the young man, Long Qianli. Long Qianli was ranked in the top 300 on the list of top 1,000 talents. He was a true god-level talent who had awakened a god-level bloodline. Guanfeng, how dare you? Supremacy Longjin was the commander of Emperor Heaven's Imperial Guards back then. You want to take his successor? Long Qianli's eyes swept over Luan Fengyun and the others. Long Qianli, Blue Gold Knight, has been dead for a long time. His inheritance has no owner. Why can't we take it? Luan Fengyun said. Now that I've arrived, you can get lost. Venerable Longjin's inheritor, we're going to bring back Ditian's Imperial Guards and train them to become Venerable Longjin's true inheritor. Long Qianli said coldly. He was not polite at all, not giving any face to Luan Fengyun and the others. The main forces of the Empyrean Divine Palace were divided into three major groups. The first group was the Empyrean Heavenly Imperial Guards, which were the direct guards of De and Martial Emperor. They were extremely powerful. One was the 6 great ancient families. There were also the sub-palaces in the various large regions. In fact, these three forces all obeyed Martial Emperor De and fought for him. However, they were not harmonious with each other. The majority of the Emperor Heaven Imperial Guards didn't come from noble backgrounds. Very few of them were descendants of the 6 great ancient clans. The majority of them were geniuses like Yen Kuangtu, who came from small powers. They would continuously take in geniuses and nurture them to become the pillars of Ditian's Imperial Guards. Back then, the 9 Sons Supreme had been one of the supreme commanders of the Ditian Royal Guards. Now, Yen Kuangtu was also one of the supreme commanders. Therefore, the geniuses of the Imperial Sky Guards had never had a harmonious relationship with the geniuses of the 6 great ancient clans, and competition between them was common. After being berated by Long Qianli, Luan Fengyun's expression turned ugly. Long Qianli, don't you go too far. Luan Fengyun sternly said. I'm bullying you, what can you do? Do you want to fight me? The ferocity in Long Qianli's eyes became even more intense, as if he was a ferocious beast that was about to attack. Today, besides me, Heavenly Brother Wang Hao and the other elites of the Jiang family are here too. We're not afraid of you. Luan Fengyun said coldly, a powerful aura exuding from his body. Wang Haotian appeared next to Luan Fengyun, and his aura began to emanate from his body. Hee, looks like you all want to experience the power of a divine rank bloodline. Long Qianli's face turned even more ferocious and he sneered. Roar! All of a sudden, a dragon's roar resounded through the heavens and earth. A flood dragon rushed out from Long Qianli's body. The flood dragon was pitch black all over, and the most shocking thing was that it actually had 3 heads. This was a ferocious beast of the legends, the 3-headed demon flood dragon. It was incomparably powerful. It was said that the 3-headed demon flood dragon could even compete with some weaker true dragons. One could imagine how terrifying it was. On the 3-headed demon snake's body, a golden chakra attracted everyone's attention. The golden chakra was a god-level bloodline. A golden chakra was equivalent to a rank 1 divine bloodline. Chapter 796. 796 Leaving the 100 Venerated Mountains. A 9th-level king bloodline seemed to be only 1 level away from a 1st-level divine bloodline, but in essence, they were worlds apart. There was no way to compare them. Those who had not awakened a divine bloodline would have limited future achievements. Only those who had awakened a divine bloodline could be considered a divine-level prodigy, and their future achievements would be limitless. The top 300 on the list of top 1,000 talents were all geniuses who had awakened divine bloodlines. Is this a divine bloodline? Lu Ming's eyes flashed with anticipation. At this moment, Long Qianli's body seemed to have turned into a ray of light and rushed into his blood. Kill! The 3-headed demon flood dragon actually opened its mouth, and its voice was exactly the same as Long Qianli's. It was as if the 3-headed demon flood dragon had come to life, and had transformed into a real three-headed demon flood dragon. Bloodline fusion. It was said that those who had awakened a divine bloodline could perform bloodline fusion. Their bodies would merge with the bloodline and transform into the form of the bloodline, erupting with terrifying combat power. The three-headed demon flood dragon's massive claws swiped toward Luan Fengyun and the others. "Let's join hands, let's join hands." Luan Fengyun roared. His eyes were filled with shock as a powerful aura burst forth from his body. He drew his bow and instantly shot out 9 arrows. They formed a line and shot towards the three-headed demon flood dragon. At the same time, Wang Lin, Jiang Taiyu, and the rest also made their moves. They burst out together and attacked the three-headed demon snake one after another. Clang! First, the 9 arrows were slapped away by the three-headed demon flood dragon's claw. The huge claw continued to strike forward. Bang! Bang! Luan Fengyun, Wang Lin, and the others were all sent flying like cannonballs, spitting out mouthfuls of blood. With just one move, Luan Fengyun and the others were all injured. They looked at Long Qianli in shock. "You want to fight with me? You're overestimating yourself." The three-headed demon flood dragon spoke in the human language before rapidly shrinking. In the next moment, it had returned to Long Qianli's appearance and was looking at Luan Fengyun and the others with a ferocious expression. Crushing, completely crushing. The surrounding spectators were all extremely shocked. Is this the power of a divine bloodline? The fusion of bloodlines is indeed powerful. Lu Ming's eyes glimmered. Long Qianli's cultivation should be at the 5th level of the spiritual ocean tier. Although he was higher than Luan Fengyun and the others, it was difficult for ordinary heaven's favorites to completely suppress him. However, Long Qianli completely suppressed him. Moreover, no one knew how much strength he had used just now. As one's cultivation level increased, the power of the bloodline fusion would become even stronger. Do you all still want to continue fighting? Long Qianli's gaze swept across Luan Fengyun and the others, causing their expressions to change. Long Qianli, the god-grade geniuses of our 3 families aren't here today. Otherwise, we wouldn't be afraid of you. Luan Fengyun said through gritted teeth. Nonsense. Now, get lost. Long Qianli said. Long Qianli, you can take away Lan Jin's inheritor, but the others are ours. Wang Lin said. He still had not given up on the token on Lu Ming. Long Qianli frowned. He swept his gaze across Lu Ming and the rest before finally landing on Ruan Tingting. He said, "You're Blue Gold Knight's inheritor, right? Come with us." "No." Lu Ming took a step forward and his voice was clear. You want to stop me?" Long Qianli's eyes turned cold. "She's my friend. If you want to take her away and extract the inheritance from her soul, you'll have to get through me first." Lu Ming's gaze was extremely determined. Haha. Unexpectedly, Long Qianli burst into laughter and said, "So that's what you're worried about. You don't have to worry about that. Do you think we're as disgusting as the 6 great ancient families? We'll bring her back, but we won't strip her of her inheritance. Instead, we'll nurture her and let her grow." "Oh, how can I trust you?" Lu Ming said. "This point is very simple." In history, this young lady wasn't the only one who obtained the inheritance of an expert. In the end, those who joined the Emperor Heaven Imperial Guards were all nurtured and some even became supreme experts. No one was deprived of the inheritance. Who doesn't know about this? Long Qianli said. "Lu Ming, I'll go with them. Di Tian's Imperial Guards have indeed never deprived others of their inheritance before," Ruan Tingting said as she walked out of the cave. Ruan Tingting knew very well that the best path for her now was to go to the Di Tian Royal Guards. If she did not go, the 6 great ancient families would not give up and she would implicate Lu Ming and the rest. Lu Ming and the rest were very clear about this. "Young Master Long, I can go with you, but I have a condition," Ruan Tingting said. "What condition?" Long Qianli said. "I want them to leave this place with me. I'll let you all leave after we leave the 100 venerated mountains." Ruan Tingting pointed at Lu Ming and the rest. No, they must stay. Wang Haoyin shouted. Is it your turn to speak? Long Qianli's eyes darkened. He looked at Wang Haoyin, who turned pale. The few of you have protected your friends to the end and fought against powerful enemies. I admire geniuses and heroes with true personalities the most. Even if you didn't say anything, I would have done it. All right, let's go out together. Long Qianli shouted. Lu Ming, let's leave this place together, he said. Ruan Tingting looked at Lu Ming, Xianxia and the rest. All right. Lu Ming nodded. For now, it was better to leave this place first and then improve his cultivation. Lu Ming waved his hand and the sword-whistling thunder formation disappeared. Let's go. Long Qianli took the lead, and Lu Ming and the rest followed him as they flew outside. Damn it. Wang Haoyin roared, his eyes flashing with cold, killing intent. Inform the family. We can't let these people off so easily. Wan Fengyun also said coldly. They sent the news to their families. Lu Ming and the rest left the 100 Venoms mountain very quickly and flew to the west. The Wang family's dragon vein was at the easternmost end, while the Dition Imperial Guards were at the center of 9 dragons. They were at least 10 million miles away from here. After flying for a few 100,000 miles, they stopped. Tingting, we won't send you off. Take care. Kong Jin said reluctantly. Yeah, you guys too. I'll go back to find you guys when I'm successful in my cultivation. Ruan Tingting said. Tingting, goodbye. Lu Ming and Xianxia also bade farewell to Ruan Tingting. Lu Ming cupped his fists at Long Qianli and said, Brother Long, Lu Ming has something to ask. Is there any place in 9 dragons that can replenish his blood essence? The blood pool is the most suitable place to replenish the power of the bloodline. It is a high-level cultivation holy land. You can accumulate the power of the bloodline in there and it will be of great help to awaken the 3rd bloodline. However, you need a token to enter. Long Qianli said. Blood pool. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Lu Ming, this jade talisman is for you. It has records of some of the cultivation sanctuaries in 9 dragons. There are ordinary ones and high-level ones. However, only those who are qualified can enter the high-level cultivation sanctuaries. You can take a look. Long Qianli threw a jade talisman to Lu Ming. Chapter 797. 797 Setting up an array and fishing. Thank you very much. Lu Ming took it and said. No need to be polite, let's go. Long Qianli smiled and left with the Imperial Guards and Ruan Tingting. Fatty, stop looking. He's gone far. Lu Ming patted Kong Jin's shoulder when he saw that he was still staring in the direction where Ruan Tingting had left. I didn't expect that you, Fatty, would be so loyal. Xianxia pouted. Of course, don't you know who I am? A lamb leg had appeared in Kong Jin's hand, and he began to gnaw on it. Didn't you want me to introduce Xiao Qing's sister to you? Lu Ming whispered to the fatty. Fatty's body immediately straightened, and his eyes shone brightly. Of course, I have to introduce her. Tingting is Tingting, but Miss Xiao Qing's sister is her sister. They're different. Shameless. The two of them are shameless, jackals of the same tribe. Xianxia chided and glared at Lu Ming. Fatty chuckled and asked while gnawing on the leg of lamb, Lu Ming, where are we going now? I definitely can't go to the 100 venerated mountains. Let's go to the blood pool first and save Brother Jian. Little Qing, Fatty, you guys didn't take part in the Tower of 100 Talents assessment, did you? Lu Ming said. The Tower of 100 Supremes. Xianxia and Fatty were both confused. If you pass the test of the Tower of 100 Supremes, you will be able to obtain a token that will lead you to a higher cultivation holy land. With your talents, it will not be a problem for you to pass the test. We will return to the 100 Supremes mountain first. After you have obtained the token, we will go to the blood pool together. Lu Ming said. Not only could the blood pool heal Jian Filiu, but they could also accumulate the power of their bloodline in preparation for awakening a 3rd bloodline. Go back to the 100 venerated mountains? Do you want to go back in disguise? Xianxia said. Lu Ming nodded. Lu Ming, you guys should stop chatting. You're in danger. Dandan suddenly said. The few of them were shocked. Dandan, what's going on? Lu Ming asked. As soon as you left the 100 venerated mountains, you were targeted. I guess it won't be long before some experts come to kill you. Dandan said. Lu Ming frowned. Dandan's senses were very strong. He should be right. Who was that? They had been targeted as soon as they left the 100 venerated mountains. Could it be that they were from the Wang clan or the Luan clan? Let's go, Lu Ming said. Then they flew toward a vast mountain. Not long after, they landed in a valley. Lu Ming began to inscribe runes in the valley. The runes sank into the ground one after another. A few minutes later, a light screen flashed and enveloped them inside. Following that, Lu Ming inscribed an array that concealed their auras for himself, Xianxia, and Fatty to completely conceal their auras. This is an illusory formation. From the outside, we can't be seen at all. We can only see a pile of rubble. I'd like to see who wants to deal with us, Lu Ming said coldly. Not long after, there was a whistling sound and at least a dozen figures flew over. These people were dressed in black robes and looked rather old. They were definitely not young. They stopped above the valley and looked around. They should be coming this way. What's going on? This time we can't let them get away. They have to die for killing our Shangguan clan's chosen warrior. Also, the elders have instructed us to do it discreetly. We can't let anyone find out. We'll do it secretly. An old voice filled with cold killing intent could be heard. After that, the dozen of them split into several groups and chased in different directions. So, it's the Shangguan family. There was a flash of killing intent in Lu Ming's eyes. After beating up the young, the old would come and assassinate them in the dark. This was the style of the great aristocratic families. They were really despicable and shameless. Lu Ming, what are you going to do? Xianxia looked at Lu Ming. Since they're coming, I'll take them all out at once. I'm short of spiritual crystals anyway. Lu Ming's lips curled into a cold smile. Ha, that's what I like. Kong Jin laughed. Lu Ming immediately started to inscribe a large inscription formation on the spot. At first, he inscribed a few illusionary formations that covered the entire valley. Then, he began to inscribe killing formations. This time, Lu Ming spent a day to inscribe Tulavir level 6 formations in the valley. Among them, the sword-whistling thunder formation was the main one. With the current strength of my mental energy fire, I'm still unable to completely inscribe the sword-howling thunder formation. However, those people from the Shangguan clan have the highest cultivation, which should be at the 7th level of the spiritual ocean realm. It's enough to kill a 7th level spiritual ocean realm expert. Lu Ming had many thoughts in his mind. Let's get them to come over now. Lu Ming smiled. Lu Ming dispelled the array that concealed their aura and the illusory array that enveloped them. The three of them were instantly exposed in the valley. After that, the three of them sat down cross-legged in the valley and began to cultivate. Powerful auras burst out without any concealment. Tens of thousands of miles away, a few black-robed men were flying. What's going on? We've been searching for so long, but we still haven't found those little brats. Where did they go? Could it be that they've already left this place? Someone growled. Hold your horses. According to the aura detected by the formation plate, they should be in this area. Let's continue our search, the leader of the group said in an old voice. At this moment, the leading old man suddenly stopped. There's a reaction. The old man was holding an array disc in his hand. At this moment, there was a spot glowing on the array disc. Gather the others, the leading old man said. Soon, more than a dozen people gathered from all directions. They flew in the direction of Lu Ming and the others at top speed. Not long after, they appeared above the valley where Lu Ming and the others were. Lu Ming, Xianxia, and Kong Jin suddenly opened their eyes. They seemed to be surprised and stood up one after another. Everyone, what's the matter? Lu Ming asked insincerely. I'm here to kill you. The old man in the lead said. Kill us? Who are you people? Lu Ming's expression changed drastically. Xianxia and Kong Jin also pretended that their expressions had changed. Hee, you don't have to ask about this. Go to hell and find out. You guys, go and kill them. The old man waved his hand and the three black-robed men charged down. Their auras exploded and they launched a frenzied attack on Lu Ming and the other two. However, the three of them didn't activate their bloodlines as if they didn't want to expose their identities. The three of them were all at the 6th level of the spiritual ocean tier, and their combat strength was extremely terrifying. That old man is really cautious. Lu Ming had a thought. It was obvious that the old man in the lead had sent out 3 people to test the waters. Lu Ming, Xianxia, and Kong Jin stood together. They did not seek to achieve any merits, but they did not want to make any mistakes. They resisted with all their might. Now was not the time to activate the big array. What Lu Ming wanted was to wipe them all out. With the 3 of them working together and cooperating with each other, 3 experts at the 6th level of the spiritual ocean tier couldn't break through their defense at all. The 6 of them were locked in a battle. Chapter 798. 798 Chapter 798 Advancing to Divine Bloodline. In the blink of an eye, more than 100 moves had been exchanged, and it was still difficult to determine the winner. These 3 little bastards are really strong. They must be killed. The old man in the lead revealed a shocked expression. Lu Ming and the other 2 were all at the 2nd level of the spiritual ocean tier, but when the 3 of them joined forces, their coordination was seamless. They were actually able to fight against 3 experts at the 6th level of the spiritual ocean tier, which was truly shocking. There shouldn't be any problems. Let's attack together and end the battle quickly. After a long time, we might attract other people's attention. The old man in the lead spoke. The battle had caused a huge commotion. If any other powerful cultivators passed by and their identities were exposed, the Shangguan family would have a hard time explaining them slaviers to the outside world. At this time, if the younger generation was defeated and the older generation was sent to assassinate them, then the geniuses from the other regions would not dare to come to Nine Dragons to compete with the geniuses. If they accidentally hit the geniuses of the big families, and the older generation was sent to assassinate them, then who would dare to come? Kill! Kill! The others shouted coldly and charged into the valley together. The powerful aura and cold killing intent sent chills down Lu Ming's spine. There were at least 5 experts at the 7th level of the spiritual ocean tier, and their battle prowess completely crushed them. Lu Ming's expression changed drastically. He shouted, "Charge! Charge out!" They tried their best to charge out, but the 3 6th-level spiritual ocean tier experts blocked them with all their might. In the next moment, more than a dozen black-robed men all landed in the valley. 3 little brats, I'll send you on your way. In your next life, remember to keep a low profile. There are some people you can't offend. The leading old man said. Hee, is that so? In my eyes, the Shangguan family is nothing. Lu Ming sneered. The old man's expression changed drastically as he said, You? They know about us? I've been waiting for you. Now, let me send you on your way. Lu Ming sneered and took a step forward. Buzz! Instantly, the entire valley shone brightly. Inscriptions of various colors appeared on the ground and walls. They were dazzling. Not good, we've been tricked. Retreat! The old man shouted. It's too late, kill. That. Lu Ming shouted coldly. Endless sword chi condensed and shot toward the elder and the rest. Lu Ming had spent a few hours on this sword aura thunderous array. Although it could not unleash its full power, it was still much more powerful than the one he had hastily carved at the 100 venerated mountains. Moreover, there were 11 other formations to assist him. The vines rushed out and wrapped around the Shangguan clan's men. Then, sword chi, saber chi, and spear light all shot toward them. Puchi! Puchi! 10 experts at the 6th level of the spiritual ocean tier were killed in an instant. Only 5 experts at the 7th level of the spiritual ocean tier were still struggling to hold on. They wanted to break out of the encirclement, but they couldn't charge out at all. All sorts of great formations covered them. The Tullivier major arrays that Lu Ming set up were not just for attacking. They were also for trapping enemies. Very quickly, the 5-man mountain was covered in blood as it was cut by the sword Qi. The Shengguan family will never let you off. The old man in the lead let out an unwilling roar. However, not long after, they followed in the footsteps of their predecessors and were killed here. 15 experts at the 6th level of the spiritual ocean tier and above were completely annihilated. These people have a lot of top-grade spiritual crystals. Let's find a place to cultivate, Lu Ming said. He grabbed the storage rings of the 15 people and devoured their blood essence. The blood essence of these 15 people was too strong. He had a feeling that he couldn't control it, and he urgently needed to find a place to cultivate. Lu Ming waved his hand and flames appeared, burning the 15 corpses into ashes. Then, the 3 of them left the place and flew into the distance. After 200,000 miles, they found a hidden cave and walked in. Take a look at these storage rings. I'm going to start cultivating. With that, Lu Ming sat down cross-legged and focused on refining the blood essence. Previously, in the great battle with the Wang, Jiang, and Luan families at the 100 Venerated Mountain, he had killed 6 experts at the 5th level of the spiritual ocean tier and refined their blood essence. Lu Ming could feel that the prison-suppressing steel bloodline was getting closer and closer to advancing. It was as if he could already see the level of the divine bloodline. While Lu Ming was refining the blood essence with all his might, Xianxia and Kong Jin were also cultivating. 15 martial artists, the lowest at the 6th level of the spiritual ocean tier, and 5 at the 7th level. The power of blood essence was too strong. It was constantly refined and gushed into the bloodline of the prison-suppressing steel. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. This time, the refinement took 3 days. Buzz! Above Lu Ming's head, the prison-suppressing steel's bloodline started to shake crazily. The 9 Esilavir chakra glowed with a dazzling light like 9 Esilavir suns. Xianxia and Kong Jin both opened their eyes and looked at Lu Ming. Suddenly, their eyes widened and their mouths opened wide. Xianxing's mouth was wide open enough to swallow a large lamb leg. The 9 Esilavir chakras on the prison-suppressing steel were slowly gathering towards the bottom. At first, 2 chakras merged together, then 3 chakras merged together. In the end, the 9 Esilavir chakras merged together. When they did, they emitted a golden light instead of a Esilavir light. At the same time, the size of the prison-suppressing steel also expanded rapidly, becoming more majestic and tall. On it, there was a primitive, ancient, and heavy aura, as if it had come from the ancient times, crossing time and space, giving people a strong pressure. The clouds and mist above it had also become lighter, allowing people to see the lines on the prison-suppressing steel more clearly. A golden chakra was circling the prison-suppressing steel. The divine bloodline has been upgraded to the divine bloodline. Kong Jin looked on in a daze, dumbfounded. Xianxia was still fine because she had long known that Lu Ming's blood meridian would level up. Although she was shocked, she did not lose her composure. Finally, I've upgraded to a divine bloodline. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. There was a strange feeling in his heart. He felt that he could turn into a prison-suppressing steel at any time and suppress all his enemies. Thinking of this, he couldn't wait any longer. Suddenly, he felt that he had turned into a light and entered the prison-suppressing steel. At this moment, the aura of the prison-suppressing steel grew. An even more wonderful feeling was born. Lu Ming felt as if he was a prison-suppressing steel. Prison-suppressing heaven art. Lu Ming felt that he could still cast the prison-suppressing heaven technique even if he transformed into the prison-suppressing steel. Moreover, its power was much stronger than his. Buzz! In the next moment, the prison-suppressing steel shrunk and finally turned into Lu Ming's figure on the ground. Lu Ming, your blood meridian can actually be upgraded. Amazing, amazing! Kong Jin's fat body seemed to be weightless. He appeared beside Lu Ming in a flash. His small eyes widened to the maximum. He circled Lu Ming and swept his gaze around. Chapter 799. 799 Meeting Wang Lin again. Fatty, this is a secret technique that I comprehended from my bloodline. It can devour blood essence and increase the grade of my bloodline. Lu Ming said. Fatty's empty character was naturally unspeakable. For Wan Tingting, he was willing to risk his life and fight against the chaotic family. At the same time, in order not to implicate them, he didn't send them any voice transmissions at the beginning. They could be said to have experienced life and death battles. Lu Ming naturally trusted him. Moreover, if they were to travel together more often in the future, the matter of his blood meridian would naturally not be kept a secret. Therefore, Lu Ming did not hide the fact that his blood meridian had leveled up. Of course, he also didn't mention the bloodline of the 9 dragons, only the secret skill in the bloodline. Bloodline secret skill. Amazing! Amazing! Why don't I have such an amazing secret skill? The fatty pulled a long face and suddenly reached out his hand, fumbling all over Lu Ming's body. Hey, fatty, what are you doing? I don't have that kind of fetish. Lu Ming retreated and said, Let me take a look, let me study it. Fatty's small eyes glowed. Lu Ming directly kicked the fatty, causing him to fall flat on his face. Fatty, this is the secret of my bloodline. You can't tell anyone. Lu Ming urged. I know, let me study it. Fatty still didn't give up. Get lost. This time, it was not Lu Ming who spoke. It was Xianxia. She glared at the fatty with an unfriendly gaze, a lotus flower dancing in the air between her fingers. Fatty immediately became obedient and muttered, You only care about your own man. You even hit your friends. I'm so miserable. Xianxing's eyes twitched and his face turned red. Lu Ming looked at Xianxing with a smile and said, Your cultivation broke through to the 3rd level of the spiritual ocean tier. He realized that Xianxing and Fatty had made a breakthrough in the past few days. He had been refining the blood essence with all his might, but he had also sensed something along the way. Yes, that's right. Xianxing nodded. It's useless even if I break through. I can't beat a freak like you. You actually upgraded to a divine bloodline. Once the bloodlines merge, there's no point in fighting. Fatty muttered. Then all of you should also awaken your 3rd bloodline as soon as possible. Let's go, we will return to the 100 venerated mountain now. All of you will go to the 100 venerated tower and obtain the token. After that, we will go to the blood pool together. Lu Ming said. Of course, they would not go back like this. Instead, they changed their appearances. At their level, it was easy to change their appearance and figure. They only needed to control their muscles and bones. The main thing was the aura. No matter how the appearance of the bone armor changed, the aura would not change. However, this was simple. Lu Ming immediately inscribed an array to conceal their aura on the 3 of them and concealed all their auras. Since he couldn't change it, he just had to restrain himself. The 3 of them changed their appearance and body shape, changed their clothes, and flew toward the 100 venerated mountain. Half a day later, they returned to the 100 Supremes mountain and headed straight for the 100 Supremes pagoda. There were still a few people watching at the bottom of the tower. At this moment, someone was challenging the tower. However, the highest level was only the 6th level. Not long after, everyone failed. When the light on the 6th floor dimmed, Xianxing and Kong Jin rushed into the Tower of 100 Talents. There were a few other people with him. Lu Ming was standing there and watching. He wasn't too worried. Xianxing and Kong Jin's wills were both very strong and had been comprehended to a very deep level. Moreover, they were both fused together. It shouldn't be a problem for him to pass the Tower of 100 Talents. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, a violent sonic boom came from the sky. A hot aura spread down, and a figure covered in purple flames flew over at high speed. Boom! With a loud boom, a figure landed on the ground. Wave after wave of scorching aura came. Lu Ming looked over. Then his eyes flashed with killing intent. This person was Wang Haotian. Get lost! Wang Haotian shouted and strode forward. The others quickly stepped back and gave Wang Haotian the best spot. However, Lu Ming stood still. You're not retreating. Wang Haotian looked at Lu Ming coldly. Wang Haotian had been very unhappy these days. He brought Wang Kong and Jian Filiu with him, planning to get the token of a higher cultivation sanctuary from Lu Ming. In the end, not only did he not get the token, but Wang Kong died and he was injured. Because of this, he was even reprimanded by the elders in his family. In the past few days, he had healed his injuries and planned to challenge the Tower of 100 Supremes again, hoping to obtain a token. Now, when he told the others to get lost, there were actually still people who didn't retreat. Was he not giving him face? Wang Haotian was furious. Lu Ming's lips curled into a cold smile as he looked at Wang Haotian coldly. His original plan was to go to the blood pool and save Jian Filiu. Then, he would go to other cultivation sanctuaries and cultivate for a while to improve his cultivation. After that, he would find an opportunity to kill Wang Haotian. However, he did not expect Wang Haotian to offer himself. Lu Ming did not mind taking action now. Seeing that Lu Ming dared to look at him like that, Wang Haotian's anger grew. Brat, you're staring at me like that? There's no need for your eyes to exist anymore. Wang Haotian's body emitted a cold killing intent. At this moment, the Tower of 100 Supremes lit up one level after another. Soon, the 5th level lit up, and the next moment, the 6th level lit up as well. Lu Ming knew that it would not take long for Xianxia and the rest to reach the 9th level. Since that was the case, he might as well get rid of Wang Haotian. Wang Haotian, I said I would kill you. Have you forgotten so quickly? The corners of Lu Ming's lips curled up as he spoke coldly. Wang Haotian's expression changed when he heard Lu Ming's voice. It's you, Lu Ming. The bone armor on Lu Ming's body moved. The next moment, he returned to his original appearance. Ha, it's really you, Lu Ming. I didn't expect you to dare to come back and show yourself in front of me. Good. This time, I'll see who can save you. Wang Haotian was ecstatic. Never in his wildest dreams did he expect that Lu Ming was still in the 100 Venerated Mountains. He thought that Lu Ming had left long ago and headed to other more advanced cultivation places. Moreover, Lu Ming did not have any companions by his side. This made him even happier. Why are you so happy? You weren't my match that day, so why would I need anyone to save you? Lu Ming sneered. That day, you only relied on your formation. Today, I won't give you a chance. Kill. With that, Wang Haotian suddenly exploded. A scorching aura filled the air. He had used all his strength. He wanted to use violent attacks to completely suppress Lu Ming so that he would not have the chance to inscribe inscriptions. Why do I need inscriptions to deal with you? Lu Ming sneered and struck with his palm. Boom! The next moment, Wang Haotian's body trembled. The flames on his body flickered. He retreated quickly and almost spat out blood. How could this be? How did your attack become so much stronger? Wang Haotian shouted in disbelief. Chapter 800. 800 Killing Wang Haotian. He had used all his strength but was pushed back by Lu Ming's palm. Lu Ming's cultivation was clearly only at the 2nd level of the spiritual ocean tier. It was the same as a few days ago. Why did his attack suddenly increase so much? Lu Ming's palm seemed to have the power to suppress everything. It was extremely terrifying. I've said it before, I don't need inscriptions to kill you. Kill. Lu Ming's killing intent burst out. He took a big step forward and his palm was like a divine monument, slashing toward Wang Haotian. The prison-suppressing heavenly technique would become stronger as the bloodline of the prison-suppressing steel leveled up. The prison-suppressing steel's bloodline had reached the divine level, and the prison-suppressing heavenly technique's power was equivalent to the 6th stage of a demigod-level martial technique. Its power was more than 10 times stronger than before. Although Lu Ming's cultivation level had not changed, his combat strength had increased by a large margin. Wang Haoyan was shocked and furious. He used all his strength to block the attack, but he was still completely suppressed by Lu Ming. He was forced to retreat and cough up blood. Below the tower, the other people were even more dumbfounded. A few days ago, Lu Ming had stopped the 9 geniuses of the 3 aristocratic families almost by himself, shocking the 100 Venerates Mountain. They did not expect that the person who was standing beside them just now was Lu Ming. And now, Lu Ming had exploded with terrifying combat strength. He did not use the Tao of Inscription. He suppressed Wang Haoyan with pure combat strength, leaving Wang Haoyan unable to fight back. How did Lu Ming's combat strength increase so much in just a few days? Bang! Lu Ming struck out with his palm. Wang Haoyan's arm cracked and his bone armor was broken. He spat out blood and was sent flying. He was no match for Lu Ming. Lu Ming, just you wait. Wang Haoyan roared and turned to run. Lu Ming sneered and gave chase. After 1,000 miles, Lu Ming suddenly accelerated and stood in front of Wang Haoyan. There's no one here now, just in time to kill you. Lu Ming's eyes were cold. You want to kill me? Although your combat strength is stronger than mine, you want to kill me? Dream on. Wang Haoyan shouted. Is that so? The sneer at the corner of Lu Ming's mouth became even more intense. The next moment, buzz! The prison-suppressing steel appeared above Lu Ming's head. The dazzling golden light almost blinded Wang Haoyan. His eyes almost popped out of their sockets as he roared in disbelief, "Divine bloodline! You've awakened a divine bloodline!" His voice was filled with shock, jealousy, hatred, and fear. He was determined to use the token to go to the blood pool, accumulate the power of his bloodline, awaken a divine bloodline, and become a divine-level genius. But now, Lu Ming was the first to succeed in his unfulfilled wish. How could he not be jealous? He was also terrified because he knew how terrifying a divine bloodline was. Run! Without thinking, he turned around and fled. It's too late to escape now. Lu Ming's body turned into a ray of light and entered the prison-suppressing steel's blood meridian. Buzz! The prison-suppressing steel's bloodline trembled. It pierced through the space and pressed down on Wang Haoyan like an ancient mountain. Wang Haoyan had nowhere to run. He was terrified by the terrifying pressure. All his attacks and defenses were useless in front of the prison-suppressing steel. No, my sister will take revenge for me. Wang Haoyan shouted, and then his voice stopped abruptly. Under the suppression of the prison-suppressing steel, Wang Haoyan was torn into pieces and died on the spot. The prison-suppressing steel shrunk and turned back into Lu Ming. He waved his hand and put away Wang Haoyan's storage ring, devouring his blood essence. Then, flames appeared and turned Wang Haoyan's body into ashes. In a flash, Lu Ming left the place and returned to the Tower of 100 Supremes. Of course, he had already changed his form again. At this moment, the 8th floor of the Tower of 100 Supremes had already lit up. The few people at the bottom of the tower did not even notice his return. They just stared at the Tower of 100 Supremes in a daze. They were naturally shocked that someone had made it to the 8th level. The 9th floor has lit up. Someone suddenly exclaimed. It's really the 9th floor. Someone else has made it to the 9th floor. Is it one of the two? A woman and a fatty. The others have all come out. Only the 2 of them are left. Amazing. The others sighed. Lu Ming smiled faintly. In the Wang family, at the head of the Dragon's Vein, there was a chain of volcanoes that erupted all year round. Because this was the Dragon's Vein, the temperature of the flames here was frighteningly high, hundreds of times higher than ordinary volcanoes. Suddenly, an angry roar came from one of the volcanoes. The next moment, a firebird made of flames flew out of the volcano and turned into a beautiful woman. However, the woman's body exuded an extremely cold killing intent, and the hot flames seemed to be able to burn through the world. Haoyan, who killed you? I will make your murderers suffer the most painful torture in the world. The woman spat out a cold and ruthless killing intent. She raised her hand. There was a jade tablet in her palm with the word, Wang Haoyan written on it. However, the jade tablet had already been torn into pieces. This was Wang Haoyan's life token. If the life token was broken, it meant that he was dead. There were also other Wang family members cultivating in the volcano range. At this moment, a voice was heard. What happened? Wang Haoxian is going crazy. I don't know. Did something happen to Wang Haoyan? It's no small matter for a god-tier heaven's favorite to go crazy. This is not something we can interfere in. Soon the voice died down. Wang Haoxian's figure disappeared in a flash and soon appeared in Wang Haoyan's courtyard. After a while, Wang Haoxian left Wang Haoyan's courtyard and flew toward the 100 Venerated Mountain. 100 Venerates Mountain, 100 Venerates Pagoda. Lu Ming looked up at the 9th level. Suddenly, all the lights on the 9th floor dimmed and disappeared. Not long after, the Tower of 100 Supremes glowed. Xianxia and Kong Jin appeared in the air at the same time and descended. The other people's gazes fell on them in unison. How is it? Lu Ming asked. If I take action, there will naturally be no problem. Kong Jin grinned. Xianxia also nodded. It was obvious that both of them had obtained tokens. All right, let's leave this place immediately. We'll leave the 100 Venerated Mountains, Lu Ming said. From the beginning, he didn't know why, but he had a bad feeling in his heart, as if a crisis was coming. Xianxia and Kong Jin nodded. The three of them turned into 3 rays of light and left the place. They headed towards the exit at top speed. Soon, they exited the exit and flew towards the west. Their destination was the blood pool. Not long after they left, Wang Haoxian arrived and rushed into the 100 Venerated Mountain. God-tier prodigy Wang Haoxian. Why is she here? One of the old men guarding the entrance asked in bewilderment. At the foot of the tower, a few young men were still in shock. They were shocked that 2 people had actually made it to the 9th floor. They were guessing if the 2 of them had obtained the token. What was his identity? It was actually so powerful. Boom! Suddenly, a terrifying pressure descended. The cold killing intent mixed with the hot aura and pressed down on their bodies. Their bodies trembled, and they knelt on the ground. Wang Haoxian's eyes were cold and his killing intent was as cold as ice as he stepped through the air. Chapter 801. 801 The Blood Pool. God-tier prodigy, Wang Haoxian. Someone recognized Wang Haoxian and shouted in fear. The others were even more shocked. The 100 Venoms Mountain was just an ordinary cultivation sanctuary. If god-level prodigies had better places to cultivate, they would not come here at all. Why did Wang Haoxian suddenly come here? They thought of Wang Haoyan. Wang Haoxian was Wang Haoyan's sister. Earlier, they saw Lu Ming chasing after Wang Haoyan. After that, Lu Ming changed his appearance and returned to the same place, leaving with 2 other people who had passed the 9th level. Could something have happened to Wang Haoyan? Otherwise, why would Wang Haoxian come with such murderous intent? Lu Ming. Suddenly, they remembered who the other 2 people were. Lu Ming had a few companions. One of them was a beautiful woman while the other was a fatty. They were all people with terrifying talents. Then it was not difficult to guess the 2 people who had passed the 9th level. Tell me, has my brother Wang Haoyan been here before? Who did he have a conflict with? Don't try to lie to me. Wang Haoxian said coldly. The killing intent around him grew stronger and stronger. Lu Ming, it's Lu Ming. Someone shouted. Previously, Wang Haoyan came here and had a big fight with Lu Ming. In the end, Lu Ming chased after him and he fled this place. No one knows where he went. The other person also shouted. Lu Ming? Who is Lu Ming? What did he look like? Tell me the details. Wang Haoxian said coldly. I said that they came here to obtain the token of a higher holy land. He has 2 companions. One is beautiful woman and the other is fatty who carries a battle axe. A young man immediately told him everything he knew. You dare to kill my brother? No one can save you. If you want to go to a high-rank holy land to cultivate, I will kill you on the way. Wang Haoxian's figure disappeared as he spoke coldly. The young men heaved a long sigh of relief. The pressure was too great to be beside Wang Haoxian, as if they could be killed by her at any moment. Lu Ming really killed Wang Haoxian. That's a big deal. No wonder Wang Haoxian went crazy. This is getting interesting. After that, the few young men left. The news that Lu Ming might have killed Wang Haoyan and that Wang Haoxian was after Lu Ming had spread and caused a huge uproar in the 100 venerated mountains. 9 Dragon City's outer ring was surrounded by 9 dragon veins, and in the middle, 3 dragon veins were gathered. They were all very far apart from each other. In these areas, there were many wondrous places. There were cultivation sanctuaries, secret realms, and dangerous forbidden areas. The blood pool was located in the vast area between the dragon's vein in the east and the 3 dragons' veins in the middle. The 3 of them flew for a few hours and arrived at a vast mountain. According to the jade talisman given by Long Qianli, the blood pool should be right in front. Lu Ming said. The 3 of them continued to fly forward until a large mountain appeared in front of them. There was a blood-colored aura on the mountain, and on the cliff, there were 3 big words, the blood pool. Beside the words, there was a platform protruding from the cliff. Behind the platform was a cave. On the platform, there were powerhouses guarding. This was the blood pool. Stop. Only those who are qualified can enter the blood pool. When Lu Ming and the other 2 neared, a burly man took a step forward, exuding a terrifying aura. This was definitely an expert above the spirit embryo realm. Senior, we have a token. Lu Ming, Xianxia, and Kong Jin flashed their tokens. The middle-aged man looked around and nodded. It is indeed a token. All of you are qualified to enter the blood pool. However, you have to leave your aura here first. Because everyone can only enter the blood pool once. Lu Ming and the rest nodded. Long Qianli's jade talisman had introduced this rule. Some high-level cultivation holy lands had very strict restrictions. Everyone could only enter the blood pool once and leave their aura here. If they came again in the future, they would be able to detect it. The 3 of them left their auras on one of the stone tablets. You guys go in. Remember, do what you can and don't die in there. You only have half a month. You must come out after half a month. The middle-aged man ordered. Many thanks, Senior. Lu Ming cupped his fists and the 3 of them stepped into the cave. As for the middle-aged man, he continued to sit cross-legged on the side. The cave was very deep. The 3 of them walked for 1,000 meters and suddenly saw an open space. The inside of the mountain was empty, and there was a huge blood pool. This blood pool was at least a few thousand meters long, and it was filled with blood-red liquid. It looked like fresh blood, but there was no smell of blood. At this moment, Lu Ming felt a slight tingling sensation on his spine below the 9 dragons bloodline and the prison-suppressing steel bloodline. What a dense bloodline power! Kong Jin praised. It said that the blood pool has an infinite depth. No one knows where it leads to, but the power of the bloodline comes from the infinite depth. It's really wonderful. Furthermore, although the blood pool contains the power of the bloodline, it also contains an ancient murderous aura and killing intent. It is extremely powerful. The deeper we go, the more powerful it will be. We have to be careful later. Let's go down. Lu Ming said. You be careful too. Xianxia whispered. The fatty nodded and the 3 of them jumped into the blood pool. Kill. Roar. The moment Lu Ming jumped into the blood pool, shocking battle cries rang out from all directions. There were also the roars of ferocious beasts and demonic beasts. Endless killing intent rushed towards Lu Ming. This kind of killing intent could affect one's mind, and if it was stronger, it could even directly cut off one's soul and obliterate one's life force. However, at the same time, the bright red liquid in all directions contained a powerful and majestic bloodline power. This liquid was neither blood nor essence blood. It was formed from the power of the blood. A red light flashed on Lu Ming's spine and formed a vortex. The endless power of the blood meridian around him was absorbed and integrated into his spine. The power of the bloodline could be accumulated in the spine. The stronger it was, the higher the level of the bloodline that would be awakened in the future. Although Lu Ming had the 9 dragons bloodline and could devour blood essence to increase his strength, if the level of his 3rd bloodline was higher, it would save him a lot of trouble in the future. Why not? The bloodline power here was not strong enough. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat and he sank. The further down he went, the stronger his bloodline power became. However, the killing intent and baleful qi in the surroundings also became stronger. Where did this bloodline power come from? Where did the depths of the blood pool lead to? There was actually bloodline power constantly surging out. Could it be leading to a battlefield? Lu Ming's imagination ran wild. There were many wondrous places in the world. Some of them could not even be found by martial emperors. Very quickly, Lu Ming had sunk 100 meters. The power of the blood meridian was even more concentrated here. Lu Ming focused his mind on his spine and the suction force suddenly exploded. It was even more terrifying as it continuously absorbed the power of the blood meridian in the surroundings. Chapter 802. 802 Chapter 802 Mutation. I wonder if Brother Jian can withstand it. Lu Ming pondered and decided to let Jian Filiu out to absorb the power of the blood meridian again to recover. With a wave of his hand, Jian Filiu's figure appeared, floating in the air. Brother Jian's bloodline won't actively absorb the surrounding bloodline power. After a while, Lu Ming realized that Jian Filiu's spine did not absorb the power of the blood meridian. Let me give him a hand. Lu Ming circulated his essential core and controlled the power of the blood meridian. It surged into Jian Filiu's neck. However, the power of the blood meridian dissipated very quickly and was not absorbed. How could this be? Could it be that Brother Jian is on the verge of death and has lost his consciousness, so he can't absorb the power of the bloodline? What should we do? Lu Ming's eyes were filled with anxiety. If he couldn't absorb the power of bloodline, how could he save Jian Filiu? Lu Ming, let me do it. I have a way to let the power of the blood meridian flow into his neck. Although it's a little slow, it's more or less useful. Dandan appeared on Lu Ming's shoulder and said, Really? Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Nonsense, the things that this lord knows are not things that you can imagine. When this lord fully recovers, don't cry and ask this lord to be your master. Dandan said proudly. After that, Dandan flew in front of Jian Filiu and waved its claws. Runes entered Jian Filiu's body. Then, it waved its claws and the surrounding bloodline power was drawn into Jian Filiu's spine, slowly seeping in. It was really useful. Lu Ming was relieved. What is it? Get lost. Just as Lu Ming was about to absorb the power of the blood meridian in peace, Dandan suddenly let out a loud, angry cry. What's going on? Lu Ming was shocked. Lu Ming, something is invading Jian Filiu's body. I can sense it but I can't stop it. Dandan shouted. What? There's something. What's in the blood pool? Lu Ming was shocked. My cultivation has been crippled and my bloodline has been exhausted. I'll have to start all over again. I'll break and rebuild. A burst of laughter suddenly came from Jian Filiu's body. It was full of excitement. Lu Ming was shocked and shouted, Who are you? Hurry up and get out of Brother Jian's body. Who am I? It's just a wisp of a remnant soul. It should have sunk into eternal oblivion, but it was awakened by this kid. Jian Feifu's voice came out of his body again, and at the same time, a blood-red light spread out. Remnant soul? You want to take over my body? Lu Ming was shocked. At this moment, Xianxia and Kong Jin also arrived at top speed. Lu Ming, what's going on? Xianxia asked. There's a soul fragment here that wants to possess Brother Jian. Lu Ming said. Xianxia and Kong Jin were both shocked. Haha, possession? Little guy, you really think too highly of me. I only have a wisp of my soul left and can turn into dust at any time, so how can I possess you? It's just that this little guy is suitable to inherit my legacy. The sound of Jian Feilu's body rang out. How can I believe your words? Lu Ming's eyes were cold. Little fellow, even if you don't believe it, you have to believe it. Ha! As he laughed, Jian Feilu's body was covered with bloodlight and he suddenly fell down rapidly. Stop! Lu Ming was shocked and chased down. However, the resistance in the blood pool was very strong. Lu Ming's speed was far from Jian Feilu's speed. Lu Ming chased for 2,000 meters, but Jian Feilu's body was getting further and further down. Kill, kill. Endless killing intent surged from all directions. Lu Ming's face turned pale. The further down he went, the more intense the murderous aura and killing intent became. Even with Lu Ming's mental fortitude, it was very difficult for him to resist. After a few more breaths, Jian Feilu's body disappeared completely and sank into the endless blood pool. Damn it! Lu Ming roared angrily. Lu Ming, this is not your fault. Xianxia swam over and said. Her face was also a little pale. Fatty also swam over, but he didn't say much. Lu Ming, maybe the voice was right. It's just a wisp of a remnant soul that can't possess someone. Maybe it's really looking for a successor? Dandan frowned. You're confident? Lu Ming said. No, I didn't. Dandan shook her head. Lu Ming could not wait to throw Dandan out. Little Qing, Fatty, wait for me here. I'll go down and take a look. With that, Lu Ming continued to head down. The killing intent in the surroundings grew stronger and stronger. The terrifying murderous aura and killing intent had already made Lu Ming's soul tremble. Lu Ming dove for another 1,000 meters. The murderous aura and killing intent here had reached a terrifying level. Not only could it obliterate souls, but it could also obliterate the physical body. Lu Ming felt a tearing pain in his body and his soul. Unfortunately, Jian Feilu was still nowhere to be seen. Damn it! Lu Ming was a little indignant, but he could not continue. If he continued, he would be in danger. Feeling helpless, Lu Ming could only go up. He had never thought that he would end up like this when he came to the blood pool to save Jian Feilu. He could only hope that Jian Feilu was fine. Lu Ming, this might be an opportunity for Jian Feilu. You don't have to blame yourself. Xianxia advised. Don't worry, I'm fine. Let's continue to accumulate the power of the blood meridian. Lu Ming said. The three of them went up and found a more suitable place to absorb the power of the bloodline. Once they got used to it, they would continue down. The further down he went, the more concentrated his bloodline power became. Time passed day by day. The power of the blood meridian accumulated at Lu Ming's spine was getting stronger and stronger. The blood-red light glowed as if something powerful was about to be born. Just half a day after they entered the blood pool, Wang Haoxian also arrived. Wang Haoxian, you've already entered the blood pool and awakened your divine bloodline. The blood pool is useless to you now. What are you doing here? The middle-aged man opened his eyes and looked at Wang Haoxian. Senior, I'm here to ask about a few people. There are 3 of them. One of them is a fatty and the other is an extremely beautiful woman. Wang Haoxian described the appearance of the 3 of them. They entered the blood pool half a day ago. If you want to find them, you can only wait for them to come out. After saying that, the middle-aged man closed his eyes. It's really here. A cold, killing intent flashed in Wang Haoxian's eyes. He retreated and sat cross-legged on another mountain peak a few miles away from the blood pool, guarding it. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. The time was up and they had to leave. The 3rd servant rushed out of the blood pool and stood beside it. Lu Ming noticed that Xianxia and his spine were emitting shocking fluctuations, as if something was about to break out of the cocoon. However, after a while, the blood-red aura slowly converged and the fluctuations at their spines slowly hid. It was the same for Lu Ming. He also hid at his spine. Lu Ming felt that it was a pity. It seemed that the 3rd bloodline could not be awakened yet. There seemed to be some missing conditions. Chapter 803. 803. The terrifying Wang Haoxian. Xianxia and Kong Jin were the same. Their third bloodline didn't awaken. The power of his bloodline had clearly accumulated to a great extent, but it had yet to awaken. Lu Ming glanced at the blood pool and sighed softly. Then he strode out. There was still no news of Jian Filiu. It was as if he had sunk into the endless depths of the blood pool. The three of them walked out of the cave and flew toward the center of 9 dragons. Their next step was to go to another high-level cultivation holy land, the Heaven Vault Relic. It was said that there were many god-grade geniuses cultivating there. The moment the three of them walked out of the cave, a figure soared into the sky tens of miles away, chasing after Lu Ming and the rest. After flying for a few hundred miles, Lu Ming and the other two suddenly stopped in their tracks. This was because they realized that there was a cold, killing intent behind them that was spreading toward them. Buzz! A ray of purple light streaked through the air and appeared in front of them. She was a beautiful woman, but her eyes were cold, and the killing intent on her body was cold. The Wang clan. Lu Ming frowned. You are Lu Ming? Wang Haoxian's gaze fell on Lu Ming. Not bad. Lu Ming said. His brows furrowed even more tightly because he could sense an extremely dangerous aura from this lady. Very good. Did you kill my brother, Wang Haoyan? Wang Haoxian said coldly. Wang Haoyan is your brother? Lu Ming said. He suddenly remembered that before Wang Haoyan died, he had shouted that his sister would avenge him. Speak, did you kill him? Wang Haoxian shouted, his killing intent even colder. I say, beautiful lady, if we kill him, then we kill him. Your brother deserves to be killed. If you want to avenge him, we'll take you on. Kong Jin shouted. Good, very good. The three of you will be buried with my brother. Terrifying flames rose from Wang Haoxian's body and a powerful aura burst out. Kill. Wang Haoxian was extremely violent. He threw a punch at Lu Ming, and a fiery fist radiance was blasted towards him. A vacuum tunnel was created in the sky. Lu Ming's pupils constricted. This punch gave him a lot of pressure. Without any hesitation, Lu Ming used all his strength and activated the prison-suppressing heaven technique, throwing a punch as well. Boom! A deafening explosion rang out. Lu Ming felt an unparalleled force surging forward. He retreated rapidly and spat out a mouthful of blood. At the same time, there was a terrifying flame burning on his fist, and a burning smell came out. Lu Ming released 4 types of concepts and essential core to resist the burning of the flames with all his might. So strong. Lu Ming was shocked. Given Lu Ming's current combat strength, he was actually injured by the other party in one move. The other party's combat strength was extremely terrifying. The peak of the 5th level of the spiritual ocean realm. This was the cultivation that Wang Haoxian had revealed. However, Lu Ming firmly believed that an average 5th-level spiritual ocean tier prodigy would not have such powerful combat strength that could completely crush him. Die! Wang Haoxian's eyes were cold as he continued to charge at Lu Ming. Don't even think about it. Xianxia and Kong Jin made their moves at the same time. Xianxia pressed his hands together and the sky demon force field exploded. The destructive cutting force rushed towards Wang Haoxian. Kong Jin rushed into the sky demon power field with his axe. His axe seemed to be able to split the sky, and he swung it at Wang Haoxian. Be careful! Lu Ming exclaimed in shock. Wang Haoxian didn't even look at it. He threw a punch at the incoming axe. Clang! The fist slammed into the battle axe, and a massive sound like that of a bell rang out. Fatty let out a miserable shriek as he was sent flying backward. His fat began to tremble, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. His eyes were filled with shocks. Boom! Then, Wang Haoxian's body trembled and purple flames spread out. Xianxia's destructive cutting power was directly burned. That's right, even the destructive cutting power was burned clean. Then, he threw a punch at Xianxia. Xianxia's expression changed. He used the demonic hand and formed a beautiful arm that flew towards Wang Haoxian's fist radiance. Boom! The result was the same as before. Xianxia was sent flying back and spat out a mouthful of blood. Although Xianxia and Kong Jin had broken through to the third level of the spiritual ocean tier, they were still crushed. Let's attack together. This person is a god-tier heaven's favorite. Lu Ming came over in a flash and stood side by side with Xianxia. His expression was extremely serious. He thought of a man on the list of top 1,000 talents. Wang Haoxian was ranked 293rd on the list of top 1,000 talents. Since his name was close to Wang Haoxian's, he must be Wang Haoxian's sister. Kill. Wang Haoxian was extremely domineering. His body was covered in purple flames as he stepped forward. Sky Demon Force Field, Destruction Cut. Xianxia shouted and pressed her hand down. The destructive cutting force enveloped Wang Haoxian. At the same time, Lu Ming and Kong Jin moved. They charged into the otherworldly demon force field and charged towards Wang Haoxian. The four-colored will intertwined, and the war dragon true energy completely exploded. His spirit sea was boiling, and a powerful devouring power erupted from his left palm, enveloping Wang Haoxian. His right palm executed the prison-suppressing heavenly art and slashed at Wang Haoxian. Kong Jin roared as his fat body expanded once again. The earth and shattering intense fused and exploded, capable of destroying everything. His battle axe turned into a ray of black light and slashed at Wang Haoxian. At the same time, Xianxia used the demonic lotus throne. A black lotus throne appeared. The petals of the lotus throne were like the sharpest weapons, and they attacked Wang Haoxian. At this moment, the three of them launched their strongest attacks at the same time. They didn't dare to be careless in the face of a god-tier genius. Setting Sun's sacred heavenly fist. Wang Haoxian's fists glowed with fire and he punched 3 times in a row. With one punch, Xianxing's lotus platform was shattered and the destructive cutting force field collapsed. Xianxing's body trembled and he retreated rapidly, blood flowing out of his mouth. With another punch, Kong Jin was sent flying. The battle axe in his hand trembled non-stop, especially Fatty's arm. The veins on his arm were protruding and blood was seeping out. Even his palm was deformed. Lu Ming was slightly better, but he was also sent flying 1,000 meters. He spat out a mouthful of blood and felt a sharp pain in his palm. His bones and armor were almost broken. Strong, he was too strong. The three of them had joined forces, but they were still instantly injured. Wang Haoxian had almost no weaknesses. Compared to Wang Haoxian, Lu Ming did not have an advantage in any aspect. First of all, his cultivation was 3 levels lower than Wang Haoxian's. Lu Ming had a divine-level bloodline, so did Wang Haoxian. Lu Ming had a demigod-level bloodline martial technique like the prison-suppressing heaven technique, and Wang Haoxian had a demigod-level bloodline martial technique. It was said that the bloodline martial techniques comprehended from the divine bloodline were at least demigod-level martial techniques. Moreover, Wang Haoxian's cultivation technique was also a god-level cultivation technique, the sky-burning flame technique. The sky-burning flames was so hot that it could burn everything. One had to use a lot of true essence to resist its burning power. In terms of intent, Wang Haoxian's intent of heaven and earth had evil levered from the intent of fire. It was extremely powerful and had reached the completion of level 2. Although Lu Ming had comprehended 4 kinds of intent, they were too low level. Even if he had 4 kinds of outburst and was stronger than Wang Haoxian, he would not be much stronger. Lu Ming's only advantage was that he had cultivated the secret skill of the super spirit sea and had rich vital essence. His mastery of the divine level technique was also stronger than Wang Haoxian's. In addition, his intent was slightly stronger. All these could make up for the difference of 1 level of cultivation. However, Wang Haoxian's cultivation was 3 levels higher than Lu Ming's. Therefore, there was still a gap of 2 levels between Lu Ming and Wang Haoxian. As for Xianxia and Kong Jin, they hadn't awakened a divine bloodline, so the gap between them was even greater. Chapter 804. 804 Chapter 804 Both sides suffer. Your combat strength is not bad. No wonder my brother died in your hands. But you don't stand a chance against me. Wang Haoxian's cold voice was filled with killing intent. Boom! The prison-suppressing steel bloodline emerged above Lu Ming's head. His golden chakra emitted a dazzling golden light. Wang Haoxian's pupils shrank and he said coldly, "It turns out that he has awakened a divine bloodline. That's even more deserving of death." As soon as he finished speaking, a ball of purple flame appeared above Wang Haoxian's head. As soon as the purple flame appeared, the surrounding space turned into a black zone. It was a phenomenon that seemed to burn through space. Similarly, a golden chakra glittered around the purple flame. Divine level rank 1 bloodline. In the next moment, the purple flame twisted and turned into a purple firebird, which let out a cry. Wang Haoxian's body turned into a ray of light and rushed into the purple firebird. The bird cried and the purple firebird flapped its wings. It turned into a ray of purple light and pounced towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming merged with his bloodline. The prison-suppressing steel trembled as if it could suppress everything. It flew towards the firebird that Wang Haoxian had transformed into. The purple firebird grabbed the prison-suppressing steel with its claw. Boom! With a deafening sound, a blast of energy shot to the ground, and the two mountains instantly exploded and turned into dust. Similarly, a wisp of flame fell, and a mountain range was burned to ashes. The space trembled and the prison-suppressing steel was sent flying backward like a meteor. It flew thousands of meters away in an instant. In the process of flying, the prison-suppressing steel turned into Lu Ming's body and he spat out a mouthful of blood. The terrifying thing was that the blood that he spat out immediately burst into flames. Lu Ming's body was invaded by the powerful flames, as if his body was about to turn into ashes. Bang! His retreating body crashed into a mountain, which exploded into pieces. Lu Ming fell between the broken rocks. Wang Haoxian was too powerful. Lu Ming could not overcome the gap between their cultivation levels. Lu Ming! Xianxia exclaimed in worry. You should worry about yourself first. The purple firebird spoke in the human language and turned into a ray of light, pouncing at Xianxia. Be careful. He reappeared in front of Xianxia with a huge shield in his hand. Wang Haoxian's claw landed on the shield and it exploded. Kong Jin screamed in pain as his bones cracked and his body was sent flying. Wang Haoxian continued to grab Xianxia. A bronze mirror appeared in front of Xianxia. The bronze mirror was filled with green light. Clang! Wang Haoxian grabbed the mirror with his claw. The mirror trembled violently and wailed as it flew into Xianxia's forehead. Xianxia's body was also sent flying. The firebird cried out, wanting to continue its attack. Bang! Crushed stones flew everywhere as Lu Ming rushed out from the rubble. There was a lightning bolt swimming between his eyebrows. If you're not dead yet, then I'll kill you first. Wang Haoxian said coldly. He flapped his wings and pounced at Lu Ming. Clang! A melodious voice was heard. A thunder cauldron flew out from Lu Ming's brow. It expanded rapidly to the size of a mountain and pressed down on Wang Haoxian. The power of the thunder cauldron was boundless. When Wang Haoxian realized that something was wrong, it was too late to dodge. Boom! The huge lightning cauldron struck the bird of fire. The bird of fire that Wang Haoxian had transformed into was instantly shattered, turning into wisps of purple flames that scattered in all directions. After the lightning cauldron struck, it shrunk rapidly and flew back to Lu Ming's glabella. Lu Ming's face turned pale and he spat out a mouthful of blood. He could not control his body and fell down. Fortunately, Dandan caught him. Buzz! Buzz! Xianxia and Kong Jin flew over, but both of them were breathing erratically and were severely injured. Are you all right? Xianxia held onto Lu Ming and asked worriedly. I'm fine. Lu Ming nodded. He had used the lightning cauldron and his vital essence had been extracted. His lifespan had been reduced by 50 years and his body was extremely weak. "You guys look?" Kong Jin suddenly exclaimed. Lu Ming and the others looked forward and saw that the purple flames that had been scattered by the thunder cauldron were now gathering in the air again. The next moment, the flames turned into Wang Haoxian's body. Wang Haoxian was actually still alive. He was still alive after being struck by the lightning cauldron. However, Wang Haoxian was also severely injured. He coughed out a few mouthfuls of blood. His face was extremely pale and his breathing was extremely weak. Space stepped forward, holding a battle axe, and stared at Wang Haoxian. If he wanted to fight, he could only risk his life. However, Wang Haoxian only looked at them coldly and said in a cold voice, "I won't let you off." With that, he turned into a streak of fire and flew into the distance. They retreated. "Let's leave this place quickly and find a place to heal. Wang Haoxian won't let this go," Lu Ming said. He could see the murderous intent in Wang Haoxian's eyes. Wang Haoxian must have only retreated temporarily to find a place to heal. Once she recovered, she would definitely come back. Therefore, they had to find a place to recuperate. If Wang Haoxian's injuries were healed but they were not, it would be even more difficult. Xianxia and Kong Jin supported Lu Ming and flew into the distance. They landed thousands of miles away. Xianxia and Kong Jin were also severely injured. If they continued to fly, they might not be able to last long, so they decided to recuperate here. In a cave, 3 people were sitting cross-legged. Lu Ming circulated the True Combat Strength Manual with all his might. Half a day later, he managed to cultivate a new wisp of essential core. With a wisp of essential core, Lu Ming could start devouring spirit crystals to quickly replenish his essential core. At the same time, Lu Ming also had to circulate his essential core to heal his injured body. Another half a day passed and Lu Ming had only recovered half of his essential core. His injuries had basically stabilized and he was no longer in any danger. However, he had lost 50 years of his lifespan and his life essence was severely depleted. This could not be replenished. At this moment, Lu Ming stopped his recovery. He stood up and walked out of the cave. There was no time left. A day had passed and Wang Haoxian could catch up at any time. He had to be prepared. Walking out of the cave, Lu Ming began to inscribe a large inscription array around him. One by one, the inscriptions were buried into the ground. Lu Ming spent half a day inscribing more than 10 major arrays. Lu Ming! Lu Ming! At this moment, Xianxia and Kong Jin both walked out of the cave. Although they had not fully recovered, at least they were stable and had a certain level of combat strength. "We will wait for Wang Haoxian here," Lu Ming said. As soon as he finished speaking, he looked at the sky in the distance. A flash of fire streaked across the sky. Wang Haoxian had arrived. He had come so quickly. Buzz! Wang Haoxian appeared above their heads. "You have my flame aura on you. If you don't get rid of it, don't even think about escaping from me." Wang Haoxian's killing intent intensified. For a prodigy like her whose cultivation level was far above Lu Ming and the others, it was a great humiliation for her to be able to injure Lu Ming. "You're just relying on your higher cultivation. Give me another half a year and I'll definitely kill you," Lu Ming sneered. Chapter 805. 805 Chapter 805 Attracting Enemies Alone. High cultivation is talent. Only those with low cultivation would make such useless remarks. Kill. Wang Haoxian was very decisive. As soon as she finished speaking, she pounced on Lu Ming and the rest. "Retreat! Retreat!" Lu Ming shouted. Together with Xianxia, the 3 of them retreated quickly. "You can't escape." Wang Haoxian descended and strode forward. "Is that so?" Lu Ming's lips curled into a sneer. He took a step forward and inscriptions appeared on the ground. Many formations emerged. Sword chi, blade energy, and vines were all flying towards Wang Haoxian. "You set up a great inscription formation here." Wang Haoxian roared and used bloodline fusion. He turned into a purple flame and rampaged in the array. Let's go. This Wang Haoxian is too strong. His bloodline is a natural bloodline. After using bloodline fusion, he will be extremely difficult to kill. Even my inscription array will not be able to kill him. Lu Ming muttered. Together with Xianxia, the three of them took to the air and flew into the distance. Lu Ming's Tao of inscription had just broken through to level 6. He had only spent half a day to inscribe the inscription formation. It was not enough to kill Wang Haoxian. Lu Ming knew very well that Wang Haoxian was able to survive the attack of the Thunder Cauldron because of his strong vitality. This was the advantage of a natural-type bloodline. Lu Ming had just lost 50 years of his life. It would be difficult for him to control the Lightning Cauldron and launch a second attack. If he forced it to burst out, he would lose a lot of life essence in a short period of time. It would definitely affect his future martial arts cultivation and even affect his foundation, making it difficult for him to improve further. The only thing they could do now was to trap Wang Haoxian and then retreat. The three of them flew in the direction of 9 dragons. Very quickly, they had covered a distance of 100,000 miles. Little Qing, Fatty, you two go to the Tianqiong relic first. Lu Ming suddenly spoke. Xianxia and Kong Jin were slightly stunned. Lu Ming, what do you want to do? You want to deal with Wang Haoxian alone? No way. Xianxia saw through Lu Ming's thoughts at one glance and rejected him flatly. That's right. That crazy woman is too strong. If you stay here alone, you'll only be courting death. If we want to fight, the three of us will fight together. Kong Jin said, Don't worry, I won't fight him head-on. I'm her target, so I'll draw them away. You guys go to the Sky Relic. We'll meet at the Sea Cloud sect in half a year. Lu Ming said. No, I won't agree. Xianxia shook his head firmly. Listen to me. My inscription formation can't trap Wang Haoxian for long. She will catch up with us soon. If this continues, we will die in her hands. Don't worry, I am 100% sure that I can shake off Wang Haoxian by myself. Lu Ming said. No. Xianxia still shook his head. Fatty. Lu Ming looked at Kong Jin. Are you really 100% confident? Kong Jin asked. 100%, but with the three of us together, we don't even have 10%. Little Qing, be obedient. Lu Ming said. No, I want to follow you. Don't try to lie to me. Xianxia said stubbornly. Lu Ming was speechless. He sighed and said, All right then. Fatty, you go first. Shao Qing and I will distract Wang Haoxian. Lu Ming walked over and held Xianxia's hand. At this moment, Lu Ming suddenly made his move. He stretched out his hand and touched Xianxia's body a few times. Xianxia never expected Lu Ming to suddenly attack her. She was caught off guard. At this moment, her body fell limply to the ground and she fell unconscious. Lu Ming supported Xianxia and said to Kong Jin, Fatty, take little Qing to the Tianqiong relic. This. Kong Jin was dumbfounded. Hurry up. Don't worry, I'll be fine. It's just that this girl's temper is too stubborn, so I can only do this. She'll wake up soon. Lu Ming's eyes were bright as he looked at the fatty. All right then, take care. Kong Jin sighed. This was the only way. He also knew that it would be difficult for the three of them to escape Wang Haoxian's pursuit. Lu Ming might have a way. Lu Ming, if you don't come, I'll see you at the Sea Cloud sect in half a year. Fatty's vital essence rolled up Xianxia and he quickly flew away. Lu Ming landed and sat cross-legged on a mountain peak. He continued to devour spirit crystals to recover his vital essence. The Nine-Dragon bloodline devoured the spiritual crystals like crazy, and his vital essence was recovering quickly. 60%, 70%, 80%. 2 hours later, Lu Ming's essential core had recovered by 80%. At this moment, a purple light flashed in the distance. Wang Haoxian's figure appeared. At this moment, her breathing was somewhat chaotic and her face was somewhat pale. Clearly, she had paid a price for breaking out of those great formations. It's just you alone. You want to stall me and let the other two escape? That's a good plan. However, I'll kill you soon and then go kill the other two. Wang Haoxian sneered. Oh, if you have the ability, come and kill me. Lu Ming smiled. Umph. Wang Haoxian snorted coldly. However, she did not land as she was afraid that Lu Ming would inscribe runes and arrays below. I won't go down, I'll still kill you. Wang Haoxian sneered. He waved his fists and a fiery fist radiance burst out, aiming at Lu Ming. Lu Ming turned around and left. He used the 9 dragons' heaven-treading steps and chose a different direction from Xianxia and the rest. It's not that easy to leave. Wang Haoxian turned into a flame and continued to pursue Lu Ming. Wang Haoxian's movement technique was not to be underestimated. He was extremely fast. On the other hand, although Lu Ming was using the 9 dragons' heaven-treading steps, he could only take 4 steps in a row. His level was still a little low. Even though he was extremely fast, he was only on par with Wang Haoxian. The two of them, one chasing and one escaping, were far away in the blink of an eye. Before long, the two of them had flown for millions of miles. Wang Haoxian was still following closely behind Lu Ming, not giving up. I say, pretty lady, do you really want to court me so badly? Already have someone I like. Lu Ming shouted as he cast the 9 dragons' heaven-treading steps. You're looking for death. Wang Haoxian shouted angrily. Along the way, Lu Ming did not forget to attack her with all kinds of words as he fled. She was so angry that she almost exploded. Her killing intent toward Lu Ming grew stronger. This woman is too damn difficult to deal with. Lu Ming gritted his teeth and continued flying. In front of him, a boundless mountain forest appeared. The trees in this mountain forest were exceptionally tall. Strangely, the trees were all black, even the leaves were black. It was extremely strange. As they neared the forest, they could hear the thunderous roars of demonic beasts that were filled with ferocity. Lu Ming rushed in without any hesitation. Lu Ming's expression changed drastically the moment he rushed in. He felt as if his body had become 10 times heavier. There was a kind of pressure from heaven and earth that pressed down on his body, causing his speed to be greatly reduced. It was at least 10 times slower. But now, he could only try his best to move forward. Fortunately, Wang Haoxian's speed was also greatly reduced when he rushed into the forest. Chapter 806. 806 The Immortal's Cave left behind by the 9 Suns Supreme. What is this place? Lu Ming's mind raced and he moved forward at top speed. Roar! Before he could fly far, a black tiger-shaped demonic beast rushed out from below and pounced at him. This tiger-like demonic beast was hairless, but it was covered in black scales. Its eyes were blood red, and it did not seem to have any intelligence. Instead, it was filled with ferocity. The wind howled as this tiger-shaped beast had the battle power of a peak-tier king. Lu Ming took a step forward, and a trace of energy burst out. The tiger-shaped demonic beast was directly blasted to the ground, and gravel flew everywhere. Lu Ming's speed did not slow down at all as he moved forward at top speed. Behind him, Wang Haoxian was in hot pursuit. However, in this forest, their speed had slowed down a lot. Moreover, there were ferocious demonic beasts pouncing on them from time to time, so they couldn't fly at full speed and their speed was even slower. Moreover, the deeper they flew, the higher the level of the ferocious demonic beasts that appeared. In the beginning, the demonic beasts that appeared were all peak king tier level demonic beasts. Towards the end, demonic beasts that were equivalent to first level or second level spiritual ocean tier appeared. These demonic beasts did not have the slightest bit of intelligence. They were filled with ferocity and would pounce on them the moment they saw them. The two of them, one chasing and one escaping, only flew tens of thousands of miles in half a day. This forest was boundless, and they were still in the forest. Wild Beast Forest. Lu Ming, you've come to the Wild Beast Forest? Suddenly, a voice rang out in Lu Ming's mind. This voice was not Dandan's, but the voice of the 9 Suns Supreme. Senior Jiuyang. Lu Ming was overjoyed. Ever since he met Lien Song in the underground world, the supreme master of the Nine Suns had woken up once. After that, he fell into a deep sleep again. He didn't expect that he would wake up now. Senior Jiang, is this place called the Wild Beast Forest? Lu Ming communicated telepathically with Nine Suns Supreme. You should have arrived in Nine Dragons by now, right? This must be the Wild Beast Forest. I left something here years ago, and it resonated with me. That's why I woke up from my deep sleep. The voice of the Nine Suns Supreme rang out in Lu Ming's mind. It seems that you're being hunted down. Being chased by a crazy woman. Lu Ming smiled bitterly. How about this? You can enter the Supreme Shrine and hide for a while. Supreme Nine Suns said. Enter the Supreme Shrine. Lu Ming was stunned. In the past, the Nine Suns Supreme Being had set restrictions in the Supreme Shrine, so that he could not enter the Supreme Shrine when he encountered danger. His purpose was to train him. But now, why did he take the initiative to let him enter the Supreme Shrine? As if sensing Lu Ming's doubts, the Nine Suns Supreme said, in the past, I only wanted to train you so that you wouldn't rely too much on the Supreme Shrine. If you were in danger, you would hide in the Supreme Shrine. This way, you would lose the courage to move forward and the opportunity to temper yourself through life and death. Your future achievements would be very limited. However, your cultivation is considered not bad now. Along the way, you have experienced many things and have been tempered many times. Your heart of martial arts is stable. Therefore, this restriction no longer has any meaning for you. In the future, you can enter the Supreme Shrine at any time, and others can also enter. Supreme Martial Artist Nine Suns explained. Lu Ming nodded, overjoyed. The Supreme Shrine had no restrictions, and he could bring others in. That would be of great use to him. Lu Ming, don't be happy too soon. The Supreme Shrine was my weapon back then. After you entered the Supreme Shrine, it only disappeared into the void, so no one else could see it. However, your current cultivation is not weak. The enemies you will encounter in the future will definitely be stronger. Those in the spirit embryo realm can already sense the void. Even if you hide in the Supreme Shrine, you will still be discovered and blasted out. As for the spiritual god realm, one can tear space at will. Therefore, if one were to encounter an expert of that level and hide in the Supreme Divine Palace, one would only be like a turtle in a jar, falling into a passive position. Thus, one's own strength is the way to rule. Relying on external objects will not last long. Supreme Martial Artist Jiuyang warned him seriously. Junior understands. Lu Ming nodded. However, Lu Ming had no intention of hiding in the Supreme Shrine. It had only been half a day. If he hid in the Supreme Shrine now, Wang Haoxian might go after Xianxia and Kong Jin in a fit of anger if he couldn't find him. Lu Ming planned to continue delaying Wang Haoxian. After a few days, Xianxia and Kong Jin would have refined all the flame aura that Wang Haoxian had left on them. After they entered the vault of heaven, it would be difficult for Wang Haoxian to find them. It would be almost impossible. In that case, Lu Ming would be at ease. Therefore, Lu Ming did not enter the Supreme Shrine. Instead, he dragged Wang Haoxian and continued flying in the Wild Beast Forest. As they flew, Lu Ming conversed with the Nine Suns Supreme. Senior Jiang, why is this forest so strange? Not only are the demonic beasts under great pressure here, but even the demonic beasts have lost their intelligence and become extremely fierce. Lu Ming asked, very curious. Normal demonic beasts could speak when they were in the king's realm, and they could take human form when they were in the spiritual ocean realm. However, Lu Ming had encountered quite a number of spiritual ocean-tier demonic beasts along the way. Not a single one of them had spoken, let alone transformed. There are many wondrous places in the world. Wild Beast Forest is one of them. Legend has it that in the distant past, the blood of an omnipotent expert was scattered here, covering a radius of 1,000,000 miles. The blood contains the killing intent, resentment, and resentment of the most powerful masters. When the blood splatters, this place becomes a land of death. The earth's structure changes, and it is filled with a mysterious field energy. Any living creature that enters will be suppressed by this field energy, and their speed will slow down. At the same time, the demon beasts here will be affected by the killing intent, resentment in the blood. They will become extremely fierce and lose their spiritual intelligence. They will become crazy demon beasts that only know how to kill, and that's why it's called the Crazy Beast Forest. Supreme martial artist Nine Suns explained. Lu Ming understood, but he was extremely shocked. This place was actually caused by the blood of an omnipotent expert. Blood splattered and covered an area of 1,000,000 miles, changing the structure of the earth. For countless years to come, the demonic beasts would be affected by the killing intent and turn into wild beasts. What kind of power and realm was that? A martial royal realm expert could never do that. It was not that terrifying, but it was definitely an existence that surpassed the martial royal realm. But now, was there still such a powerful existence in the world? In the divine wilderness continent, martial emperors were revered. An emperor was synonymous with invincibility, and they were the strongest experts. Perhaps, there were existences that surpassed the martial emperor realm in the regions outside the divine wilderness continent. He thought of Qiu. It was very likely that Qiu had been taken away by experts outside of the divine wilderness continent. Lu Ming, I built a temporary cave abode in the wild beast forest back then. I left many things inside. They should be of great help to you. The Supreme of Nine Suns spoke again, making Lu Ming's heart skip a beat. Who was the Supreme Master of the Nine Suns? He was a supreme being, the strongest powerhouse below the martial emperor realm, and had stepped into the peak of the spiritual god realm. How amazing would the things he had left behind be? Lu Ming could not wait any longer. Chapter 807. 807 Soul Condensing Fruit Tree. Everyone had a plan for their own escape, and Nine Suns Paragon was no exception. Before his accident, he had left behind some hidden immortals' caves in some places. There was one in the wild beast forest, and no one knew about this secret cave abode except for the Nine Suns Supreme Master himself. Just now, he had woken up from his deep sleep because he was close to the cave dwelling of the Nine Suns Supreme. The Nine Suns Cosmos Supremacy told Lu Ming the approximate location. I'll go in 2 days. Let's delay this Wang Haoxian for a few days. Lu Ming pondered in his heart. For the next 3 days, Lu Ming did not venture deep into the wild beast forest. Instead, he led Wang Haoxian in circles on the outskirts of the forest. They passed the message for 3 days. Their speed was on par. Lu Ming could not shake off Wang Haoxian, and Wang Haoxian could not catch up to Lu Ming. I don't believe that your true essence is as abundant as mine. Wang Haoxian shrieked, his eyes blazing with anger. It had been 3 days. She had been chasing Lu Ming for 3 days. Her killing intent towards Lu Ming had not lessened. Instead, it had become stronger. I can almost shake her off. Lu Ming's heart stirred. It had been almost 4 days. Xian Yanqing and Kong Jin should have refined the flame aura left behind by Wang Haoxian and entered the Tianqiong relic. Now, Lu Ming planned to leave Wang Haoxian behind and head to the cave abode left behind by the Nine Suns Supreme. Buzz! Lu Ming took a few steps forward and flew forward at top speed. A lake appeared in front of him and he rushed into the lake. Then, with a thought, he entered the Supreme Shrine. It's not that easy to escape from the bottom of the lake. In the next moment, Wang Haoxian caught up with him. With a palm strike, scorching flames spread out and the entire lake water evaporated in an instant. Mist filled the air and only the dry bottom of the lake was left. Lu Ming, on the other hand, had disappeared without a trace. Damn it, could it be that he left through the underground? Don't even think about it. Wang Haoxian roared and punched. The ground cracked and rocks and dirt flew, but Lu Ming was nowhere to be seen. Wang Haoxian went crazy and started to search the surroundings. Lu Ming could not be bothered to care about all of this. In the Supreme Shrine, he began to devour spiritual crystals to recover. 2 days later, Lu Ming's cultivation had fully recovered and he was back at his peak. At this moment, he left the Supreme Shrine. There was no trace of Wang Haoxian. Lu Ming was heading in the direction that the Nine Suns Supreme had pointed out. What? After flying for thousands of miles, Lu Ming suddenly rushed into the forest below. With a wave of his hands, an inscription array that concealed his aura appeared on his body, completely concealing his aura. Not long after, they saw Wang Haoxian flying past them with a gloomy face. This woman really wouldn't stop until she was dead. After that, Lu Ming did not fly in the sky. Instead, he shuttled through the forest. Since he had an inscription formation that concealed his aura, he could easily avoid the monstrous beasts. Lu Ming's speed was still very fast. An hour later, Lu Ming had run for thousands of miles and appeared at the bottom of a huge cliff. Senior Jiang, the entrance to the cave you mentioned is on the cliff? But how come I didn't notice it? Lu Ming asked. There is a mark on the cliff, so the entrance is there. The voice of the Nine Suns Supreme Master rang out. Lu Ming walked over and indeed he found a mark on a cliff. Lu Ming observed it carefully and pushed it with his hand. It did not move at all. It did not seem like there was an entrance. Similarly, Lu Ming did not find any traces of inscriptions. Lu Ming, I've set up a formation that alternated between illusion and reality here. This formation is extremely mysterious. If you think of this place as real, it's real. If you think of it as virtual, then this cliff doesn't exist and it's virtual. You'll naturally enter the cave abode with one step. Supreme Nine Suns said. It's actually a formation that alternated between illusion and reality. Lu Ming was shocked. This array was very advanced. Even Lu Ming did not know how to use it. Setting up such a formation to protect the cave abode could be said to be foolproof. For example, if you set up a formation at the entrance of a cave, this formation would allow the cave to become one with the surrounding environment and look exactly the same. Ordinary people would only think that it was a mountain when they saw it. Even if they walked over, they would feel that it was a mountain. However, if you thought that this place was a cave, then you could walk over and enter the cave. It was extremely mysterious. Therefore, even if someone had come here over the years, they would not stare at a cliff and think that it was an immortal's cave. This was the entrance unless it was someone who knew about it. Moreover, the inscription formation that could see the real and the fake could perfectly integrate with the surrounding environment, making it difficult to sense the existence of inscriptions. Lu Ming smiled and strode towards the cliff. Just as he was about to crash into the cliff, he saw that the cliff was empty. Lu Ming's body had disappeared from the cliff. Lu Ming stepped in and found himself in a huge cave abode. The cave abode was rather large, but it was very simple and crude. There was only a stone bed, a stone table and a few stone stools. On the table was a jade box, and in the jade box were a few storage rings. In the innermost part of the cave, there were two small trees. The small trees were as tall as a person, and their leaves were dark green, emitting a strange aura. On the small tree, there were a few fruits. The soul-consolidating tree has really borne fruit. The figure of the Nine Suns Supreme Master appeared. He looked at the two small trees and revealed a happy expression. Soul-concentrating tree? Lu Ming had some doubts. The soul-consolidating tree and the soul-consolidating fruit are very helpful to the spirit and soul. I found them by accident and planted them here. I didn't expect them to bear fruit. With these two soul-consolidating trees and soul-consolidating fruits, I can recover a portion of my soul power. Supreme Martial Artist Nine Suns explained. Congratulations, Senior. Lu Ming was overjoyed as well. He was also looking forward to the recovery of the Nine Suns Supreme. Lu Ming, I'll be recuperating under the soul-consolidating tree for a while. I think it'll take some time. There are some things I left here in those storage rings. Although there aren't any rare treasures, they should be useful to you. As soon as he finished speaking, he flew toward the two soul-condensing fruit trees, plucked one of the fruits, and sat down cross-legged. Lu Ming sized it up and walked to the stone table. He picked up one of the storage rings and immersed his mind into it. The next moment, Lu Ming's eyes lit up. This storage ring was filled with spirit weapons and all sorts of blacksmithing materials. Among them, most of the spiritual weapons were at the 6th level. There were also 7th level and even 8th level spiritual weapons. Shocking, it was too shocking. It should be known that only those at the spirit embryo realm could unleash the full power of a 7th level spiritual weapon. As for an 8th level spiritual weapon, it could only be unleashed by an existence at the spiritual god realm. And in this storage ring, not only did he have them, he had quite a few of them. And those materials for refining weapons were also rare materials. If these spirit weapons and blacksmithing materials were to be taken out, their value would be immeasurable. Lu Ming kept it happily. Zhang Xian turned his attention to the 2nd storage ring. Chapter 808. 808 Scamming Wang Haoxian. The second one was filled with elixirs, spiritual herbs, and spiritual herbs of very high levels. There were level 6, level 7, and even level 8. They were all packed in jade boxes and sealed with arrays so that their spirituality would not be lost. Lu Ming almost drooled. Zhang Xian quickly turned his attention to the 3rd storage ring. There were a total of 3 storage rings here. The 3rd storage ring contained some miscellaneous items. Lu Ming's gaze was immediately attracted by the mountain-like pile of raw gemstones. Yes, raw stones were piled up like a mountain. No one knew how many pieces there were. And NBSP. Also, on the other side were many large metal boxes. When he opened them, he saw that they were all intent crystals. There were all sorts of profound meaning crystals, and they were all middle-grade ones. There were more than 100,000 pieces. More than 100,000 middle-grade intent crystals. What kind of concept was this? Lu Ming's heart was thumping. I'm rich, I'm really rich. As expected of the 9 Suns Cosmos Supremacy. The 9 Suns Supremacy had said that there were no treasures, but in Lu Ming's eyes, they were all treasures. How long would these resources be enough for Lu Ming? Senior Jiuyang, I will definitely make good use of these resources. Lu Ming thought to himself. Then he focused his mind on the storage ring that was filled with elixirs and spirit herbs and carefully examined it. This is the innate original liquid. Lu Ming's eyes suddenly lit up. He discovered that the 2 huge jade bottles contained the primordial origin liquid. Moreover, they were both high-grade primordial origin liquid. Each bottle was a full 50 kilograms. In total, there were 200 caddies of primordial origin liquid, which was the supreme spiritual liquid for cultivating the body. This is the mother of the water spirit spring. Lu Ming recognized a treasure in the other jade bottle. The mother of the water spirit spring was a type of spirit liquid. It was even more precious than the upper-grade innate original liquid. The mother of the water spirit spring is perfect for cultivating the path understanding ancient tree. With a thought, the path understanding ancient tree appeared on the ground. Lu Ming took out the mother of the water spirit spring and poured the entire bottle of it on the Xianhuang silicoid soil. Lu Ming was looking forward to it. With this bottle of mother of water spirit spring, would the path understanding ancient tree be able to grow? Then he put the path understanding ancient tree into the supreme shrine and started to look at it in his storage ring. Green lotus fruit, snake lump flower, dark een grass. Lu Ming looked at the spiritual herbs one by one. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. With a wave of his hand, a jade box appeared in his hand. It's actually dark een grass. Lu Ming's lips curled into a cold smile. He thought of a medicine called dark een powder. He had learned about this medicine when he was refining the 7-colored Taoist's mental energy fire. The dark een powder was specifically used to deal with women. As long as a woman breathed in a little, she would be powerless and unable to circulate her true yuan, allowing her to be slaughtered. The main ingredient of the dark een powder was the dark een grass. Initially, Lu Ming had no interest in such a herb, but when he saw the dark een grass, he thought of Wang Haoxian. Didn't Wang Haoxian want to kill him? Then he would let her have a taste of the dark een grass. Immediately, Lu Ming selected a few supplementary ingredients and began to refine the dark yin powder. 2 hours later, Lu Ming had successfully refined the dark yin powder. Wang Haoxian, I hope you haven't left yet. A cold glint flashed across Lu Ming's eyes. He left the cave abode and appeared outside the cliff. Then he rose into the air. Now, he was going to take the initiative to look for Wang Haoxian. Lu Ming flew at high speed in the sky and circled the area. More than an hour later, Lu Ming's eyes flickered. In front of him, a flash of fire was approaching at high speed. It was Wang Haoxian. Lu Ming, I've finally found you. Wang Haoxian shrieked, his face twisted. She was clearly beautiful, but at this moment, there was no sense of beauty. Wang Haoxian, you've been chasing me for a few days, and you miss me so much? Why don't you forget about your brother and become my concubine? Lu Ming chuckled, deliberately provoking Wang Haoxian. You're looking for death. Wang Haoxian shouted angrily and rushed over at top speed. She did not think much about why Lu Ming did not run away. She was furious. I, Lu Ming, am a heaven-sent talent. I won't let you down if you become my concubine. Lu Ming continued to provoke Wang Haoxian. As expected, Wang Haoxian was even more furious. He pounced on Lu Ming and threw a punch at him. The flames were burning and it was terrifying. Lu Ming activated the prison-suppressing heavenly art and struck out with his palm. In his palm, a wisp of dark yin powder spread towards Wang Haoxian. Bang! The fist and palm collided. Lu Ming's body trembled and he retreated rapidly. He felt his qi and blood churning, and he almost vomited blood. I hope it's useful. Lu Ming thought in his heart. Wang Haoxian was surrounded by raging flames that could burn everything. However, the dark yin powder contained the qi of the netherworld and was extremely cold. It could possibly resist the burning of flames. Die! After Wang Haoxian pushed Lu Ming back with one punch, he threw another punch. Lu Ming swung his palm again, and there was still a trace of dark yin powder in his palm. Wang Haoxian was so angry that he didn't notice it at all. Just like that, Lu Ming and Wang Haoxian exchanged 5 moves in a row. Lu Ming retreated 5,000 meters and spat out a mouthful of blood. This won't do. The dark yin powder will probably take a while before it takes effect. Let's go. Lu Ming turned and ran. You want to run? Dream on. Wang Haoxian gave chase. The chase continued for a few thousand miles. Wang Haoxian, who was in pursuit, suddenly had a change in expression. His body trembled and he almost fell to the ground. It's working. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He stopped and turned around to look at Wang Haoxian with a cold smile. What did you do to me? Wang Haoxian glared at Lu Ming. Nothing much. It's just a little bit of poison. Right now, do you feel like your body is soft and you can't use your true qi? Lu Ming sneered. Despicable. Wang Haoxian's face turned pale. Despicable? Can I compare to your Wang clan in terms of despicability? Now, you're the one who's going to die. Lu Ming stepped forward and charged at Wang Haoxian. Wang Haoxian gritted his teeth and turned to run. Lu Ming gave chase. However, Wang Haoxian had been hit by the dark yin powder, and it became more and more difficult for her to mobilize her vital essence. Her speed rapidly decreased, and slowly she could not even fly. She landed on the ground, trembling all over, and almost fell to the ground. Boom! Lu Ming landed as well. He took a step forward and threw a palm at Wang Haoxian. At this point, Wang Haoxian could no longer use his true energy. He could only use his will to resist. However, there was no vital essence, only the will, so the power was limited. Lu Ming destroyed Wang Haoxian's will with one palm. Wang Haoxian grunted and flew far away. He fell to the ground and spat out blood, his face pale. Kill! Lu Ming took a step forward, his killing intent surging. Wang Haoxian closed his eyes in despair. She did not expect that her revenge for Wang Haoyan would not only fail to kill Lu Ming, but she would also lose her life. However, she waited for a while and did not feel Lu Ming's palm landing on her. She could not help but open her eyes and saw Lu Ming sizing her up carefully, an evil glint flashing in his eyes from time to time. In her eyes, Lu Ming was shining with this kind of light. Chapter 809. 809 Not interested. Wang Haoxian's heart turned cold. Lu Ming, if you want to kill me, just kill me. If you want to humiliate me, I won't let you off even if I become a ghost. Wang Haoxian screamed. Humiliate you? You're thinking too much. Lu Ming's expression was cold. The reason he didn't kill them was that he had thought of a better way. He thought of an inscription formation that he learned from Lian Song, the god-splitting formation. This kind of inscription formation was extremely powerful. If it was engraved in a person's mind, it could penetrate into the soul. Life and death were completely controlled by the person who engraved the formation. This Wang Haoxian was extremely powerful in both talent and combat. If he could control him, he would be of great use. He would be able to obtain a lot of useful information. However, to inscribe such a formation, the opponent had to be completely defenseless. Wang Haoxian could not use his vital essence and was weak, which was the perfect time to do it. Whoosh! Whoosh! Lu Ming pointed his finger at Wang Haoxian, sealing her completely. Not only could she not use her vital essence, but she could not even use her intent and mental energy fire. Then, Lu Ming took out a drop of Wang Haoxian's blood. Blue spiritual fire spread out from his finger and he began to inscribe runes in the void. What do you want to do? Wang Haoxian said in a trembling voice. He was really panicking. However, Lu Ming could not be bothered with her. He concentrated on inscribing. The inscriptions continued to enter Wang Haoxian's forehead. Wang Haoxian felt that something new had appeared in his mind and his face turned pale. The soul-splitting array was very complicated. It contained 18,000 inscriptions. Lu Ming spent an hour inscribing all of them. Who? Lu Ming often exhaled. Tell me, what did you do to me? Wang Haoxian shouted. It's just an array. This array is called the soul-splitting array. It can penetrate your soul and contain my mental energy fire. As long as I want to, the soul-splitting array can tear your soul apart and turn you into an idiot. Lu Ming chuckled. Wang Haoxian's face turned even paler. He screamed, You're despicable. You're shameless. You'll die a horrible death. Lu Ming smiled faintly. He pointed his finger at Wang Haoxian like the wind and undid her seal. He then sat cross-legged to the side and quietly waited. He was waiting for Wang Haoxian to recover his true energy. An hour passed by in the blink of an eye. Boom! Wang Haoxian's body was engulfed in terrifying flames. Her killing intent was as cold as ice. Lu Ming, it's your biggest mistake not to kill me. Now die. Wang Haoxian shouted angrily. Oh really? Have you forgotten that I've engraved the soul-splitting array in your mind? Lu Ming sneered. No matter what you've inscribed, everything will be so levered after I kill you. Wang Haoxian moved and charged toward Lu Ming. But the next moment, Wang Haoxian's body froze and his face showed a painful expression. Ah! Wang Haoxian screamed in pain. She held her head and rolled on the ground. Stop, stop! Wang Haoxian screamed in pain. Lu Ming smiled faintly and stopped controlling the god-splitting formation. Wang Haoxian stopped and knelt on the ground, gasping for breath. In just a short while, she was drenched in cold sweat. Her face was pale. She looked at Lu Ming in fear and shouted, You're despicable. You're shameless. Kill me if you have the guts. Kill you? Why would I kill you? You're very useful to me when you're alive. Lu Ming chuckled. And I'm telling you, the soul-splitting array was engraved by my mental energy fire, and it's completely at my will. As long as I want it to happen, it will take effect. Moreover, don't even think about asking the elders of your Wang family to undo it for you. Apart from me, no one can undo it. If you try to forcefully undo it, the soul-splitting array will tear your soul apart and turn you into an idiot. Lu Ming's words made Wang Haoxian's face even paler. What do you want? Wang Haoxian said in despair. It's very simple. As long as you follow me from now on and be my maidservant, it'll be fine. Lu Ming said indifferently. What? To be your servant? You're dreaming. I'd rather die than be your maid. Wang Haoxian screamed. What was her status? The Wang family's proud daughter, a famous beauty in Nine Dragons. She was both beautiful and talented, and countless people surrounded her. She was a god-tier heaven's favorite who was revered by many. As long as she continued down this path, she would have a great chance of reaching the spiritual god realm in the future. Now, Lu Ming actually asked her to be his maidservant. Maidservant? How could she possibly agree and accept it? She would rather die than submit. You'd better agree. As long as I want to, the god-splitting array will turn you into an idiot. Believe it or not, I'll sell you after I turn you into an idiot. TSK, it'll be interesting if the god-tier genius, Wang Haoxian, is sold. Lu Ming sneered. Wang Haoxian's face was deathly pale and her body trembled violently. If that was the case, it would be a great humiliation to her. It would be 10 times, no, 100 times worse than killing her. She looked at Lu Ming with fear and a strong murderous intent. She wanted to kill Lu Ming in one move, but she did not dare to. No matter how fast she acted, she could not be as quick as Lu Ming. She was really afraid that Lu Ming would turn her into an idiot and sell her. I forgot to tell you something. The soul-splitting array is closely related to me. As long as I die, the soul-splitting array will automatically explode. So, don't even think about killing me. In the future, you must protect me. Do you understand? Lu Ming said. Wang Haoxian was even more desperate. What do you want me to do? I'm telling you, if you want to do something to me, or do something I can't do, I'd rather die than obey, I'd rather kill myself. Wang Haoxian gritted his teeth and agreed. Lu Ming smiled and strode forward. He reached out his hand and gently lifted Wang Haoxian's chin. Wang Haoxian trembled and his eyes flashed with killing intent. She was really humiliated. The anger in her heart was about to burn her whole body. She was too aggrieved. Lu Ming was the enemy who killed her brother. She was here to kill Lu Ming for revenge. However, in the end, not only did she fail to kill Lu Ming, but she also ended up in Lu Ming's hands. She even had to become Lu Ming's maidservant and listen to his orders. Not only that, but she also had to protect him. Was there anything more depressing than this in the world? Don't worry, I'm not interested in you. Lu Ming smiled faintly and took a few steps back. His casual words made Wang Haoxian's body tremble with anger. To be honest, Wang Haoxian was very beautiful. He was a stunning beauty with a graceful figure and many suitors. Now that Lu Ming said that he was not interested, it was a blow to Wang Haoxian. What I want you to do is very simple. After this, you will accompany me in this wild beast forest to hunt demonic beasts and obtain their blood essence. In the future, you will have to come here every 7 days to hand over 70% of the demonic beast blood essence of the 5th level spiritual ocean realm and above. For the time being, this is all you have to do. Lu Ming said. Chapter 810. 810. A sincere attitude. Since he had a free helper, he naturally had to make full use of it. In the wild beast forest, there were countless powerful demonic beasts. If he were to hunt them and devour their blood essence by himself, the speed would be too slow. With Wang Haoxian, he could put more energy into cultivation. All right, I promise you. Wang Haoxian said through gritted teeth. This request was not difficult and she could accept it. She was just afraid that Lu Ming would make some unreasonable requests. In 7 days, she had to hand over 7 portions of demonic beast blood essence at the 5th level of the spiritual ocean realm and above. On average, she only had to kill 1 5th level spiritual ocean realm demonic beast a day. This wasn't difficult for her. We'll meet here in 7 days. If you don't show up, I'll take it as you've betrayed me and I'll activate the soul-splitting formation. Lu Ming said coldly. With that, his figure flashed and he left the place. Lu Ming. Wang Haoxian's eyes were filled with murderous intent. His body trembled violently and his beautiful face was twisted. She hated it, she was angry. After a while, she took a deep breath and calmed herself down. She planned to listen to Lu Ming's instructions for the time being. In the future, she would find an opportunity to get the method to break the array from Lu Ming and then kill him. But he had to endure the humiliation first. Thinking of this, she completely calmed down. With a flash, she also left the place to hunt demonic beasts. Of course, Lu Ming did not know what Wang Haoxian was thinking. Even if he did, he would not care. He was confident that he would surpass Wang Haoxian in terms of combat power after some time. When he returned to Nine Suns Supreme's cave abode, he was still sitting cross-legged under the soul-condensing tree. It seemed that he would need some time. Lu Ming took out a pile of raw gemstones and sat cross-legged. His 9 dragon bloodline appeared and he devoured 100 raw gemstones in one go. After that, he would refine it with all his might and increase his true essence. After refining 100 pieces, another 100 pieces were refined. Boom, boom, boom. In the spirit sea, the waves roared and the rivers and seas churned. When Lu Ming had refined 800 raw gemstones, the area of his spirit sea had doubled once again. Lu Ming's cultivation had entered the 3rd level of the spiritual ocean realm. After that, he continued to refine the raw gemstones. Another 4 days passed, and Lu Ming's cultivation rose to the peak 3rd level of the spiritual ocean tier. At the peak of the 3rd level of the spiritual ocean realm, Lu Ming had reached a bottleneck. If he wanted to continue improving, he had to cultivate the earth and thunder concepts to the 2nd level small completion before he could continue to improve. 7 days have passed. Let's go and see if Wang Haoxian has obtained the blood essence of the demonic beast. Lu Ming had an idea. He left the cave abode and went to the place where he had agreed to meet Wang Haoxian. From a distance, they could see Wang Haoxian sitting cross-legged, his body covered in a layer of fire, like a goddess of fire. To be honest, Wang Haoxian, who was cultivating with his eyes closed and no killing intent around him, was still very beautiful. The flames around him danced, giving off a kind of illusionary feeling. Wang Haoxian opened his eyes when Lu Ming arrived. "Have you obtained the demonic beast blood essence?" Lu Ming asked with a smile. "Here you go." With a wave of Wang Haoxian's hand, 7 jade bottles flew towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming picked up one of the bottles and saw 9 drops of blood essence that looked like blood-red pearls. They were demonic beast blood essence. The blood essence of demonic beasts at the 5th level of the spiritual ocean realm and above, if taken out and sealed in a jade bottle, could be preserved for a month without dissipating. The more powerful an existence was, the stronger the energy and activity of the blood essence, and the longer it could be preserved. Wang Haoxian turned and left after throwing the blood essence to Lu Ming. "Stop!" Lu Ming shouted coldly. Wang Haoxian shuddered. He turned around and looked at Lu Ming. "What do you want now? Don't forget your identity. You're my servant now." Is this how a servant should treat her master? Lu Ming narrowed his eyes and smiled. Wang Haoxian gritted his teeth and glared at Lu Ming with hatred. "What do you want?" Wang Haoxian said through gritted teeth. "A servant girl should have the attitude of a servant girl. Otherwise, I'll make you warm my bed." The corners of Lu Ming's lips curled into an evil smile. "Don't even think about it." Wang Haoxian's face was red with anger. He looked at her with his big eyes and finally gave in. He bowed slightly and said through gritted teeth, "Young Master Lu Ming, young master, this servant will take her leave." It seemed to take all of Wang Haoxian's strength to say this. She panted slightly. "Besides, you are not sincere enough. If you gnash your teeth like this, people who don't know you will think that you are going to eat me. They will think that there is some deep hatred between us. Speak properly and remember, your attitude must be sincere. You must treat me as a young master from the bottom of your heart, a young master that you respect, understand?" Lu Ming started to give instructions. Wang Haoxian almost vomited blood. She was roaring in her heart. There was already a deep hatred between the two of us, all right? And sincere? How? If she was not controlled by the array, she would have chopped Lu Ming into 8 pieces. How could she be so sincere? Young Master Lu Ming, I'll take my leave. Wang Haoxin took a deep breath and spoke. His voice was softer than before. Forget it, it's just SOS. You should practice more in the future. Go. Lu Ming waved his hands in dissatisfaction. This made Wang Haoxin's body fluctuate again. She kept telling herself to endure. She must endure. Only by enduring would she have a chance to seek revenge on Lu Ming. After Wang Haoxin left, Lu Ming returned to his cave abode. Then, he opened the 7 jade bottles one by one. Of the 7 portions of blood essence, 5 were at the 5th level of the spiritual ocean realm, and 2 were at the 6th level. The bloodline of the 9 dragons opened its mouth and sucked, swallowing all 70% of the blood essence and starting to refine it. Now, Lu Ming had used all the power of blood essence to improve his 9 dragon bloodline. He would first upgrade his 9 dragon bloodline to the divine level. Once the 9 dragon bloodline upgraded to the divine level, he would have 2 divine level bloodlines, and his combat power would be even stronger. In less than a day, 70% of his blood essence had been refined. Clearly, this blood essence was still not enough to advance the 9 dragon bloodline to the divine bloodline. Senior Jiuyang will need some time to recover here. Little Qing and Fatty are not in danger now, so it's best for them to cultivate here. I'll just cultivate here. Lu Ming sat cross-legged on the ground, thinking about the direction of his cultivation. The 9 dragons heaven-treading steps isn't far from the 5th step. There's also the 3 absolutes of the dragon god. I'll have to find time to integrate the earth will into it. This way, I'll have another way to fight my enemies. Of course, the most important thing is the comprehension of the will. Also, I can't neglect the Tao of inscription. At the thought of this, Lu Ming's fingers glowed and the infinite dragon spear appeared in his hands. Senior Jiuyang, you have a lot of precious metals here. You can use them to refine the infinite dragon spear. With a thought, a piece of metal appeared in his hand. This piece of metal was called star moon iron. On it, there were patterns that looked like stars. It was very beautiful. A blue mental energy fire appeared in Lu Ming's hands. It wrapped around the star moon iron and started burning. Not long after, the star moon iron softened and finally turned into a pool of liquid that wrapped around the infinite dragon spear. Lu Ming waved his fingers and runes bloomed in the air, flying toward the infinite dragon spear. As the inscriptions were carved, the star moon iron was slowly integrated into the infinite dragon spear. Chapter 811. 811-9 Dragon Bloodline promoted to divine rank. The infinite dragon spear contained an infinite amount of black gold. It could continuously fuse with other precious metals to increase the grade of the infinite dragon spear. Although there were even higher-grade spiritual weapons in the storage ring of the 9 Suns Supreme Master, such as 7th grade and even 8th grade spiritual weapons, there was no lack of spear-type spiritual weapons. However, even though the quality of those spirit weapons was high, they had no potential and their grades were fixed. As for the infinite dragon spear, it was Lu Ming's natal spiritual weapon and it had unlimited potential. Naturally, Lu Ming would choose to use it. 3 hours later, the infinite dragon spear buzzed and glowed brightly. Level 6, top quality. Lu Ming revealed a smile on his face. After integrating a piece of precious star moon iron and Lu Ming's inscription, the infinite dragon spear was refined again. It was upgraded to a level 6 premium item. In the sky, there seemed to be a force of inscription that fell from the sky and fused into Lu Ming's mental energy fire, causing it to slowly improve. This was the reward given to him by the law of inscription after he had forged a top-grade 6th-level spiritual weapon. Lu Ming was not satisfied with the level 6 premium product. He took out another piece of precious metal and started to refine it. A day later, the infinite dragon spear trembled again and reached the peerless level 6. With Lu Ming's current level of inscription and the good materials, it was not difficult for him to refine a level 6 masterpiece. Next, Lu Ming had to refine the infinite dragon spear to level 7. This would be more difficult. He took out a few pieces of precious metals in succession. The blue mental energy fire spread out and Lu Ming began to refine. This time, it took a full 3 days. Buzz! The infinite dragon spear trembled continuously as its spear radiance shot into the sky. Lu Ming quickly waved his hand and entered the Supreme Shrine with the infinite dragon spear to avoid disturbing the 9 Suns Supreme. The infinite dragon spear glowed with a dazzling light. The spear's radiance soared into the sky and a powerful aura spread out. Lever 7, upper lever 7. Lu Ming's eyes lit up and he was overjoyed. It was a success. Lu Ming had upgraded the infinite dragon spear to upper 7th level. It was a huge leap and he had forged a 7th level spiritual weapon. If others were to know about this, they would be scared to death. It was already very impressive for an inscription master to be able to refine the highest grade or peerless grade of their own grade. It was too difficult to refine a spirit weapon that was 1 grade higher. Ordinary true inscription blacksmiths could not do it at all. Furthermore, the higher the grade of the spirit weapon, the harder it was to forge. Currently, only one of Lu Ming's level 6 blue spirit lamps had been lit up. If he lit up a few more, it was not impossible for him to refine a level 7 premium or even a level 7 supreme grade. In the dark, wisps of the power of inscription descended and Lu Ming's mental energy fire continued to grow. Suddenly, the second lamp of mind lit up, and a blue flame started to burn. Lu Ming lit up the second blue spirit lamp and his mental energy was stronger. Lu Ming was overjoyed. He held the long spear and waved it casually. The space trembled and the faint roar of a dragon could be heard. Thereafter, Lu Ming kept his infinite dragon spear. The path understanding ancient tree has changed. Suddenly, Lu Ming moved and appeared on another platform. The path understanding ancient tree was placed there. At this moment, the path understanding ancient tree was sparkling. It was surrounded by rings of light, and a mysterious aura floated out. There was a green leaf on the black branch. It was dark green and crystal clear. There were mysterious patterns on it, as if it contained the universe's truth. Next to the dark green leaf, a second tender green leaf appeared. More than 10 days ago, Lu Ming had watered the Mother of Water Spirit spring on the Xianhuang silicotic soil. As expected, the Mother of Water Spirit spring was a rare treasure in the world. It successfully made the path understanding ancient tree grow its second leaf. Lu Ming closed his eyes and carefully pondered over it. After a while, he opened his eyes, which were filled with surprise. The second leaf of the path understanding ancient tree had indeed increased Lu Ming's speed of comprehension. In the past, it was equivalent to 10 times the normal state. Now it was 20 times. Yes, under the path understanding ancient tree, Lu Ming's state of comprehension was 20 times that of normal circumstances. Naturally, Lu Ming was overjoyed. In that case, his cultivation speed would increase again. The path understanding ancient tree was indeed a rare treasure in the world. In the ancient times, only the strongest had it. Immediately, Lu Ming sat cross-legged and quietly comprehended the essence realm of heaven and earth. Soon, another 7 days passed. Lu Ming went out to retrieve the demonic beast blood essence that Wang Haoxian had sent over. This time, there were 4 sets of 5th-level spiritual ocean tier demonic beast blood essence and 3 sets of 6th-level spiritual ocean tier demonic beast blood essence. After refining them, the 9 dragon bloodlines still did not advance. Just like that, Lu Ming refined the blood essence once every 7 days and spent the rest of his time on cultivation. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed since Lu Ming took control of Wang Haoxian. During this period of time, Lu Ming had made great progress in all aspects, especially the heaven and earth mentality, thunder mentality, and earth mentality. They had reached level 2 lower tier and were about to reach that level. At this time, The bloodline of the 9 dragons had finally reached its limit and was about to advance. This was the 4th time Lu Ming was refining the demonic beast blood essence that Wang Haoxin had given him. In the Supreme Shrine. Roar! The bloodline of the 9 dragons roared into the sky. Its body twisted and rolled in the air, and its body was covered in light. As the 9 holes bloodline howled, its body began to grow longer and thicker. The scales on its body became more dazzling and crystal clear. A claw extended out from the abdomen of the 9 dragon bloodline. The 5th claw. 5 claws, a true dragon. A moment later, a 1,000-meter-long, wriggling true dragon with 5 claws under its belly appeared above Lu Ming's head. There was a golden chakra on the true dragon's body, shining with a dazzling light. The bloodline of the 9 dragons had finally advanced to the divine level and transformed into the body of a true dragon. Afterwards, the bloodline of the 9 dragons roared, and its aura soared into the sky. At this moment, in the depths of 9 dragons, where the 3 dragon veins converged, there was a palace. This palace was suspended in the air. It seemed to be in the depths of the void. It could be seen, but it could not be approached. In the deepest part of the palace, there was a figure sitting cross-legged in the void. It was a middle-aged man in his 50s. He wore a black battle robe and had a burly figure. He sat quietly with his eyes closed, but there seemed to be endless majesty exuding from his body. It was as if this man was a peerless overlord, a peerless emperor who could sweep across the universe and control countless creatures. Suddenly, he opened his eyes. At this moment, the whole world lit up and the surrounding space was instantly annihilated, as if it couldn't withstand the huge pressure and turned into a dark, chaotic space. The bloodline of the 9 dragons has finally appeared? It seems to have evil levered to the god rank. Zhiyang, you've put in a lot of effort to isolate the aura of the blood essence of the 9 dragons with a seal. Unfortunately, you've underestimated me. You can't see through my means. Even if there's a seal, I have my own way to detect it. The blood essence of the 9 dragons seems to be in 9 dragons. There's actually a treasure blocking it. The middle-aged man muttered. After a while, he frowned. He could sense that the bloodline of the 9 dragons was in 9 dragons, but he could not sense its exact location. Chapter 8:12. 8:12 The top 10 war beasts. Zhiyang, you must have found a young heaven's favorite to be your successor, right? Do you want to take revenge on me? Hehe, how naive. Since you're in 9 dragons, I'll definitely find you. Let's leave this matter to the ancient families. The middle-aged man muttered. Then, his lips moved as if he was speaking. Not long after, 6 middle-aged men entered the place. Each of these 6 middle-aged men had an overbearing aura. It was obvious that they were in high positions and had the aura of an overlord. However, these 6 middle-aged men were very respectful in front of the man in black. Your Majesty, Force Emperor. The 6 middle-aged men bowed in greeting. Obviously, the black-robed middle-aged man was the ruler of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace and one of the overlords of the Eastern Barren Land, Martial Emperor. The other 6 middle-aged men were the family heads of the 6 ancient families. Your Majesty, Force Emperor, may I know why you've called the 6 of us here? The head of the Dongfang family bowed and asked. During this period of time, pay close attention to the geniuses of 9 dragons, especially those who have awakened the true dragon bloodline. If there are any, bring them here. Martial Emperor D ordered. Yes. The heads of the 6 families bowed and accepted the order. Go! After Martial Emperor D gave the order, he closed his eyes again. The family heads of the 6 ancient families bowed and left. Roar! The bloodline of the 9 dragons roared, and its aura was shocking. Buzz! Lu Ming turned into a ray of light and entered the 9 dragon bloodlines, fusing with them. At this moment, Lu Ming seemed to have transformed into a true dragon with the power to destroy the world. After a while, the 9 dragons' bloodlines slowly shrank and turned into Lu Ming's appearance. I wonder if there are any other functions after the 9 dragons bloodline is upgraded to a divine bloodline? The devouring power should be even stronger, right? Let's find an opportunity to give it a try. Lu Ming thought excitedly and sensed carefully. What? All of a sudden, he felt a strange power in his spine and the blood of the 9 dragons. This power gave off a terrifying feeling, and Lu Ming seemed to be able to draw this power out at any time. What kind of power is this? Let's go out and try. Lu Ming left the Supreme Shrine and appeared on a mountain peak thousands of miles away. With a single thought, Lu Ming drew out the power in the 9 dragon bloodline. This power was similar to true essence, but it was completely different. Lu Ming could feel that this energy was much stronger than the essential core. Roar! Once the energy was drawn out, it let out a shocking dragon's roar. Following that, the energy fused into Lu Ming's body. At that moment, Lu Ming's muscles swelled up and scales appeared on his skin. Dragon scales, these are dragon scales. At this moment, Lu Ming felt that his body was filled with endless power. Boom! Lu Ming threw a punch. Wherever his fist passed, the air turned into liquid and then evaporated. The space was folded in front of Lu Ming's fist like a piece of paper. A terrifying fist force burst out. Boom! Boom! Wherever the fist force passed, 7 huge mountains were penetrated and exploded. Many demonic beasts roared crazily and flew far away. Lu Ming was dumbfounded. The power of one punch was so terrifying. This was just a casual punch from Lu Ming. What is this power? He's too strong. While Lu Ming was shocked, he was also excited. Dragon power, the power of a true dragon. Kid, this is the power of a true dragon. On his shoulder, Dandan shouted. Dragon power. Lu Ming was puzzled. Dragon power is a power that can only be mastered by a true dragon. It's extremely powerful and is many times more advanced than true essence. It's a top-tier power. Kid, you can actually master dragon power? Dandan exclaimed. I didn't master it. It's just a power born from my bloodline. Lu Ming said. As he spoke, Lu Ming could feel the dragon energy in his body weakening slowly. Very soon, the dragon energy seemed to have been exhausted, and the dragon scales on Lu Ming's skin had disappeared. Why is there no more? Lu Ming was shocked. It could not have been used up just like that, right? Kid, don't worry. It will recover later. Even if it's just a little bit, you'll still be rich. The power of dragon power is not something Jin Yuan can compare with. You've seen it just now. Dandan said. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Could this be the benefit of advancing to the divine level with the 9 dragon bloodline? He had actually condensed a surge of dragon power in his blood. After Lu Ming's outburst, his combat strength would increase greatly. This could be Lu Ming's trump card. I remember now. Kid, the bloodline you awakened isn't the bloodline of the 9 dragons, is it? Dandan suddenly shouted, her eyes fixed on Lu Ming. Yes, why? Lu Ming said. It's really the bloodline of the 9 dragons. How did you awaken it? Did you use the blood essence of the 9 dragons? Dandan asked again. Didn't you already know that? Lu Ming was speechless. Dandan was by his side every day. She had long known his secret. In the past, I only thought that it looked familiar. Now, I finally remember. Jilong, it's that kid Jilong. It seems that he has already died in battle. Dandan suddenly sighed. That kid Jilong. Lu Ming was somewhat speechless. However, he was already used to Dandan's bragging tone. He asked curiously, Dandan, do you know Jilong? Nonsense, of course I know him. I'm the head of the top 10 battle beasts, and that kid 9 dragon is also one of the top 10 battle beasts. It was me who guided him back then that his devouring talent could be displayed to its greatest extent. Didn't you also master it? Dandan put her hands behind her back and said in a mature tone. The 9 dragons are also one of the top 10 war beasts? What are the top 10 war beasts? Lu Ming was extremely curious. He had been hearing Dandan talk about the top 10 beasts every day and he had long wanted to know. Kid, the top 10 battle beasts are existences that have surpassed the divine beasts. Each of them is unique and incomparably powerful. With your current cultivation, it's useless for you to know about them. I'll tell you later. Dandan said proudly. Forget it if you don't want to tell me. I'll ask around myself in the future. Lu Ming said. Then, he returned to his cave and continued cultivating. After the 9 dragons' bloodline advanced to the divine level, its devouring power had increased dozens of times, and refining blood essence was extremely fast. Under the path understanding ancient tree, Lu Ming's cultivation progressed at a tremendous pace. As for 9 Suns Supreme, he was still under the soul consolidation tree and had not woken up. Time passed by quickly. 1 month, 2 months, 3 months. Soon, 5 months had passed since Lu Ming arrived at the wild beast forest. In the past 5 months, Lu Ming had been improving rapidly in all aspects. First, he lit up 2 more lamps on the inscription Dao. Just a few days ago, Lu Ming had lit up 4 blue spirit lamps. As for the 9 dragons' heaven-treading steps, Lu Ming had successfully cultivated to the 5th step and was moving toward the 6th step. The power of the 5th step, 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps, was definitely comparable to the highest level of demigod-level martial techniques. Chapter 8:13. 8:13 Great Improvement in Strength. Apart from the 9 dragons' heaven-treading steps, Lu Ming had also successfully integrated the earth concept into the divine dragon's 3 absolutes. This turned the divine dragon's 3 absolutes into a demigod-level martial arts technique that Lu Ming had cultivated to the highest level. In this way, Lu Ming undoubtedly had many more means to deal with his enemies. His heaven and earth essence realm was also progressing at an amazing speed. The wind, fire, and thunder essence realms had all reached the upper tier of level 2. Only the earth essence realm had been stuck at the peak of level 2 lower tier for a few months. It was very difficult to cultivate the intent of earth, and there were many bottlenecks. It was much slower to improve than the 9 common intents. Most importantly, Lu Ming had to multitask. If he only cultivated one kind of earth concept, his speed would definitely be much faster. With the improvement of his intent, his cultivation naturally increased rapidly as well. Currently, Lu Ming's cultivation had reached the peak of the 5th level spiritual ocean realm. Compared to 5 months ago, he had improved by 3 levels. Their overall combat strength was much stronger than it was 5 months ago. The path understanding ancient tree and the massive resources left behind by the 9 Suns Supreme Master were inseparable from his great progress. Lu Ming turned around and looked in the direction of the 9 Suns Cosmos. The 9 Suns Cosmos was still sitting cross-legged under the soul consolidation tree. It had been 5 months and he had not moved. However, the remnant soul of the 9 Suns Supreme Master was much more solid than it was 5 months ago, giving off a heavy feeling. The soul consolidating fruits on the 2 soul consolidating fruit trees had long since disappeared. Not only that, but the 2 soul consolidating fruit trees had also completely withered and turned into dried branches. Lu Ming had a feeling that it would not be long before the 9 Suns Supreme would wake up. Buzz! Lu Ming's figure moved and he left the cave abode. It was time to collect the blood essence once every 7 days. Not long after, he saw a figure standing in the air, facing the wind. It was Wang Haoxian. Seeing Lu Ming, Wang Haoxian waved his hand and threw 7 jade bottles to Lu Ming. Lu Ming took the bottles and threw the 7 empty bottles to Wang Haoxian. What do you want so much demonic beast blood essence for? Your refining pills? Wang Haoxian asked curiously. After 5 months, Wang Haoxian's state of mind had gradually calmed down. It seemed that he had gotten used to coming here every 7 days to hand over 7 portions of blood essence and meet Lu Ming. For the past 5 months, Lu Ming had only asked her to hunt demonic beasts and obtain their blood essence. He had not asked her to do anything else. How about a battle with me? Lu Ming suddenly spoke. After 5 months of hard work, Lu Ming wanted to test the results of his cultivation. Wang Haoxian was undoubtedly the most suitable candidate. You want to fight me? When I attack, I won't show any mercy. When I beat you up until you lose an arm or a leg, don't use the soul-splitting array to threaten me. Wang Haoxian's eyes flashed. Don't worry. As long as you have the ability, I won't use the soul-splitting array to threaten you even if you cripple me. Lu Ming smiled faintly. All right, you asked for this. Wang Haoxian's eyes turned cold. His body was covered in blazing flames. He took a big step forward and punched. The scorching fist ray blasted toward Lu Ming. The infinite dragon spear appeared in Lu Ming's hands. He waved it casually and the fist radiance was destroyed. No need to probe, use your full strength. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Wang Haoxian frowned slightly. Her punch just now had 80% of her strength 5 months ago. If it were 5 months ago, Lu Ming would definitely have been sent flying. But now, Lu Ming had easily destroyed her fist radiance. It seemed that Lu Ming had made great progress in the past 5 months. Boom! The next moment, Wang Haoxian's aura exploded. In an instant, it reached the aura of the peak 5th level of the spiritual ocean realm. However, this wasn't the limit and continued to rise. Early 6th level spiritual ocean tier, middle 6th level spiritual ocean tier. It rose all the way to the peak 6th level spiritual ocean realm before stopping. Obviously, Wang Haoxian's cultivation had improved greatly during this period of time. This was for sure. It was impossible that Lu Ming was not the only one who was improving. The others were also improving at all times. Boom! Wang Haoxian stepped forward and threw a punch at Lu Ming. The power of this punch was even more terrifying. This is more like it. Lu Ming laughed heartily. His aura burst forth, and his long spear thrust forward like a dragon. A true dragon of 4 colors flew out and pounced forward. With a loud boom, Wang Haoxian's fist force was destroyed. Although the 4-colored true dragon had shrunk a little, it still pounced forward. How can he be so strong? Wang Haoxian's expression changed. He waved his fists again and 2 fist auras shot out. One of the fist radiance and the 4-colored true dragon dispersed at the same time, while the other one was aimed at Lu Ming. Whoosh! Lu Ming's spear radiance exploded and shattered Wang Haoxian's fist radiance. He strode forward and his spear radiance was like a mountain as it smashed towards Wang Haoxian. Wang Haoxian let out a long roar and the flames were boiling as he fought Lu Ming with all his might. But the more the battle went on, the more shocked Wang Haoxian was. He was actually suppressed by Lu Ming. Lu Ming's cultivation was at the peak 5th level of the spiritual ocean realm, 1 level lower than her, but he was still able to suppress her. What was shocking was that Lu Ming did not seem to be using a bloodline martial arts technique. This was even more shocking. In fact, this was normal. In the past 5 months, Lu Ming's 4 intents had all broken through and improved. Wang Haoxian's intents had reached the completion of level 2 5 months ago. Although they had improved this month, they were still at the completion of level 2. Therefore, in terms of artistic conception, Lu Ming's improvement was much greater than hers. That was why Lu Ming could skip a level and easily suppress her. No, I can't be defeated by him. Wang Haoxian roared in her heart. A purple flame appeared above her head. Her body was fused with the purple flame. The purple flame twisted and turned into a purple firebird, which pounced at Lu Ming. Bloodline fusion. I was just waiting for this move. Lu Ming smiled and his infinite dragon spear disappeared. He struck at Wang Haoxian. Bang! As the palm passed through, the space trembled. The firebird wailed and flew back, turning back into Wang Haoxian. His face was pale and blood was flowing from the corner of his mouth. Her eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. Lu Ming did not even use blood meridian fusion. He had destroyed her blood meridian fusion with 1 move and returned her to her original form. How could he be so terrifying? She felt that the power of Lu Ming's palm seemed to be able to suppress heaven and earth, giving her a feeling that she could not resist it. What followed was frustration and dejection. 5 months. It had only been 5 months. 5 months ago, Lu Ming was no match for her at all. He was chased around by her and was almost killed by her. 5 months later, even though her cultivation level had increased by 1 level, she was still easily defeated by Lu Ming in 1 move. This was a little hard for her to accept. In the future, was there any hope of seeking revenge on Lu Ming? The hope was getting slimmer and slimmer. Wang Haoxian felt a sense of helplessness. She had only felt this kind of powerlessness when she was facing those freaks on the top of the list of top 1,000 talents. Could it be that Lu Ming could compete with those perverts? The prison-suppressing heaven art is equivalent to a high-grade demigod martial technique. It's indeed powerful. Lu Ming's lips curled into a satisfied smile. Chapter 814. 814 2 Rays of Dragon Power. In the past 5 months, Lu Ming had devoured more than 150 portions of demonic beasts' blood essence that were at the 5th level of the spiritual ocean realm and above. It was naturally impossible for his bloodline to not improve. The prison-suppressing steel bloodline and the 9 dragons bloodline had both advanced by 1 level, reaching the 2nd level of the divine level. When the prison-suppressing steel's bloodline reached level 2 of the divine level, the prison-suppressing heavenly technique's power increased again, reaching the power of an upper-grade demigod martial technique. However, it should be equivalent to the first stage of an upper-grade demigod martial technique. Even so, its power was still several times stronger than the highest level of a low-grade demigod martial technique. A high-grade demigod martial technique was usually only mastered by a spirit embryo realm expert. Only then could it unleash its full power, and its might was terrifying. When his 9 dragon bloodline advanced to the 2nd level of the divine level, Lu Ming realized that there was an additional dragon energy. There were 2 dragon energies in his bloodline. This made Lu Ming look forward to the upgrade of his blood meridian even more. However, when it came to divine bloodlines, it was even more difficult to upgrade one's bloodline. However, the 3rd bloodline had yet to awaken. It was as if it was still brewing and accumulating. This made Lu Ming feel rather helpless. He could only wait. Let's go. Follow me to hunt demonic beasts. Lu Ming instructed Wang Haoxian. In the past 5 months, Lu Ming had not engaged in any major battles. He had spent most of his time cultivating. It was not possible to just cultivate blindly. There must be a great battle. Only by combining the 2 could one cultivate the path of martial arts. Lu Ming planned to kill the demonic beasts in the Wild Beast Mountain range while collecting blood essence. Once the 9 Suns Supreme woke up, he would head to the Sea Cloud sect. He had agreed to meet Xian Yanqing and Kong Jin at the Sea Cloud sect half a year later. Wang Haoxian bit his lips and followed behind Lu Ming. He did not know what she was thinking. Lu Ming could not be bothered. She and Wang Haoxian went deep into the wild beast forest in search of high-level demonic beasts. Lu Ming could not be bothered to hunt demonic beasts at the 5th and 6th level of the spiritual ocean realm. Their blood essence was too poor for him. He had to at least hunt demonic beasts at the 7th level of the spiritual ocean tier and above. Very quickly, the 2 of them had traveled a distance of 100,000 miles. Roar! A giant black bear, 10 meters tall, with blood-red eyes, exuded a terrifying and powerful aura. This was a demonic beast at the peak of the 7th level spiritual ocean realm. It charged at Lu Ming fearlessly. A spear light condensed in his hand. With a wave of his hand, the spear light pierced through the void and pierced through the giant bear's head. Lu Ming could casually kill an ordinary cultivator at the peak 7th level of the spiritual ocean realm. The devouring power burst out from his palm, devouring the giant bear's blood essence and refining it. The refining power of the 2nd level divine level 9 dragon bloodline was extremely terrifying. In just a few minutes, the giant bear's blood essence was completely refined. The 2 of them continued to venture deeper. Not long after, a demonic beast at the 8th level of the spiritual ocean tier appeared, but it was still easily killed by Lu Ming. As the 2 of them advanced, the number of demonic beasts at the 7th level of the spiritual ocean realm and above that had died at Lu Ming's hands reached 10. Lu Ming used it to upgrade the prison's suppressing steel's bloodline, but it was like a stone sinking into the sea. It did not cause any waves. Boom. Boom. Suddenly, there was a loud noise in front of them. Sword Chi soared into the sky, and there were roars of demonic beasts. There were people fighting with demonic beasts. In the Wild Beast Mountain range, there were often people who entered to hunt demonic beasts, obtain materials, and also look for some spiritual herbs. Lu Ming was not bothered. He bypassed that place and continued to move forward. Before long, they had traveled another 10,000 miles. That seems to be a blood flower. Suddenly, a few spiritual flowers appeared in front of him. The spiritual flower was dark red in color, and it gave off a strong medicinal fragrance. The blood flower was an upper-level 6 spiritual medicine. Although Lu Ming did not think much of it, he would not miss it since he had seen it. Just as Lu Ming was about to walk over, there was a buzzing sound in the sky. A group of dark red flying insects flew toward Lu Ming and the rest. There were at least 10,000 of these dark red insects. A blood-stained bug that's equivalent to a peak-tier king. Lu Ming had an idea and recognized this type of flying insect. Who? Lu Ming did not make a move, but Wang Haoxian did. With a wave of her hand, purple flames filled the air and enveloped the sky. The next moment, tens of thousands of blood bugs were burned to ashes. Lu Ming smiled and stepped forward. Suddenly dash. Buzz. Buzz. The sound of air being torn could be heard as 7 to 8 figures flew over at an extreme speed. Little fellow, those blood-stained flowers are ours. An old voice rang out. 8 figures appeared and stood above Lu Ming and the others. A vast aura filled the air. These 8 people were no doubt experts. 5 were at the 7th level of the spiritual ocean realm, and 3 were at the 8th level. No wonder they dared to venture so deep into the wild beast forest. Among the 8 people, there were white-haired old men and middle-aged men. Get lost, Lu Ming said in a cold voice. Little Z, what did you say? Don't you know how to respect your elders at such a young age? It seems that I have to teach you a good lesson on behalf of your elders. A short and chubby old man looked furious and glared at Lu Ming with an unfriendly gaze. A tremendous aura, the aura of the peak 7th level spiritual ocean realm, filled the air and pressed down on Lu Ming. If you still don't get lost, kill him. Lu Ming did not even look at the short and fat old man. He walked towards the blood-stained flower. He was talking to Wang Haoxian. You're looking for death. The short and fat old man roared in anger. A saber appeared in his hand. In a flash, he slashed at Lu Ming. However, the next moment, a figure appeared in front of the old man. A scorching aura filled the air as he threw a punch. Bang! The short and fat old man was like a firework, instantly turning into a flame and exploding, not even leaving a residue. Sky-burning flames, the Wang family's sky-burning flames. She's so young and yet so powerful. Could she be the Wang clan's god-tier prodigy, Wang Haoxian? It should be her. The other 7 people exclaimed. They came from a big force in 9 dragons, but that force was much weaker than the Wang family. Get lost or die, Wang Haoxian shouted coldly. The eyes of the 7 people flashed with deep fear. Although their cultivation was high, they still felt deep respect for such a god-tier heaven's favorite. The battle prowess of a god-tier heaven's favorite was too strong. It couldn't be measured by cultivation. But what shocked them the most was that Wang Haoxian seemed to listen to the young man. Just now, the young man had given Wang Haoxian an order. Who was that young man? It was unbelievable that he could command a god-level talent like Wang Haoxian. They looked at Lu Ming with a look of awe. It was a misunderstanding. Let's go, we'll leave immediately. The other 7 people laughed and flew forward at top speed, deep into the wild beast forest. Lu Ming could not be bothered and picked the blood-stained flower. After that, he continued to search for demonic beasts to kill. In the blink of an eye, half a day had passed. Roar! Suddenly, the earth-shaking roars of a few demonic beasts came from the front. Then, Lu Ming and the rest saw two figures flying wildly outside with frightened faces. These two people were two of the group who had wanted to snatch the blood-stained flower. Chapter 8:15. 8:15 Overpowering a peak 9th level spiritual ocean tier demonic beast. They were two old men, and they were covered in blood as they fled in fear. Behind them, there were a few huge demonic beasts that were chasing them. The auras on those demonic beasts were extremely terrifying. They were demonic beasts at the 9th level of the spiritual ocean realm. At this moment, the two elders also saw Lu Ming and his partner. Their eyes lit up and they rushed toward them at top speed, shouting, "Help! Help!" Lu Ming furrowed his brows. These two old fellows were obviously trying to shift the blame to them. Lu Ming would not let them have their way. "Retreat!" Lu Ming whispered and retreated with Wang Haoxian. "Save us!" The two elders chased after Lu Ming and the other man while the few powerful demonic beasts behind them continued to pursue them. "You two, you can't just leave me in the lurch." The two old men called out. "What did you take from those demonic beasts? Otherwise, why would they chase after you?" Lu Ming snorted coldly. The two old men's expressions changed, and one of them said, "We didn't take anything. We just went deep in and encountered these demonic beasts. They were crazily chasing us. Our other companions were all killed by them, and we are the only two left." The two old men said as they flew towards them. "Hand over your storage rings and I'll save you." Lu Ming sneered. These two old men must have taken something from those demonic beasts. Otherwise, why would those demonic beasts keep chasing them? "You're robbing me," the two old men said. "If you don't give it to me, then get lost. If you continue to pester me, I'll make a move," Lu Ming said. A cold glint flashed in the eyes of the two elders. They did not say a word and continued to pester Lu Ming and the rest as they flew toward them. Since Lu Ming and the rest did not take action, he would implicate them. Roar! A giant black wolf roared and charged at them at the fastest speed. This giant wolf had combat strength at the peak of the 9th level of the spiritual ocean realm. With a swipe of its claw, it enveloped the elder, Lu Ming, and the others. The two old men cried out in alarm and ran for their lives. Boom! Wang Haoxian took a step forward and threw out a fiery fist radiance, which collided with the wolf's claw. The giant wolf roared and a large part of its claw was burnt. However, Wang Haoxian was also forced to retreat. The giant wolf's eyes were blood red as it howled madly and pounced on the two old men without a care for its life. "Since you want to die, I'll grant you your wish." At this moment, Lu Ming's gaze turned cold. The infinite dragon spear appeared and swept out. The spear's radiance expanded and formed a huge spear pillar that swept toward the two elders. "I can't." The two elders were shocked and tried their best to block it. However, how could they block Lu Ming's attack with their cultivation at the 8th level of the spiritual ocean tier? They were hit by the spear radiance and spat out mouthfuls of blood as their bodies flew towards the huge wolf demonic beast. "Ow!" The giant wolf demonic beast let out a long howl and slashed out its claw. Under the despairing eyes of the two elders, it tore them apart. Then, the giant wolf opened its mouth and swallowed the two elders' storage rings. It glanced at the two of them and actually turned to leave. "You want to leave? Stay." Lu Ming would not let them leave. He strode forward and took a few steps. Boom! Boom! With 5 steps, the power of the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps exploded. The giant wolf demonic beast wailed as its huge body was stomped down, crashing into the ground below and creating a deep pit that was thousands of meters wide. Roar! At this moment, the other 2 demonic beasts also pounced over. These 2 demonic beasts, a giant tiger and a giant snake, both had peak 9th level spiritual ocean tier combat strength. With a shake of the long spear, 2 spear lights shot out. 2 wounds were left on the bodies of the 2 demonic beasts, causing blood to flow out. Roar! The fresh blood made the 2 demonic beasts pounce on Lu Ming even more frantically. The giant wolf struggled to its feet and stomped on the ground. The earth rumbled and gravel flew everywhere. The giant wolf soared into the sky and charged at Lu Ming. "You don't need to do anything, I'll do it." On the side, Wang Haoxian was about to make a move but was stopped by Lu Ming. Coincidentally, there were a few opponents that Lu Ming could use as practice. The long spear trembled and was swung out. The spear light swept across the void, constantly sweeping and stabbing at the three demonic beasts. The three demonic beasts' roars were like thunder, shaking the heavens and earth. 3 attacks: fire, ice, and lightning burst out from their bodies and headed towards Lu Ming. The giant tiger, giant wolf, and giant snake had claws as sharp as knives and bodies as hard as steel whips. They carried a terrifying attack power that could tear the body apart if hit. Lu Ming used the 3 absolutes of the Divine Dragon and the 9 Dragons' Heaven Stomping Steps from time to time to battle 3 peak 9th level spiritual ocean tier demonic beasts. He even had the upper hand. Wang Haoxian was shocked. Lu Ming had clearly not unleashed his full power yet. He had not used his bloodline martial arts technique, and he had also fused with a divine bloodline. Yet, he was able to suppress 3 peak 9th level spiritual ocean tier demonic beasts, while Lu Ming was only at the peak 5th level spiritual ocean tier. If it were her, she would only be able to suppress one of the demonic beasts if she fused with a divine level bloodline. At most, she would be able to fight to a draw with 3 demonic beasts. Gah! Just as Wang Haoxian was lost in his thoughts, a shrill scream rang out in the sky. Esilavir light flashed and appeared in front of Wang Haoxian in the next moment. Like the most terrifying heavenly blade, it slashed towards Wang Haoxian's head. Wang Haoxian's pupils shrank sharply, and his body was covered in flames. He threw a punch, and a scorching fist radiance was thrown out. Bang! The Esilavir light and the fist radiance collided. In an instant, the fist radiance dissipated, and the Esilavir light came again. Wang Haoxian retreated quickly and threw 2 punches at the same time. The 2 fist auras were dispersed again, but they were blocked for a while. Wang Haoxian had time to prepare. His divine bloodline appeared. Wang Haoxian merged with the bloodline and turned into a purple firebird, pouncing forward. Bang! The purple firebird and the Esilavir light collided. With a loud boom, the purple firebird flew back, and the Esilavir light also stopped. It was a giant Silavir bird with a wingspan of 50 meters. Its entire body was Esilavir, as if it was cast from Esilavir. Silavir ROC. Wang Haoxian's pupils shrank. The Esilavir ROC had the bloodline of the divine beast, the golden-winged ROC. It was a descendant and was extremely powerful. Ordinary demonic beasts couldn't compare to it. Ordinary demonic beasts were like ordinary human martial artists, while demonic beasts that possessed the bloodline of divine beasts were like the prodigies of the human race. They had powerful combat strength and could fight across levels. Moreover, the higher the concentration of the divine beast bloodline, the stronger the talent and power. This Esilavir ROC was also at the peak 9th level spiritual ocean realm. Gah! The Esilavir ROC let out a shrill cry and pounced at Wang Haoxian again. Wang Haoxian had no choice but to flap his wings to face the attack. However, the Esilavir ROC was much more powerful than the other 3 demonic beasts combined. After a few clashes, Wang Haoxian dispersed the flames and returned to his human form, spitting out blood. Buzz! The Esilavir ROC turned into a flash of Esilavir lightning. Its wings were like heavenly blades, and it slashed toward Wang Haoxian. Wang Haoxian's eyes were filled with despair. She had nowhere to run. Clang! The next moment, a figure appeared in front of her and struck out a palm, sending the Esilavir ROC flying. Wang Haoxian widened his eyes in shock. Chapter 816. 816 Soul Gathering Stone. The person who appeared in front of Wang Haoxian was naturally Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming's figure was much bigger and stronger than usual. His skin was covered with dense scales and his aura was extremely violent. Wang Haoxian looked in the other direction and realized that the 3 demonic beasts had all been killed by Lu Ming. Gah! The Asylavir ROC let out a loud cry and pounced toward Lu Ming. Kill! Lu Ming took a step forward and threw a punch, which collided with the Asylavir ROC's wings. Kacha! The Asylavir ROC's huge body was sent flying and it wailed in pain. One of its wings was deformed and its bone armor had been broken by Lu Ming. The Asylavir ROC's blood-red eyes actually revealed a look of fear. It flapped its wings and turned to leave. You still want to run? Lu Ming took a step forward and caught up to the Asylavir ROC. The violent force of the kick landed on the back of the Asylavir ROC. The Asylavir ROC wailed in pain and was sent flying to the ground. A long spear appeared in Lu Ming's hand and he thrust it out, piercing through the Asylavir ROC's heart and killing it. Wang Haoxian was shocked. The Asylavir ROC, a descendant of the golden-winged giant roc, was killed by Lu Ming with a crushing force. This Asylavir ROC had almost killed her just now. Lu Ming's combat strength was too terrifying. In that case, it would not be too difficult for Lu Ming to kill her now. Also, what kind of secret technique was that? It was so terrifying. His body was covered in scales like a demonic beast, and his aura was violent and terrifying. She felt extremely complicated. In her eyes, Lu Ming was becoming more and more mysterious and unfathomable. Lu Ming flew down and secretly devoured the Asylavir ROC's blood essence. It's indeed powerful to release a burst of dragon power. Lu Ming thought to himself. Just now, he had used a burst of dragon power. After that, he used the prison suppressing heaven technique, which was so powerful that he killed 3 demonic beasts, blocked the Asylavir ROC's attack on Wang Haoxian and killed it. I wonder how powerful it would be if 2 dragon powers were to burst out at the same time? Lu Ming's lips curled into a smile. When the 9-dragon bloodline was raised to the 2nd level of the divine level, there would be 2 dragon powers. Let's go. Let's leave this place. Lu Ming said. You don't want these demonic beast corpses? Wang Haoxian asked. There were a total of 4 9th-level spiritual ocean tier demonic beast corpses, especially the Asylavir ROC. The materials from its body were extremely valuable. If you want it, you can take it. Lu Ming waved his hands. With the wealth left behind by the 9 Sun Supreme Master, he didn't care about these demonic beasts at all. The spirit stones he exchanged for them wouldn't even be enough for him to swallow in a few bites. With that, Lu Ming stepped forward. Wang Haoxian looked at Lu Ming a few more times. After making sure that Lu Ming really did not want the bodies, she put the 4 corpses away. On a mountain peak tens of thousands of miles away, Lu Ming sat cross-legged, refining his blood essence. Wang Haoxian stood by Lu Ming's side, protecting him. The blood essence of the 4 demonic beasts at the 9th level of the spiritual ocean tier was extremely dense. However, with the refining power of the 9-dragon bloodline, it didn't take long for it to be completely refined. All the power of the blood essence flowed into the prison-suppressing steel bloodline, but the bloodline did not improve. It was still at level 2 of the divine level. What did those guys steal from those demonic beasts? And those demonic beasts were a little different from the other demonic beasts. Lu Ming muttered to himself. The demonic beasts in the wild beast forest were all affected by the killing intent here. They were all extremely violent and fearless. They had lost their intelligence and would not show any signs of fears. However, those demonic beasts showed fear after being injured by Lu Ming. The Asylavir ROC's fear was even more intense. It even turned around and ran away. It was very different from the other demonic beasts, which made Lu Ming feel a little strange. Could it be because of the high level? Lu Ming shook his head. He decided not to bother about it for now. He wanted to see what the 2 elders had taken from the demonic beasts that caused the demonic beasts to chase after them. Lu Ming rummaged through the 2 storage rings. They were all spiritual crystals, a few rough stones, pills, and secret manuals. Lu Ming did not think much of them. In the end, Lu Ming found a metal box. The box was not big, but it was placed in a very important place. Lu Ming took it out and opened it to find a red stone inside. The stone was the size of a fist. Once the metal box was opened, a wondrous aura emanated from the stone. Lu Ming immediately felt his mind clear and he was in high spirits. Could it be the soul-gathering stone? Lu Ming's eyes suddenly bloomed with a bright light. The soul-gathering stone was a rare treasure that had a magical effect on the soul. Legend had it that when a person had just died and their soul had yet to disperse, if a soul-gathering stone was used to gather it, there would be a miraculous way to bring them back to life. Of course, there were some exaggerations in the legends, but it was definitely useful to the soul. Those guys must have taken this soul-gathering stone from the demonic beast. Lu Ming's heart stirred. Those demonic beasts must have regained some of their intelligence because of the soul-gathering stone. That was why they knew fear. That was why they had been chasing after the two old men to get the soul-gathering stone back. This soul congregation stone will definitely be of great use to Senior Jiuyang. At the thought of this, Lu Ming revealed a look of joy. If the soul of the Nine Sons Supreme was strengthened to a certain extent, he might really be able to be resurrected in the future and reappear in the world. Let's go back to the cave. Lu Ming stood up and flew back to the cave abode with Wang Haoxian. A few thousand miles away from the cave. I have at most a month before I leave the wild beast forest. During this time, you don't have to hunt demonic beasts. Cultivate on your own. I will send you a voice transmission when I am about to leave. Lu Ming instructed Wang Haoxian and flew to the cave abode alone. Soon he returned to the cave abode. The Nine Sons cosmos was still sitting cross-legged, but the soul-consolidating tree had completely shriveled up. There was no energy left. Lu Ming guessed that the Nine Sons cosmos would wake up soon. As expected, 3 days later, the Nine Sons Supreme woke up. Senior Jiuyang, how's your recovery? Nine Sons stepped forward to pay her respects and asked. My soul power has increased a lot. Finally, I won't fall into a deep sleep so easily. The supreme martial artist of the Nine Sons smiled. That's good. Senior Jiuyang, I've obtained a soul-gathering stone. It might be useful to you. Lu Ming took out the soul-gathering stone and held it in his palm. The eyes of the Nine Sons Supreme Master lit up instantly like two small suns. He stretched out his hand and grabbed the soul-gathering stone in his hand. He examined it for a moment and then laughed. It really is the soul-gathering stone. Ha, good. With this soul-gathering stone, my soul power will be greatly restored. Then I can help you. It's good that it's useful to you, Senior. Lu Ming was very happy. Lu Ming, thank you. I'll go back to the Supreme Shrine to refine it now. With that, the Nine Sons Supreme wrapped himself in the soul-gathering stone and turned into a ray of light, rushing into Lu Ming's glabella and disappearing. I'll cultivate for a while more, then I'll go to the Sea Cloud sect and meet up with Little Qing and the others. Lu Ming pondered in his heart. Chapter 817. 817 Not good. Lu Ming continued to cultivate in seclusion. In the blink of an eye, more than 20 days had passed. During this period of time, Lu Ming continued to use the origin stone to break through, raising his cultivation to the peak 6th level spiritual ocean realm in one fell swoop. However, the Earthwell was still stuck at the peak of the lower tier of level 2, unable to break into the upper tier of level 2. At this time, there were less than 10 days left until the half-year agreement. Little Qing, Fatty, and the others have already come out from the Tianqiong relic. I should also make a move. Lu Ming thought to himself. During this period of time, he had been communicating with Xianxia and the rest through voice transmission. Otherwise, Xianxia would be worried about Lu Ming's safety and would not be able to cultivate in peace. Knowing that they were safe, Xianxia and Kong Jin were able to cultivate in Tianqiong relic in peace. At the same time, Lu Ming could cultivate in peace and wait for the Nine Sons Supreme. Lu Ming packed his things and left the cave abode. He quickly flew out of the wild beast forest. Thousands of miles away, on a mountain peak, Wang Haoxian was standing against the wind. When she saw Lu Ming, she followed him obediently and flew out. Not long after, they were out of the wild beast forest. Suddenly, their bodies felt lighter. Their speed increased, and they turned into two rainbow lights, flying toward the east. Half a day later, they were close to the dragon vein in the east. Lu Ming brought Wang Haoxian and flew directly to the Sea Cloud sect. Lu Ming, how have you been? When Lu Ming arrived at the Sea Cloud sect, Xiao Xian stepped into the air and said with a smile. Ha, Xiao Xian, congratulations on breaking through to the Spirit Ocean and becoming a powerful being of the Spirit Ocean. Lu Ming's gaze swept across Xiao Xian and could tell that she had already broken through to the Spiritual Ocean tier. She was now at the peak of the first level of the Spiritual Ocean tier. I did break through, but you should be even more unfathomable. Xiao Xian smiled and looked at Wang Haoxian, who was behind Lu Ming. Lu Ming, you have such a beautiful woman with you. Be careful, Miss Nianqing will be jealous if she sees you. Don't worry, she's just my servant. Why would Xiao Qing be jealous? Lu Ming said with a smile. Wang Haoxian, who was standing behind Lu Ming, gritted his teeth and felt hatred in his heart. Maidservant. Xiao Xian was taken aback. She turned to Wang Haoxian and said, May I know elder sister's name? Wang Haoxian glanced at Xiao Xian and snorted, but he didn't answer. How could a disciple from a small power like Xiao Xian enter Wang Haoxian's eyes? She is Wang Haoxian. Lu Ming answered on her behalf. So it's Lady Wang. What? Wang Haoxian? Which Wang Haoxian? Xiao Xian started to nod, but she immediately reacted. Her pupils contracted and she looked at Lu Ming in shock, asking a few questions. Isn't it Wang Haoxian from the ancient Wang family? Lu Ming said casually. What? She was a god-level prodigy, Wang Haoxian? Your maidservant? Xiao Xian's voice trembled as she spoke, her eyes filled with shock. Who would believe that Wang Haoxian, a god-level prodigy, had become Lu Ming's maidservant? Xiao Xian thought she was dreaming. Wang Haoxian gritted his teeth unhappily. She knew that if this matter were to spread, her reputation would be tarnished, but what could she do? She was also helpless. Let's not talk about this first. Little Qing and Fatty should be here soon. Lu Ming said casually, his gaze looking into the distance. Xiao Xian kept taking deep breaths to calm herself down. This matter was simply too shocking. Soon, two rainbow lights appeared from the horizon. In a few breaths, they arrived in front of the Sea Cloud sect. As the rainbow light dissipated, Xianxia and Kong Jin's figures appeared. Ha, Lu Ming, we meet again. I missed you so much. As soon as Kong Jin appeared, he burst into laughter and pounced on Lu Ming like a bear. However, the next moment he swept his gaze and saw Wang Haoxian standing behind Lu Ming. He felt as if his butt had been pricked by a needle and his body bounced up like a round ball. Wang Haoxian, is that you? What are you doing here? The fatty cried out in disbelief, and his aura burst out. The peak of the 5th level of the spiritual ocean realm. After not seeing each other for half a year, Fatty's cultivation had reached the peak of the 5th level of the spiritual ocean tier, only one step away from the 6th level. On the other side, Xianxing's cultivation at the peak 5th level of the spiritual ocean realm erupted. His eyes were filled with killing intent as he stared at Wang Haoxian. What's wrong? Do you want to fight? Do you think you're my match? Wang Haoxian laughed coldly. A powerful aura burst out and pressed down on Fatty and Xianxing. What are you doing? Retract your aura. Lu Ming cast a glance at Wang Haoxian and snorted. Wang Haoxian snorted and retracted his aura. He stood obediently behind Lu Ming. Fatty and Xianxing were dumbfounded. Don't be nervous, she's my maidservant now. Lu Ming said with a smile. A maidservant? Fatty's mouth was as wide as a lamb leg, while Xianxing's eyes were wide open. Previously, Lu Ming and Xianxing did not mention that Wang Haoxian had become his servant through voice transmission. The Jade Talisman could not explain clearly, but he said that he was fine and that they did not have to worry. Therefore, Xianxia and the others were naturally shocked. Lu Ming, what's going on? Xianxia's eyes widened. It's like this. Lu Ming explained how he subdued and toyed with Wang Haoxian, but he skipped the part about the Nine Yang Supreme. He only said that he had accidentally found the dark yin grass and refined it into dark yin powder, then controlled Wang Haoxian. It's actually like this? Lu Ming, I really admire you. It's so cool to have such a beautiful woman serving you every day. No, I also want to learn the Tao of inscription. I also want to learn. The fatty was the first to shout. His two little eyes were full of stars. It was as if he could already see countless proud girls surrounding him, serving him, and becoming his maidservants. Fatty, don't talk nonsense. I've been cultivating alone all this time. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat and he quickly explained. Lu Ming, both of you will be in the wild beast forest during this period of time. A cold voice came. Xianxia's eyes swept between Lu Ming and Wang Haoxian with hostility. Little Qing, although we're both in the wild beast forest, we're all cultivating on our own. Lu Ming quickly explained. Young Master Lu Ming, the bed is ready. Do you need me to help you warm it up? At this moment, Wang Haoxian spoke. Lu Ming's eyelids twitched. He turned around and glared at Wang Haoxian. Wang Haoxian's lips curled up slightly and he looked smug. Nest, this is revenge, pure revenge. Lu Ming screamed in his heart. As expected, Xianxia gritted his teeth and his eyes widened. With a cold expression, he squeezed out a sentence. Pervert, Lu Ming, you're indeed a perverted man. I'm innocent. Lu Ming was speechless. What did he mean by perverted? When was he lecherous? Wang Haoxian, don't talk nonsense. Lu Ming berated. Wang Haoxian immediately put on an aggrieved expression. He pinched his fingers and lowered his head, pretending to be obedient and not say a word. Chapter 818. 818 Killing their way to the Wind Sword Sect. Lu Ming, you're amazing. You've managed to train that violent woman, Wang Haoxian, to be so obedient. I'm impressed. Fatty had touched a sore spot. Lu Ming. Xianxia shrieked. A powerful aura burst out of his body and the sky demon force field enveloped Lu Ming. Lu Ming was shocked. He moved his body and penetrated the heavy force field. He appeared beside Xianxia and wrapped his arm around Xianxia's waist. Xianxia's body trembled and the force field disappeared. Silly girl, can't you tell that she did it on purpose? I only have you in my heart. How can Wang Haoxian touch my heart? Lu Ming whispered in Xianxia's ear. This action was really intimate. Xianxia looked around and saw Fatty, Xiaoxian, and Wang Haoxian staring at them with wide eyes. His face turned red and he struggled. Lu Ming, let me go. If you don't believe me, I won't let go. Lu Ming said with a smile. I believe in you. Xianxia admitted defeat. Lu Ming's arm then loosened. Xianxia struggled and flew out, his face red. Huh, the weather's pretty good today. Don't you think so, Sister Xiaoxian? Fatty laughed and turned to look elsewhere. Yes, I am. Xiaoxian also turned in another direction. Xianxia's face turned even redder and he glared at Lu Ming. Lu Ming, on the other hand, looked at Xianxia with a smile. After the banter, the few of them started chatting. Xianxia and Kong Jin had some fortuitous encounters in the Sky Dome relic. Their cultivation had reached the peak 5th level of the spiritual ocean realm, and their comprehension of concepts had far surpassed Lu Ming's. However, just like Lu Ming, their third bloodline had not been awakened yet. It seemed to be still accumulating. Now, you're no match for me, Lu Ming said with a smile. Don't be so smug. When I awaken my third bloodline, I'll definitely defeat you. Xianxia snorted and pouted. Especially when he looked at Wang Haoxian, his eyes were extremely unfriendly, as if he was still brooding over it. Hey, someone's coming. Lu Ming suddenly looked into the distance. A sword light cut through the void at an extremely fast speed. In the blink of an eye, it had arrived before him. The sword light dissipated, and a beautiful woman appeared. Ting Ting. The fatty was overjoyed when he saw the woman and hurriedly went up to her. This young woman was Ruan Ting Ting. Fatty, Lu Ming, Miss Nianxing, I didn't expect you to be here. Ruan Ting Ting was overjoyed to see Lu Ming and the rest. Ting Ting, long time no see. Lu Ming and Xianxia also greeted Ruan Ting Ting. After not seeing each other for half a year, Ruan Ting Ting had already pulled through that period of sadness. There was a heroic spirit on her body, making her look heroic and cool. Ting Ting, aren't you cultivating in Di Tian's royal guards? What are you doing here? Fatty asked. I came here with Big Brother Long Qianli. Recently, the Heavenly Corpse sect and the Heavenly Demon Valley have sent their geniuses to 9 dragons to challenge the geniuses of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace. There are geniuses from the Heavenly Corpse sect blocking the entrance of a holy land on the Dragon Vein in the east. They are very arrogant, so Big Brother Long Qianli wanted to meet them, so I followed them. I'll also go to the Windsword sect to avenge my parents. Ruan Ting Ting explained. The Heavenly Corpse sect and the geniuses of the Heavenly Demon Valley are all here. Lu Ming, Xianxia, and the rest were stunned. Yes, I heard that the most powerful group of future geniuses, such as the Heavenly Corpse sect, sent the sovereigns ranked below the 100th on the list of top 1,000 talents. Ruan Ting Ting said. This is normal. Before every battle of Kismet, the Overlord forces will send their geniuses to each other's territory. The purpose is to test the strength of each other's geniuses. In the past, the Empyrean Divine Palace also sent their geniuses to the Heavenly Corpse sect. This time, the Heavenly Corpse sect and the Sky Demon Valley have come together, said Wang Haoxian. She was a genius of the Wang clan and knew the situation better. Lu Ming nodded. This was understandable. Although the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace and the Heavenly Corpse sect were mortal enemies, they didn't kill the envoys. When the other party's geniuses came, the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace could only send their geniuses to face the enemy. Ting Ting, let's go to the Windsword sect first. After we deal with them, we'll go take a look together. Lu Ming said. He also wanted to see the strength of the Heavenly Corpse sect's paragons. All right. Ruan Ting Ting nodded. The group of them then headed towards the Windsword sect. Lu Ming could tell that Ruan Ting Ting's cultivation had already reached the 3rd level of the spiritual ocean tier. It was obvious that Ruan Ting Ting had been heavily nurtured in the Ditian royal guards for the past 6 months. In addition to the inheritance of blue-gold supremacy, her cultivation had progressed so quickly. Naturally, Lu Ming and the rest were not together to help Ruan Ting Ting take revenge. Back then, Lu Ming had said that he would let Ruan Ting Ting take revenge herself. They were going together to prevent any accidents. Soon, the Windsword sect's mountain gate came into view. Who's there? This is the Windsword sect, stop right there. At the Windsword sect's mountain gate, the disciples guarding the mountain shouted. Don't you guys recognize me? Ruan Ting Ting strode forward with a gloomy expression. Ruan Ting Ting, you're Ruan Ting Ting. The expression of the disciples guarding the mountain changed drastically. I won't kill you, go get old man Yifet, come out and face your death. Ruan Ting Ting said. Just you wait. The disciple turned around and ran away. Clang, clang, clang. After a while, urgent bell chimes came from the Windsword sect. Then, a large number of figures appeared in the depths of the Windsword sect. Yifa, Yi Qing, and a few elders from the Windsword sect. However, they stopped in the depths of the Windsword sect and did not walk out. Yifa's eyes swept across them and said, Ting Ting, what happened back then was our fault. However, because of this, the Windsword sect's patriarch died in battle. A few other experts also died. Qing Er's cultivation was also crippled. Can we just let this matter end? Shut up. Don't call my name. End it? Sure, but I'll end it after I cut off your head. Ruan Ting Ting said coldly, her killing intent extremely thick. During this period of time, she had been cultivating with all her might, hoping that one day, she would be able to charge into the Wind Sword sect and avenge her parents. How could this matter be easily resolved? Yefa's eyes were cold, but he didn't say anything. Since you're not coming out, I'll kill my way in. As soon as Ruan Tingting finished speaking, the sound of a sword rang out. A blue sword chi soared into the sky. As the sword chi crisscrossed, Ruan Tingting strode forward. Third level of the spiritual ocean tier. Yefa and the others' expressions changed. They were in disbelief. Lu Ming's eyes swept across the surroundings and a cold smile appeared on his face. Let's go in and take a look. Then, they followed Ruan Tingting and stepped out. Seeing that Lu Ming and the rest had entered the Wind Sword sect's territory, Yefa's eyes turned cold. His killing intent flashed as he shouted, "Great formation, rise." Then, dense runes appeared all over the mountains and plains of the Wind Sword sect. Streaks of sword chi condensed in the air, and a powerful pressure permeated the air. This was a killing formation, a level 6 killing formation, and it was extremely powerful. Back then, Lu Ming and the others had caused a huge commotion in the 100 Venerates Mountain. In the end, Ruan Tingting had been taken away by the Dition Imperial Guards. Naturally, Yefa had heard about it. Chapter 819. 819. What a trashy formation. Although they didn't know the exact process of that incident, they heard that Ruan Tingting had a great opportunity. During this period of time, Yefa was filled with worry and anticipation. He hoped that Ruan Tingting would be killed in the brutal competition. At the same time, he was also making preparations. He had paid a huge price to hire a 6th-rank true inscription alchemist to inscribe an extremely powerful killing formation in the Wind Sword sect. As long as Ruan Tingting and Lu Ming stepped into the Wind Sword sect, he would activate the killing formation and kill them. Little bitch, I've already given you a chance, but you didn't cherish it. Even a 6th-level spiritual ocean tier martial artist will die if he steps into this array. Now, let's see how you're going to kill me. Yefa's face was extremely gloomy as he spoke coldly. Ruan Tingting's brows twitched as she cursed in her heart. She had been too careless. Hee, sect leader Yi, you think you can kill us with this formation? You're too naive. At this moment, Lu Ming chuckled. It's more than enough to kill you. Yefa said coldly. However, his eyes flashed with a serious look. In reality, the one he feared the most was not Ruan Tingting, but Lu Ming and the rest. In his eyes, Lu Ming and the rest were unfathomable. More than half a year ago, in that competition, the Wind Sword sect had been completely defeated by Lu Ming and the rest. He had built this large array mainly to deal with Lu Ming and the rest. You think too highly of your array. To be honest, I don't know what kind of inscriber you've hired. They're complete trash. You want to trap us with a trash array? You're too naive. Lu Ming smiled and stepped forward. With every step that Lu Ming took, a circle of dense inscriptions would appear on the ground. These inscriptions seemed to be alive and were actually moving on the ground. Yefa's expression changed drastically and he shouted, "You're also an inscription master? Take control of the formation and kill them." The formation around them shook. In the sky, endless sword chi gathered, exuding a terrifying power as it shot toward Lu Ming and the others. Xian Yanqing, Fatty, Ruan Tingting, and even Wang Haoxian didn't move at all, as if they didn't see the sword chi. They had all seen how strong Lu Ming's refinement path was. However, Lu Ming still had a smile on his face. He took a step forward and said softly, "Break?" As soon as he finished speaking, the sword chi that was stabbing at them from all directions collapsed. Poochie! The inscriptions around the Wind Sword sect were like fire falling into ice. With a sizzling sound, they disappeared without a trace. As Lu Ming finished speaking, the large array was broken. Yefa, Yi Qing, and some of the Wind Sword sect elders' faces paled. They turned pale and bloodless. Yifa had paid a huge price to hire a 6th-rank true inscription alchemist and spent half a month to perfect the formation that could kill a 6th-level spiritual ocean tier expert. To think that it was broken by Lu Ming while he was talking and laughing. This was too shocking. Could it be that not only was Lu Ming's martial arts cultivation so powerful, but his Tao of inscription was also so terrifying that all his plans were useless in an instant? They felt a chill in their hearts and were in despair. Wan Tingting, didn't you want to take revenge? If you want to take revenge, then do it yourself. Why did you call for help? Since that's the case, I admit defeat today. If you want to kill me, then kill me. Yifa called out to Wan Tingting. Yifa, you don't have to use such a low-level method to provoke me. If it was a direct battle, I wouldn't interfere. But if you use such a method, I will definitely interfere. Lu Ming smiled. You won't interfere? You said it, don't go back on your word. Yifa shouted. Naturally I won't. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Wan Tingting, what about you? Yifa was still worried and looked at Wan Tingting. I will kill you all with my own hands. Wan Tingting's answer was very obvious. All right, since that's the case, let's attack and kill this little bitch. Yifa gritted his teeth and said in a dark voice. Suddenly, 2 old men rushed out from behind Yifa, and their powerful auras filled the air. 5th level of the spiritual ocean tier. Xiao Xian exclaimed. These 2 old men were actually at the 5th level of the spiritual ocean tier. The Wind Sword sect definitely did not have such powerful experts. Yifa must have paid a huge price to invite them. What Yifa said just now was to get Lu Ming and the rest to not make a move. Then, he would let 2 experts at the 5th level of the spiritual ocean tier kill Wan Tingting. His intentions were vicious. Lu Ming, Tingting Shi. Xiao Xian looked at Lu Ming worriedly. No problem, Tingting should be able to handle it. Lu Ming said. He had long noticed that there were 2 experts at the 5th level of the spiritual ocean tier behind Yifa, but he trusted Wan Tingting. Wan Tingting had received Supremacy Lan Jin's inheritance, which was a god-grade cultivation technique. In addition, Wan Tingting's talent was unparalleled. In the past, it was only buried in the Wind Sword sect. Otherwise, she would not have received Supremacy Lan Jin's inheritance. With a divine-grade cultivation technique as a foundation, it wouldn't be a big problem for him to cross 2 levels and deal with 2 ordinary 5th-level spiritual ocean tier cultivators after cultivating in the Emperor Heaven Royal Guards for so long. Buzz! The sword radiance whistled, and the blue sword chi soared into the sky as if it could tear everything apart. Sword concept. Lu Ming's lips curled into a smile. Wan Tingting had evil-levered the mentality of sword from the mentality of metal. Kill! Wan Tingting shouted and stepped forward. Her sword chi whistled as she charged towards the 2 elders. The 2 old men used all their strength, but after a few moves, they began to be at a disadvantage. Wan Tingting's blue sword light was condensed from a god-tier cultivation technique, and with the sword intent, it was simply invincible. Whoosh! Whoosh! The sword chi tore through the 2 old men's attack and defense. Spare me! The 2 old men wanted to beg for mercy, but the sword chi pierced through the void and pierced through their throats. The 2 old men were dead. How did this happen? Yifa, Yi Qing, and the others turned pale and despaired. Wan Tingting's eyes were filled with killing intent as she stepped forward. Her sword chi shot into the sky as she walked towards Yifa. Tingting, Tingting, please spare us. I treated you well back then. Yifa screamed and began to beg for mercy. You're treating me well? Marrying me to the 2 monsters of Qing He in exchange for your children's opportunities? Is this treating me well? You used my parents to force me and caused them to die in the end. Is this how you treat me? Wan Tingting sneered. That was just a moment of confusion. Tingting, if you kill me, the Wind Sword sect will no longer exist. It will fall apart and be erased from the world. Yifa did not give up and continued to shout. What does the Wind Sword sect's non-existence have to do with me? Wan Tingting remained unmoved and strode forward. Her sword chi whistled out and pierced forward. A few Wind Sword sect elders shouted in anger as they unleashed their full strength in an attempt to block the attack. However, it was all in vain as the sword chi pierced through their foreheads. Run, run! The other higher-ups of the Subsword sect ran for their lives. However, the sword chi pierced through the air and killed those people one by one. In the end, only Yi Fa and Yi Qing were left. The two of them trembled, their faces pale. They were in despair. Back then, they had forced Ruan Tingting into a corner, but they never expected this to happen. Buzz! Yi Fa and Yi Qing could not resist the sword light at all. The two figures fell to the ground. The upper echelons of the Wind Sword sect had all been annihilated. Chapter 820. 820 Heavenly Corpse Sect's Paragon. Father, Mother, Tingting has avenged you. Ruan Tingting held the sword in her hand and whispered, Tingting, let's go. The Wind Sword sect's upper echelons have been completely annihilated. It will soon be swallowed up by other forces. From then on, the Wind Sword sect will no longer exist. Fatty walked up and patted Ruan Tingting's shoulder. He was afraid that Ruan Tingting would sink into hatred and murder, unable to extricate herself. Taking a deep breath, Ruan Tingting shook her sword and the blood on the blade evaporated. She put away the sword and smiled. Fatty, thank you. He then walked toward Lu Ming and the rest. Lu Ming, monsieur, thank you. The reason why she could reach this stage and take revenge was all because of Lu Ming and a few others. Back then, when she had obtained the legacy and was hunted down by the Wan family and the Jiang family, Lu Ming and the rest had protected her with their lives. Otherwise, she would not be where she was today. Since we're friends, there's no need to thank me. Let's go and see the Heavenly Corpse sect's elites. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Under the shocked gazes of many Wind Sword sect disciples, they left the Wind Sword sect and flew in the direction of the Dragon Vein. According to Ruan Tingting, at the entrance of a cultivation's sacred ground in the Dragon Vein, there were geniuses from the Heavenly Corpse sect who set up a battle platform to challenge the geniuses of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. It had been a few days, and the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace was completely at a disadvantage. That was why Long Qianli had brought his men here, hoping to stabilize the situation. Before the Battle of Providence, the Overlord factions would send their elites. First, it could be used as a form of training and to test the other side's strength. Second, it could also strike a blow to the other side's morale. Together with Ruan Tingting, Lu Ming and the rest flew toward the Dragon Vein. The Wuxiang Valley was a relatively famous cultivation holy land on the Dragon Vein occupied by the Wang family. It was of a higher level than the 100 venerated mountains, and there were more geniuses cultivating here. For example, many quasi-god heavens favorites ranked 300 to 400 would choose to cultivate here. The paragons of the Heavenly Corpse sect pulled up a stone platform from the ground at the entrance of the Wuxiang Valley and used it as a battle platform. The 8 paragons of the Heavenly Corpse sect stood on one side of the fighting ring. They were all wearing black robes and had cold smiles on their faces. Another paragon of the Heavenly Corpse sect stood in the middle of the platform, looking around. There were many figures surrounding the fighting ring. They were all geniuses and geniuses of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace. Long Qianli stood at the front. The Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace only has so few geniuses? Those at the 4th level of the spiritual ocean tier. Who else wants to come up for a fight? In the middle of the fighting ring, the paragons of the Heavenly Corpse sect looked around with a smug expression. For a moment, no one dared to go up. Just now, that paragon of the Heavenly Corpse sect had already defeated 3 paragons at the 4th level of the spiritual ocean tier in a row. He was extremely powerful. Damn it. The Heavenly Corpse sect must have selected the top figures of all levels through a series of selections. Our Empyrean Divine Palace naturally has such figures. It's just that they're not here for a while. That's right, we were just caught off guard by them. The people from the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace were discussing animatedly. They were extremely indignant. The geniuses from the Heavenly Corpse sect were naturally the best of their respective levels. They were invincible among their peers. They had no way of finding so many experts in such a short time. Blood Sword 19, if you have the ability, let's fight. Long Qianli took a step forward and stared at the man in the middle of the 8 Heavenly Corpse sect elites. Blood Sword 19 was a god-grade genius of the Heavenly Corpse sect, ranked 294th, while Long Qianli was ranked 295th. The two of them were equal in rank. Why are you so anxious? Wait a moment, let the others compete first. After that, I will naturally fight you. Blood Sword 19 looked at Long Qianli and sneered. Long Qianli's expression was ugly. In the past few days, the Heavenly Corpse sect had continuously sent out geniuses at the 2nd and 3rd level of the spiritual ocean realm. The Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace had been completely defeated, and they could not afford to lose again. 4th level of the spiritual ocean realm, who is going to fight me? On the stone platform, the disciples of the Heavenly Corpse sect continued to issue challenges. I'll do it. A voice came from the distance, and a ray of light flew over at extreme speed. Boom! Then, a figure landed on the stone platform. It's Gai Chong, it's Gai Chong. Gai Chong, 359th on the list of top 1,000 talents, is a potential heaven's favorite. Good, we have hope now. Everyone was excited. Finally, a quasi-heaven's favorite at the 4th level of the spiritual ocean tier arrived. The list of top 1,000 talents hadn't been updated for a long time, and many geniuses had emerged. It was no longer authoritative to use the previous list to determine the combat strength of the current geniuses. Some people rose up, some progressed slowly, and some even rose to the sky and awakened divine bloodlines. Therefore, the strength of the top 1,000 talents on the list was in a mess. However, he could probably use it as a reference. Those who were ranked at the top previously would not be too bad. Gai Chong, I hope you won't disappoint me. The expert from the Sky Corpse sect said. I also hope so. Gai Chong said coldly. Then, the two of them started fighting. However, after a dozen or so moves, everyone was shocked to find that Gai Chong was completely suppressed and at a disadvantage. After another dozen or so moves, Gai Chong was sent flying and coughed up large amounts of blood. He was defeated and defeated again. Ha, you really can't take a single blow. Let me tell you, in the 4th level of the spiritual ocean realm, I'm not the strongest. There are still many stronger than me in the Heavenly Corpse sect. The paragon of the Heavenly Corpse sect sneered. What's there to be proud of? Our heaven's favorite is just not here now. At the exchange in half a month's time, let's see how arrogant you can be then. Some people were indignant. Those from the Heavenly Corpse sect coldly laughed. They naturally knew that there were more geniuses in the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace. There were many of them who were in closed-door cultivation. But so what? Their goal was to crush the morale of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace. Buzz. And NBSP, whoosh. At this time, a few more beams of light flew over in the sky, and 6 young figures appeared. As soon as these figures appeared, they immediately attracted the attention of many people. This was because there were 4 young women in this group of 6. Each of them was extremely beautiful, especially Xianxia, who firmly attracted the attention of many people. The 6 people were Lu Ming and the rest. Lu Ming, it's you. Suddenly, a cold shout was heard, and several figures flew out with undisguised killing intent. Chaotic wind cloud. There was a flash of killing intent in Lu Ming's eyes. The one who had spoken was none other than Luan Fengyun. Lu Ming would never forget how Luan Fengyun had injured Xianxia in a sneak attack at the Battle of the 100 Venerates Mountain half a year ago. He did not expect to run into chaotic wind and cloud here again. Lu Ming, you guys have been hiding for half a year. Let's see where you can hide today. Luan Fengyun glared at Lu Ming and the rest with killing intent. His gaze lingered on Luan Tingting for a moment before he looked at Long Qianli. The only person he was afraid of was Long Qianli, and he was afraid that Long Qianli would interfere. He hid for half a year. Lu Ming pursed his lips. Lu Ming, we meet again. Suddenly, another person was born in the crowd. A figure stepped on the air and ascended. Wang Ju. Lu Ming was slightly stunned. Chapter 821. 821 Chapter 821 Crushing Chaotic Wind and Cloud. He hadn't seen Wang Ju since the Battle of the Heavenly King list. He should have been cultivating in seclusion, but now he had appeared. What's wrong? You've been defeated, and now you're looking for a beating again? Lu Ming smiled faintly. Lu Ming, I lost in the Battle of the Kings, but what's the big deal about losing in the King's realm? The spiritual ocean tier is the realm where geniuses compete. Now, I can defeat you as easily as turning my hand. Wang Ju's body emitted a burning aura. On the other side, the people of the Heavenly Corpse sect watched with great interest. They didn't expect that the people of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace would actually have an internal strife. They were naturally happy to see this happen. Long Qianli frowned slightly. He recognized Lu Ming, but he had already helped Lu Ming and his group once. He could not interfere in their personal affairs every time. After all, the other party was from an ancient family. Furthermore, his gaze was on Wang Haoxian, who was standing behind Lu Ming. He was very surprised. Why was Wang Haoxian standing behind Lu Ming? If Wang Haoxian were to make a move, he was not confident. Wang Ju, how about letting me have this person? Luan Fengyun looked at Wang Ju. All right. Wang Ju nodded. It would be best if Luan Fengyun could take care of Lu Ming. Buzz. At this moment, a figure flashed and blocked Lu Ming's path. If you want to touch Lu Ming, you'll have to get past me first. Wang Haoxian said coldly. Wang Haoxian, what are you doing? Luan Fengyun's expression changed drastically. He had seen Wang Haoxian just now. He was puzzled as to why Wang Haoxian was with Lu Ming and the rest. He thought that they were on the same path. If you want to touch Lu Ming, you have to defeat me first. Wang Haoxian continued to speak coldly. This caused Luan Fengyun's expression to turn even uglier. Wang Haoxian was a god-tier genius who had awakened a god-tier bloodline. How could he be a match for him? Wang Haoxian, why are you doing this? Wang Ju said, his eyes filled with shock and bewilderment. He was from the same clan as Wang Haoxian. Wang Haoxian was extremely arrogant, extremely talented, and focused on cultivation. He had never been nice to others, especially men. Other than loving her brother Wang Haoqian, she had almost no friends. Now, she was standing in front of Lu Ming and helping him block the strong enemy. This was a little unbelievable. He was not the only one. The others were also in disbelief. Many people who did not know Lu Ming were guessing who he was to be able to make the god-level prodigy, Wang Haoxian, act this way. I'll let you off today for the sake of Wang Haoxian, said Luan Fengyun coldly. He then turned around to leave. Did I ask you to leave? Even if you didn't look for me, I would have looked for you. Lu Ming's voice was heard. He took a step forward and said, Wang Haoxian, there's no need for you to interfere. I will settle this myself. Luan Fengyun stopped and cast a glance at Wang Haoxian. However, Wang Haoxian took 2 steps back. He seemed to be very obedient to Lu Ming and had no intention of interfering. This made many people feel surprised. Luan Fengyun also frowned and said, Lu Ming, since you're courting death, I'll fulfill your wish. With that, a powerful aura rose from his body. The peak of the 5th level of the spiritual ocean realm. It was clear that Chaotic Wind Cloud had also made great progress in the past 6 months and had advanced by a level. A large bow appeared in his hand, and the aura around him became sharp. Buzz! He retreated and knocked an arrow on his bow. An arrow pierced through space and shot towards Lu Ming. It was as fast as lightning and as powerful as thunder. Many people were secretly shocked. As expected of a quasi-heaven's favorite on the list of top 1,000 talents, Luan Fengyun's combat strength was extremely powerful. Not many people of the same level could avoid this arrow. Xianxia, Fatty, and the others didn't move at all. They didn't seem worried at all. Lu Ming did not move and allowed the arrows to hit him. It was as if Lu Ming had not reacted at all. Lu Ming was going to die. Many people had this thought. The arrow tore through the air and arrived in front of Lu Ming's glabella in an instant. At this moment, Lu Ming finally moved. He stretched out his hand. Not many people could see when he reached out and caught the arrow. The arrow stopped firmly in front of Lu Ming's glabella, less than an inch away from it. Almost everyone widened their eyes in shock. Lu Ming had actually caught the arrow with his bare hands. This wasn't an arrow shot by an ordinary person, but by Luan Fengyun. An arrow shot by Luan Fengyun, who had reached the peak of the 5th level of the spiritual ocean tier, was absolutely terrifying and could kill an ordinary expert at the 7th level of the spiritual ocean tier. However, Lu Ming casually grabbed it in his hand. This kind of visual impact was really too great, making people's minds go into a daze. Luan Fengyun, it's been half a year since we last met, and you haven't improved at all. Lu Ming smiled. He exerted force with his fingers and the arrow in his hand shattered. Luan Fengyun's pupils contracted, and he quickly retreated. At the same time, he drew his bow again. Whoosh! Whoosh! The 9 arrows were shot in a straight line. The arrows from the back hit the arrows in front, causing the speed of the arrows in front to increase dramatically. The speed of the first arrow was even more terrifying. However, Lu Ming took a step forward and struck out with his palm. The arrow was shattered into pieces. Luan Fengyun's heart was filled with shock, and he frantically retreated. Lu Ming took a few steps forward and appeared in front of Luan Fengyun in an instant. Terrified, Luan Fengyun exploded with all his might. A saber appeared in his hand and he slashed at Lu Ming. Lu Ming struck out with his palm and the saber shattered. Lu Ming's claws grabbed onto Luan Fengyun's throat. The quintessential essence in Luan Fengyun's body had been completely sealed. He was struggling in Lu Ming's hands. The crowd was shocked beyond words. Luan Fengyun was a quasi-heaven's chosen and was incomparably powerful. However, in Lu Ming's hands, he was like a little chick, unable to withstand a single blow. All of Lu Ming's attacks were easily dispersed and nullified. A few people who knew about the battle at the 100 Venerated Mountains were even more shocked. Back then, Lu Ming was completely suppressed by Luan Fengyun and was no match for him. However, only half a year had passed and Lu Ming's combat strength had increased to a terrifying level. He could completely suppress Luan Fengyun. It was truly terrifying. Release him! The 2 young men shouted from behind chaotic wind cloud and attacked Lu Ming at the same time. Bang! Lu Ming's kick contained the power of the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps. The 2 youths were at the 6th level of the spiritual ocean tier, but they were not prodigies and were far inferior to Lu Ming. They both spat out mouthfuls of blood and retreated. A ray of light appeared on Lu Ming's finger and he slashed it. Poochie! Blood splattered in all directions. One of Luan Fengyun's arms flew out and was cut off by Lu Ming. Luan Fengyun let out a low growl, and his body began to struggle with all his might. Lu Ming swung his arm and threw Luan Fengyun away. This arm will be used to repay you for that sneak attack. If you're not convinced, you can come and fight me again. Lu Ming said coldly. Luan Fengyun bellowed in anger. He circulated his cultivation to stop the bleeding and looked at Lu Ming with some resentment and some shock. On the other side, Wang Ju's pupils contracted sharply, and his heart was in turmoil. Wang Ju's combat strength was strong and his talent was amazing. Otherwise, he would not have been able to enter the Heavenly King ranking. Once he broke through to the Spirit Ocean realm, his cultivation improved by leaps and bounds, and he was now at the peak of the 4th level of the Spirit Ocean realm. He originally thought that it would be enough to crush Lu Ming and take revenge for the day he was ranked on the Heavenly King ranking. Chapter 822. 822 Chapter 822 Retreating without fighting. However, he now realized that Lu Ming's cultivation was unfathomable. His combat strength was even more terrifying. Even Luan Fengyun was crushed by Lu Ming. This made him extremely shocked. At this moment, Lu Ming's gaze turned to him. "Now, do you still want to fight?" A calm voice was heard. Everyone's eyes were focused on Wang Ju. "Do you still want to fight?" There was no need for him to answer this question. If Luan Fengyun was easily defeated, then if he were to fight, wouldn't he be even more defeated? Wang Ju's face turned green and then white. Finally, he gritted his teeth and turned around to leave. He turned into a rainbow light and left this place directly. He retreated without fighting. No one felt that Wang Ju's retreat was a sign of cowardice. In fact, many people agreed with Wang Ju's actions. When faced with an opponent that he could not defeat, perhaps retreating was the wisest choice. Lu Ming smiled faintly and returned to Xianxia and the rest. In front of the stone platform, Long Qianli's eyes glowed as he looked at Lu Ming. He was shocked that he could not see through Lu Ming. He still remembered that half a year ago, in the 100 Venerates Mountain, Lu Ming and the others had to rely on his reputation to leave the mountain. However, in just half a year, Lu Ming had already given Long Qianli an unfathomable feeling. Interesting. On the stone platform, Blood Sword 19 sneered. Then he looked around again and said, "Since there's no one else at the 4th level of the spiritual ocean tier to fight, then let's have a battle at the 5th level of the spiritual ocean tier. Blood Glow, you go." "Yes." A young man beside Blood Sword 19 nodded and stepped forward, appearing in the center of the stone platform. The aura on his body burst out. The peak of the 5th level of the spiritual ocean realm. 5th level of the spiritual ocean tier, who's going to come up and fight? Shui Mang's face was pale, but his eyes were as red as blood. The surroundings of the stone platform were completely silent. This time, the Sky Corps sect had obviously sent out top experts of all levels. Their combat strength was almost invincible among those of the same level. This bloody light was obviously such a figure. If one didn't have the confidence, going up would only be embarrassing. "I'll go." After a while, a voice was heard. A young man in a red robe flew up to the fighting ring. Everyone recognized that this person was a quasi-god prodigy of the Wang clan. He was extremely powerful. Boom! Blazing flames filled the air as the Wang clan's heaven's favorite roared and charged toward the blood-red light. Buzz! The sword hummed as the blood-colored sword chi surged. The blood-colored light emitted a dense blood chi as it fought with the Wang clan's heaven's favorite. The blood-intent realm of the Heavenly Corpse sect is extremely powerful. The Wang family is no match for it. Lu Ming shook his head. Sure enough, after a dozen moves, the Wang clan's paragon was no match for him and was suppressed. After a few more moves, he was forced to cough up blood from the blood-red light and lost. Who else wants to fight? The bloody glow continued to challenge him with a hint of disdain in its eyes. "Damn it, I'll fight you." A burly young man roared and rushed up the stone platform. However, this young man was even weaker than the Wang clan's Heaven's Pride expert. He was defeated in less than 10 moves. For a time, no one went up the stage to fight. It's a pity that Luan Fengyun was defeated. Originally, Luan Fengyun was an important battle power of the 5th level spiritual ocean tier, and might be the strongest 5th level spiritual ocean tier at the scene. He might have been able to fight the other party. Now that Luan Fengyun's arm has been severed, no one at the 5th level of the spiritual ocean tier can fight him. Soft discussions could be heard from the surroundings. Chaotic wind and cloud is nothing. Let me teach him how to behave. When the fatty heard this, he was instantly displeased. He grinned, carried his battle axe, and stepped forward onto the stone platform. Lu Ming and the rest smiled. They were not worried about the fatty. In a battle of the same level, unless Fatty encountered a genius who had awakened a divine bloodline, he would not lose. "Brat, you're very arrogant. Let me serve you." The fat man held the axe in one hand and spun a few times in the air. The door-sized axe whistled with the wind as it looked at the blood-red light provocatively. It was as if he was a peerless master. This fatty, can he do it? Some people expressed their doubts. I should be able to, right? Back at the 100 Venerated Mountains, this fatty and Lu Ming fought against the Luan family and the Jiang family's experts. The combat strength they displayed was also extremely powerful. Someone replied. Some of them looked at Fatty with hope, hoping that he would win. Fight. The blood-red light was very straightforward. The blood-red sword soared into the sky and slashed at Fatty. Nest, I haven't even told you to start, and you've already made a move. You're cheating. The fat man shouted. He turned the broad axe in his hand and blocked in front of him. Clang! The blood-red sword light stabbed the fat man's broad axe, making a sound of metal clashing. You dare to sneak attack me, take this. The fat man's battle axe shook, and the blood-red light felt a great force. His expression changed, and his body could not help but retreat. The moment he retreated, he was greeted by Fatty's storm-like attacks. The battle axe was like a whirlwind, continuously slashing at the blood-red light. Every strike seemed to be able to split the sky. The blood-red light's expression changed drastically. It tried its best to block, but with every move it blocked, it would take a step back. After 10 consecutive axe strikes, the blood-red light spat out a large mouthful of blood and was sent flying. He won. The fatty had won with a crushing force. Many people didn't even have time to react. Huh, you're really weak. The fat man laughed. All right. Fatty, you're amazing. Many people laughed out loud, revealing carefree expressions. He had finally won one battle. He had lost too many battles in the past 2 days. He had been caught off guard by the Heavenly Corpse sect and lost many battles in a row. Now, he had finally won one battle. This fatty is standing together with Lu Ming. Of course, he's not bad. Birds of a feather flock together. Those who are able to walk together are most likely geniuses of the same level. Indeed. The discussions around him made Fatty feel even more comfortable. A Heavenly Corpse sect. Do you have any stronger ones? Hurry up and send them out. I'll take care of them one by one. The battle axe in Fatty's hands swayed back and forth, causing a strong wind to blow. Blood Sword 19 snorted coldly. This time, Shui Mang was the strongest among the 5th-level spiritual ocean tier geniuses that he had brought. He had originally thought that he would be able to obtain consecutive victories by catching the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace off guard and dampen their spirit. He didn't expect a fatty to appear out of nowhere with unbelievable battle prowess. Did you awaken a divine bloodline? The 19th Blood Sword asked coldly. If Fatty was a god-tier prodigy who had awakened a god-tier bloodline, there would be no glory even if he won. Nonsense. If I had awakened a divine bloodline, I wouldn't have needed so many moves to defeat him. One move would have been enough. The fat man pouted. All right, you guys win this battle. The 19th Blood Sword then turned to Long Qianli and said, Long Qianli, why don't we have a battle between god-tier geniuses? As soon as he said that, everyone's hearts trembled and their eyes lit up. The main event was about to begin. It was finally time for the battle between the god-tier prodigies. Awakening a divine bloodline and not awakening a divine bloodline were two different concepts. Most of the Heaven's Pride experts only awakened a king-level bloodline, and many of them were only at the 9th level. It was too difficult to awaken a divine bloodline. Chapter 823. 823 Chapter 823 Battle between God-tier geniuses. The last time the list of top 1,000 talents was made, only the top 300 had awakened the divine bloodline. 300 people, including the Talisman Amulet sect, Heavenly Corpse sect, and Emperor Sky Divine Palace, were from hundreds of large domains. In such a large domain, there were only 300 people. How rare was that? Even with the addition of some rising stars, it wouldn't be too much. Therefore, under normal circumstances, it was rare to see a battle between god-tier geniuses. It was only before the Battle of Providence, when all the supreme geniuses gathered, that there would be clashes between god-level supreme geniuses. As time passed and the Battle of Providence neared, the clashes between god-level supreme geniuses would definitely increase and become more intense. Bloodsword 19, are you finally going to fight? I'll play with you. Long Qianli laughed and stepped onto the stone platform. Long Qianli, you've misunderstood. This time, I'm not the one fighting. It's my junior brother, Buayu. You can fight. Bloodsword 19 laughed. Buzz. As soon as Bloodsword 19's voice fell, a figure flashed and suddenly appeared in front of Long Qianli. So fast. Many people were shocked. They almost didn't see when Ghost Moon appeared in front of Long Qianli. It was as if he had been standing there the whole time. Your Ghost Moon? Long Qianli asked with a frown. Not bad. Jiuyu was born indifferently. Looking at her appearance, she was very young, not more than 25 years old. Many people's eyes flickered because the name Jiuyu was very unfamiliar. He wasn't on the list of top 1,000 talents at all. He should be a newly rising heaven's favorite. Make your move. Long Qianli did not let his guard down at all. A powerful aura emanated from his body as a black spear appeared in his hand. The spear radiance soared into the sky. Peak 6th level spiritual ocean tier. Just like Wang Haoxian, Long Qianli's cultivation had also reached the peak 6th level spiritual ocean realm. His eyes were bright as he stared at Ghost Moon. Since Ghost Moon dared to fight him, she must be a god-tier heaven's favorite. She must be very powerful, and he naturally didn't dare to underestimate her. However, Ghost Moon shook his head and said, "You're not my match." As soon as he said that, the scene was in an uproar. This guy is so arrogant. We haven't even fought yet and he's already saying that Long Qianli is no match for him. He's too narcissistic. That's right. Who is Long Qianli? He's a god-tier prodigy. How dare he talk so big? How detestable. Brother Long, teach him a good lesson. Some people from the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace roared in anger, feeling extremely indignant. Make your move. Weizhan, you're too full of yourself. Long Qianli's eyes were filled with anger. He had been looked down upon even before the battle. A genius like him was naturally unhappy. Swish. A scimitar appeared in Ghost Moon's hand. I've already said that you're not my match. If you add her, it'll be interesting. Then he pointed his scimitar at Wang Haoxian. Wang Haoxian, you're also a god-tier heaven's favorite. Come at me together with Long Qianli. I'm more interested in fighting you. Ghost Moon said indifferently. His tone was not loud, but it revealed a strong self-confidence. Wang Haoxian frowned and his eyes were sharp. Since he was challenged in public, there was no reason for him not to fight. She looked at Lu Ming. If she wanted to fight, she had to get Lu Ming's permission. If you want to fight, just go. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Many people's jaws almost dropped. Wang Haoxian had to get Lu Ming's permission to fight. Could it be that Wang Haoxian had been conquered by Lu Ming and had become his woman? Many people could not help but have this thought. They looked at Lu Ming with a look of jealousy and envy. In fact, many of them even looked at him with admiration. To be able to conquer a woman like Wang Haoxian, he had to be impressed. Xian Yanqing snorted and pouted. Lu Ming smiled bitterly and touched his nose, pretending that he did not see it. Wang Haoxian nodded. He took a step forward and appeared on the stone platform. Long Qianli, since he wants to challenge us, let's fight. Wang Haoxian said coldly. A terrifying heat emanated from his body, and purple flames erupted. All right, since this person is so confident, he must have some capital. Be careful. Long Qianli sent a voice transmission to Wang Haoxian. His aura grew stronger and he pointed his spear at Ghost Moon. Make your move. Interesting. Ghost Moon sneered, and a black light burst out from his body. In the black light, there were countless figures screaming, giving off a horrifying aura. Kill! The Guiyu shouted coldly. His body disappeared in a flash. The next moment, a cold light slashed at Long Qianli's throat. Without a doubt, Ghost Moon's cultivation was also at the peak 6th level spiritual ocean tier. Long Qianli's long spear shook and instantly struck forward, clashing with the saber light. With a clang, the saber light was repelled, but in the next moment, the saber light appeared at Wang Haoxian's throat. Wang Haoxian punched out with both fists, and the scorching fist radiance burned everything. Boom! The blade light was destroyed, and a figure flashed and appeared in front of him. It was Ghost Moon. You have some skills. Next, let's get to the main topic. As soon as Ghost Moon's voice fell, endless black qi filled the air. Within the black qi, ghostly wails and wolf howls could be heard. The sound was miserable and extremely harsh. On the stone platform, many people's faces turned pale and they spat out a mouthful of blood. They were shocked and retreated quickly, shouting, "This is the will of evil ghost. Don't get too close." Many people quickly retreated and only dared to stop after they had retreated a long distance. Lu Ming waved his hand and a wall of vital essence appeared in front of him, blocking the spread of the will of evil ghosts. The evil ghost intent domain was extremely strange. It could affect one's soul and mind through the wailing of ghosts and howls of wallevers. It was a kind of intent domain similar to sound waves. Long Qianli and Wang Haoxian's expressions turned serious as they unleashed their wills to resist. Kill! At the same time, the two of them attacked at the same time. A violent attack was launched at Ghost Moon. Ghost Moon's saber art. "You're too weak," Guiyu said softly. Her body trembled and disappeared again. The next moment, countless saber lights suddenly flashed on the stone platform and continuously slashed at Long Qianli and Wang Haoxian. Each blade light was extremely powerful, fast, and at an extremely tricky angle. No one knew where they would come from. It was as if there could be blade lights coming from any corner of the stone platform. What a strange cultivation technique. Lu Ming's eyes glowed as he stared at the stone platform. Ghost Moon's attack naturally couldn't escape his eyes. He found that Ghost Moon's body seemed to have become one with the will of the evil ghost. Wherever the will of the evil ghost was, his body could reach it in an instant. It was fast and vicious, extremely strange. The only way to break this attack was to use a powerful method to break through the will of the evil ghost. Obviously, Long Qianli and Wang Haoxian had thought of it too. With a dragon's roar, a three-headed demon flood dragon with a dazzling golden chakra appeared above Long Qianli's head. At the same time, Wang Haoxian's divine bloodline also burst out. Chapter 824. 824 Chapter 824 Striking the Moon with a Palm. The next moment, Long Qianli and Wang Haoxian merged their bloodlines and turned into a three-headed demon dragon and a purple firebird. Roar! The three-headed demon flood dragon's three heads roared as its dragon claws tore forward. It was as if it could tear the world into two. The purple firebird also let out a cry and spat out a purple flame that burned everything. Boom! The space trembled, and countless blade lights exploded. The evil ghost will was destroyed, and Ghost Moon's body appeared, floating back. Hee, you've already used your trump card. Come on. While sneering, a moon appeared above Ghost Moon's head. However, this moon was extremely strange. It was black and ghostly shadows flickered on it. However, this was not the most shocking thing. The most shocking thing was that on the pitch-black moon, there were two golden chakras that were emitting a dazzling golden light. 2 golden chakra, second-level divine level bloodline. Ghost Moon actually had a second-rank divine bloodline. No wonder he was so arrogant. Buzz! Ghost Moon's figure flickered, and his body blended into the pitch-black moon. Buzz! The moon trembled, and endless black lights spread out. Each of these black lights seemed to be a blade of light, and they spread toward Long Qianli and Wang Haoxian. A dragon's roar resounded. The three-headed demon flood dragon's 3 heads spewed out attacks of 3 attributes. There were flames, lightning, and so on, which spread forward. The purple firebird flapped its wings and flames spread out. It was as if the space was about to be burned through. Boom! Boom! In the sky, there was a violent roar. The stone platform below was instantly reduced to ashes. In the previous battle, everyone had intentionally controlled their chi to prevent the stone platform from being broken. But now, they could no longer control it. The surrounding people retreated again. Only Lu Ming, the Blood Sword 19, and a few others stood still. Suppress. A cold voice came from the dark moon. Everyone saw that the dark moon was shining with black light. Like a ghost moon falling, it pressed down on Long Qianli and Wang Haoxian. Boom! With a violent boom, the three-headed demon snake and the purple firebird were sent flying far away. Then, they shrank rapidly and turned into the real bodies of Long Qianli and Wang Haoxian. The two of them staggered back, their faces pale, and they spat out a mouthful of blood. They had been defeated. The two of them had joined forces, but they had both been defeated by Ghost Moon. He kill. The black moon laughed coldly and didn't stop. It continued to press down on Wang Haoxian and Long Qianli, emitting terrifying waves. Long Qianli and Wang Haoxian had both been defeated, but Ghost Moon still continued to attack. Was she trying to kill them? Despicable, shameless, stop. They've all been defeated. Many people in the surroundings began to shout. However, the pitch-black moon did not seem to have any intention of stopping. It continued to attack. Long Qianli and Wang Haoxian shouted angrily and launched their attacks to resist. However, the two of them were already injured. Now that they had transformed into their true forms, their strength was slightly weaker. How could they block it? Instantly, the two of them were sent flying, and two deep pits appeared on the ground. Their faces were pale, and they coughed up another mouthful of blood. However, the black moon continued to press down. Despicable, you still want to fight. Angry roars could be heard from the surroundings. Blood Sword 19 sneered. And NBSP, the pitch-black moon exuded boundless might as it continued to press down. However, at this moment, a figure suddenly appeared under the pitch-black moon. He struck out with his palm towards the pitch-black moon. Boom! The space seemed to have been shattered, and the black moon trembled violently. Then, it was sent flying into the sky by the terrifying power. This scene, in the eyes of the crowd, was like a person hitting the moon. A palm strike that sent the moon flying. Everyone's eyes were filled with shock as they looked at the figure. It's him. Lu Ming. A name appeared in everyone's mind. This figure was Lu Ming. Long Qianli and Wang Haoxian had been defeated, but Ghost Moon was still attacking. Therefore, Lu Ming had to stop her. It's you. If you dare to stop me, I'll kill you as well. An angry roar came from the pitch-black moon. The black light was like a blade. However, Lu Ming stretched out his palm and all the blade gleams were shattered. Buzz! Lu Ming took a step forward and approached the moon. He struck out with his palm. Bang! The pitch-black moon was like a rubber ball. It was sent flying high into the sky by Lu Ming's palm. Buzz! Lu Ming took a few steps forward and his body was like a stream of light. He soared into the sky in an instant and appeared above the black moon. A terrifying devouring power erupted from his left hand and enveloped the dark moon, causing it to tremble violently. What's going on? My bloodline! A terrified scream came from the dark moon. Bang! The next moment, Lu Ming struck his palm heavily on the dark moon. The pitch-black moon instantly burst like a black balloon. Ghost Moon's figure appeared and rapidly fell to the ground. Ta! Lu Ming took a few steps forward, his figure falling like a meteor at high speed. The violent energy blasted Ghost Moon's body. Boom! Ghost Moon's body heavily hit the ground. The earth shook, rocks flew, and dust filled the air. How is it? Everyone's eyes were fixed on the smoke and dust. When the dust settled, everyone could see a huge pit that was a few hundred meters wide and a few dozen meters deep on the ground. Lu Ming stood straight in the middle of the pit, one of his feet stepping on Ghost Moon's face. Ghost Moon lay in the deep pit like a dead fish, blood spewing from her mouth and her body twitching nonstop. Ghost Moon had completely passed out. His body twitching was just an instinctive reaction. The scene fell silent all of a sudden. It was so quiet that only the sound of people gasping could be heard. Jiuyu, who had been arrogant and defeated Long Qianli and Wang Haoxian, was now trampled under Lu Ming's feet like a dead fish. It was a terrible sight. It had only been less than a minute, but the impact it gave was too strong. Suppression. This was a complete suppression. The next moment, the crowd burst into loud cheers. "Ha, good hit, good stomp. This is so cool. Isn't this Ghost Moon very arrogant? A new genius who wanted to step on the older geniuses to rise up is now a dead fish. How dare you be so arrogant in Nine Dragons? Don't you know how to spell the word death?" Many people laughed out loud, expressing the comfortable thoughts in their hearts. Long Qianli looked at Lu Ming in shock. He had just fought with Ghost Moon and knew how terrifying she was. He and Wang Haoxian were crushed even when they joined forces, but Ghost Moon was easily defeated by Lu Ming. Lu Ming had defeated Ghost Moon easily in his normal state without even using his blood meridian. What was even more terrifying was that Lu Ming's cultivation was only at the 6th level of the spiritual ocean tier. He did not use his profound cultivation to suppress Ghost Moon, but he relied on pure combat power. Long Qianli smiled bitterly. It had only been half a year. Half a year ago, he had not taken Lu Ming seriously. The reason why he had brought them out of the 100 Venerated Mountains was entirely because of Lu Ming and the group's loyalty, as well as Ruan Tingting's sake. That was why he had helped them. However, in just half a year, he realized that Lu Ming had completely surpassed him. Chapter 825. 825 The Exchange Meeting. Lu Ming was very calm. There was nothing to be proud of. He was not afraid of anyone in a battle of the same level. Although Jiuyu's bloodline was at the 2nd rank of the divine level, it was impossible for the bloodline martial technique he had comprehended to reach the upper-grade demigod level. Jiuyu had only executed a low-grade demigod-level martial arts technique. Even if the cultivation technique that she cultivated was also of the divine level, she was still crushed by Lu Ming in a battle of the same level. Lu Ming did not even use his dragon power or blood meridian fusion to defeat Ghost Moon easily. At that moment, Lu Ming's gaze was fixed on Blood Sword 19. "Do you still want to continue fighting?" Lu Ming's voice was transmitted to Blood Sword 19 as he stepped on the Ghost Moon. Instantly, everyone's eyes turned to look at Blood Sword 19. Lu Ming's intention was clear. He was clearly challenging Blood Sword 19. In that case, would Blood Sword 19 dare to accept the challenge? Blood Sword 19's expression turned ugly. His cultivation was also at the 6th level of the spiritual ocean tier, which was the same as Long Qianli and Wang Haoxian. The bloodline he had awakened was also at the 1st level of the divine level, and his combat strength was about the same as Long Qianli and Wang Haoxian. Even Ghost Moon had been crushed. If he went up, wouldn't he be humiliating himself? Don't think that you're so great just because you defeated Jiuyu. There are many divine-level prodigies at the 6th level of the spiritual ocean tier in our Heavenly Corpse sect who are stronger than Jiuyu. It's just that they didn't come today. Do you dare to go to the gathering in half a month? The 19th Blood Sword said coldly. It seems like you don't dare to fight. If you don't dare to fight, then say you don't dare to fight. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Get lost. Lu Ming kicked Jiuyu, who was like a dead fish, towards Blood Sword 19. A disciple of the Heavenly Corpse sect walked out and caught Jiuyu's body. "Let's go!" Blood Sword 19 shouted, and then the group of people from the Heavenly Corpse sect fled with their tails between their legs. Many people looked at Lu Ming in awe. He had crushed Ghost Moon and forced Blood Sword 19 to retreat with a single sentence. What kind of power was this? This was especially true for Luan Fengyun and the other Luan family disciples. They were all extremely terrified. Wan Fengyun looked at Lu Ming in a daze. He still could not believe it. Half a year ago, Lu Ming was still suppressed by him and could only use the formation to resist. However, half a year later, Lu Ming could easily defeat those god-level prodigies, let alone him. A divine bloodline. He must have used the token to enter the blood pool and awaken a divine bloodline. Otherwise, he can't be this strong. Wan Fengyun's mind whirred, and then he quietly retreated with the other Luan family youths. Brother Lu, thank you. Long Qianli stepped forward and looked at Lu Ming with a complicated expression. He cupped his fists and said, Brother Long, you're too polite. Lu Ming smiled. Brother Lu, you've really shocked me. In just half a year, you've actually reached such a realm. I'm ashamed. Long Qianli sighed. Lu Ming's rapid progress showed that his potential was much greater than his. His future was unpredictable, just like those who ranked at the top of the list of top 1,000 talents, especially those in the top 20 or even the top 10. Those were all unpredictable monsters. I was just lucky. Lu Ming smiled faintly and brushed it off lightly. He did not continue to talk about this topic. Long Qianli didn't say much. He said, Brother Lu, in half a month, there will be an exchange under the divine nine-dragon cauldron in the first dragon's vein. At that time, besides the top 100 geniuses of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace and the Heavenly Corpse sect, most of the people will participate. The powerful descendants of the Sky Demon Valley will also participate. With Brother Lu's combat power, you will be a great help to our side. The top 100 on the list of top 1,000 talents, aren't you going to participate? And the Talisman Amulet sect, no one came? Lu Ming asked curiously. The Talisman Amulet sect has been very weak in the past few thousand years. Although it is still one of the 4 overlords of the Eastern Barren Territory, it can no longer be compared to the other 3. In the past few hundred years, it has been very low-key and will not send anyone to participate. It will only send its supreme talents to participate in the War of Providence. Long Qianli nodded and began to explain. And the top 100 on the list of top 1,000 talents are the key to the Battle of Providence. They won't be exposed easily and are all training and cultivating in secret places. They won't show up before the Battle of Providence. Oh. Lu Ming nodded. Brother Lu, I'll take my leave then. Long Qianli said. He then looked at Ruan Tingting and said, Tingting, are you going to be Di Tian's royal guard with me or are you going out to accompany your friend? Brother Long, you can go back first. I'll stay here with Xianxian, Lu Ming, and the rest. Ruan Tingting said with a smile. N. Long Qianli nodded, then cupped his fists to Lu Ming and the rest before he left. Lu Ming, you're so powerful. You're much more powerful than you were half a year ago. Xiao Xian flew in front of Lu Ming, her big eyes sparkling as she looked at him, her face full of admiration and worship. Cough cough. Lu Ming coughed drily and rubbed his nose. He was a little embarrassed by Xiao Xian's stare. Humph, pervert, let's go. Xianxia walked over and snorted. He held Lu Ming's arm and pulled him forward. Hee hee, Miss Xianxia is jealous. Xiao Xian's voice came from behind. Of course. Xianxian, you're too mischievous. Why don't you check if Miss Nianxing is present? Ruan Tingting's soft voice came through. Tingting, come, I'll hold you. Fatty's voice rang out. Go to the side and cool off. Ruan Tingting's voice came out, followed by Xiao Xian's bell-like laughter and Fatty's sigh. Wang Haoxin looked at Lu Ming and the rest with a complicated expression, then followed them. The group of people headed toward the Sea Cloud sect. Following that, everyone would occasionally tour the mountains and rivers, and occasionally stop to cultivate. They were all young people, and after not seeing each other for half a year, they had many common topics to talk about. They got along very well, and even Xianxia started to talk more. During this period of time, Lu Ming did not feel too tense. It was a rare moment of relaxation. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 days had passed. There were still 3 days left before the exchange between the supreme talents of the Empyrean Heavenly Divine Palace, the Heavenly Corpse sect, and the Sky Demon Valley. Lu Ming, are you going to the exchange? Wan Tingting asked. Of course, I'm going. All the heaven's favorites from the 3 overlord forces are here. I can't miss such a rare event. Besides, I want to see the powerful descendants of the Sky Demon Valley. Lu Ming said. The Sky Demon Valley could be said to be the most ancient power in the East Baron. It had existed since ancient times, much longer than the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace and the Talisman Sect. The Sky Demon Valley was made up entirely of demon beasts. There were countless powerful demons in it, and there were countless descendants with the bloodline of divine beasts. They were extremely powerful. Some people said that the Heavenly Demon Valley was the strongest force in the East Baron, even stronger than the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace. Moreover, in every generation, the Sky Demon Valley would give birth to many descendants with the bloodline of divine beasts. These descendants were undoubtedly the proud children of heaven among the demon beasts with extremely terrifying combat strength. That's great. Let's set off together. If we arrive early, we can take a rest there. Wan Tingting said. Tingting, can I go? Xiao Xian blinked her big eyes. Among all of them, Xiao Xian was much weaker and could not be considered a heaven's favorite. And the exchange meeting was attended by geniuses. Chapter 826. 826 The Divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron. Go, let's go together. Whoever doesn't let you in, I'll kick him away. Lu Ming laughed. Xiao Xian was overjoyed. Immediately, Xiao Xian spoke to her father, Xiao Long, and Xiao Long naturally agreed. For Xiao Xian to be able to attend such a gathering, it would definitely increase her knowledge and insight. It would be of great help to her future cultivation. Immediately, the group flew toward the center of 9 dragons. A journey of tens of millions of miles was not long for them. They chatted as they flew, neither fast nor slow. They arrived in less than a day. From tens of thousands of miles away, a majestic mountain range could be seen in the distance. It was one of the 3 dragon veins in the center of 9 dragons. After traveling tens of thousands of miles, countless buildings appeared in front of them. There were all kinds of palaces, pavilions, and even shops. There was everything one could think of. This seemed to be a city, but this city had no city walls. It was just countless buildings. People were coming and going in the building, and it was very lively. The group walked in and found that there were restaurants, inns, shops, and everything one could think of. In 9 dragons, there were countless people and a vast territory. There were many specialized gathering places. In some places, city walls would be built, such as the Grand Gathering City. Some places didn't even need city walls, just like what they saw. The group strolled along the streets. Tingting, is the exchange on the dragon vein? Lu Ming asked. That's right, and it's at the dragon's head, under the divine 9-dragon cauldron. Why don't we go and take a look first? Wan Tingting said. All right. Lu Ming was also very curious. The group of them passed through the buildings and flew in the direction of the dragon's head. Not long after, they arrived at the dragon's head. At the dragon's head, there was an extremely wide flat land. In the middle of the flat land, there was a huge fighting stage with many seats around it. According to Wan Tingting, this was the place where the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace had held their grand events in the past. For example, grand events such as a worship to the heavens or a competition between geniuses would be held here. As such, the gathering that would be held a few days later was also held here. However, this was not what attracted everyone's attention. Everyone's eyes were completely attracted by a large cauldron in front of the open space. At the forefront of the dragon's head, there was a huge cauldron. The cauldron was pitch black and as large as a mountain. It reached into the clouds and was at least several thousand meters tall. From a distance, it looked extremely majestic. One could see true dragons spiraling around the cauldron, looking extremely lifelike. This is the divine 9-dragon cauldron. At the head of each of the 9 dragon veins, there is a divine 9-dragon cauldron. Legend has it that the divine 9-dragon cauldron was there when 9 Dragon City was built. No one knows how many years have passed since then. It is said that it is a supreme treasure used by ancient experts to suppress the 9 dragon veins. Wan Tingting said. Supreme treasure? Why didn't anyone take it? Lu Ming asked curiously. No one can take it away, not even the strong cultivators of the imperial path. The divine 9 dragon cauldron has been in this world for a long time, never moving. It seems to have merged with the dragon vein and has existed since ancient times. Wan Tingting said. Lu Ming was shocked. He looked at the divine 9 dragon cauldron in the distance in amazement. As for Fatty, Xianxia, Xiaoxian, and the others, although they had heard of it before, it was their first time seeing it. They were also shocked. There were 9 huge cauldrons with real dragons carved on them. They were several thousand meters tall and had existed since ancient times. It was indeed a magnificent sight. Lu Ming and the rest were not the only ones nearby. There were many other people who stopped in their tracks to watch. It seems that someone is approaching the divine 9 dragon cauldron. Xianxia said. The others also saw that a burly young man was walking toward the divine 9 dragon cauldron. The divine 9 dragon cauldron exudes a huge pressure. Unless you're an expert, you can't approach it. Wang Haoxian, who had been silent all this while, finally spoke. Let's go up and take a look. Lu Ming said and strode forward. When they were within 10,000 meters of the divine 9 dragon cauldron, they felt a huge pressure emanating from the cauldron. At this moment, Lu Ming raised his eyebrows and there was a look of surprise in his eyes. Just as he was within 10,000 meters of the divine 9 dragon cauldron, he suddenly felt that the bloodline of the 9 dragons was somewhat strange. It seemed to be a little anxious, but also a little excited. What's going on? Is it because of the divine 9 dragon cauldron that the bloodline of the 9 dragons is different? The divine 9 dragon cauldron is known as the 9 dragons. There are pictures of real dragons carved on it to suppress the dragon veins. Perhaps it really has something to do with dragons, which is why the bloodlines of the 9 dragons are abnormal. Lu Ming secretly guessed in his heart. They endured the pressure and continued forward. Very soon, Xiaoxian could not take it anymore and stopped in her tracks while Lu Ming and the rest continued forward. The closer he got, the more he felt the magnificence of the divine 9 dragon cauldron. It was tall and magnificent, full of vicissitudes, as if it had crossed time and space from ancient times. The 9 dragon bloodline in Lu Ming's body seemed to be even more anxious and excited. The power of the bloodline seemed to be boiling. Bang! Bang! In front of him was a burly young man who kept walking forward. His muscles were tight and his qi and blood were soaring. The qi and blood formed a dragon that was roaring. That's not a human, it's a demon, a flood dragon. Xianxia said. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. He could tell that the burly young man in front of him was not a human, but a flood dragon. He must be a genius from the Sky Demon Valley. Demonic Beast Level 6, able to transform. The demon youth walked forward step by step until he reached the bottom of the divine 9 dragon cauldron. He took a look at the divine 9 dragon cauldron and actually reached out his hands to hold a corner of the divine 9 dragon cauldron. That flood dragon is really whimsical. He actually wants to hold the divine 9 dragon cauldron. In his dreams, that's a treasure that even emperors can't touch. Someone sneered in the distance. Sure enough, the flood dragon roared at the sky, but the cauldron didn't move. In the end, the flood dragon even revealed its true form. It was a scarlet flood dragon over 200 meters long. It grabbed the cauldron with its claws, but the cauldron didn't move at all. In the end, the flood dragon had no choice but to return to his human form and step by step, he retreated. At this moment, the 9 dragon bloodline in Lu Ming's body became even more violent, as if it was about to rush out of his body. Lu Ming had an idea. He controlled the 9 dragon bloodline. He could not let the 9 dragon bloodline appear here. Otherwise, it would be troublesome if word got out. Lu Ming immediately retreated. Roar! At this moment, the 9 dragon bloodlines seemed to let out a shocking roar. The roar came from Lu Ming's body, but no one else could hear it. But at this moment, a shocking scene happened. Thump! The divine nine-dragon cauldron in front of him suddenly shook. Suddenly, the dragon veins trembled and the wind and clouds changed. A terrifying pressure burst out from the divine nine-dragon cauldron. Not good, retreat. Lu Ming and the rest hurriedly retreated. After retreating 10,000 meters, the pressure was much less. After the divine nine-dragon cauldron shook for a while, it became still again, as if everything that had just happened was an illusion. However, the scene was already in an uproar. Everyone felt it. It couldn't be an illusion. The divine nine-dragon cauldron, which hadn't moved for ages, actually moved. What was going on? Chapter 827. 827 Chapter 827 Fighting the Flood Dragon. The divine nine-dragon cauldron, which even sovereign path experts couldn't move, actually moved. Why? Why did it suddenly move? Countless people speculated in shock. There were even many people who had already passed the news back to the elders in their families. Is it because of the nine-dragon bloodline? The divine nine-dragon cauldron moves because of the bloodline of the nine dragons? Lu Ming guessed in his heart. Let's go, we're leaving this place. Lu Ming said. He estimated that there would be a big shot coming soon to check on the situation. After all, the divine nine-dragon cauldron, which had remained motionless for ages, suddenly moved. It was too abnormal. Bang! Suddenly, a tall figure appeared behind Lu Ming and blocked his way. It was the monster flood dragon. Your Excellency, why are you blocking my way? Lu Ming frowned. The flood dragon exuded a powerful aura. It glared at Lu Ming with a look of surprise and greed. Your bloodline is very special. If you let me strip you of your bloodline, I can spare your life. The flood dragon said coldly in an overbearing manner. Its greed grew even stronger. It seemed to have sensed the abnormality of the nine-dragon bloodline in Lu Ming. Whoa, is there something wrong with this reptile's brain? Who does he think he is to want to take away someone's bloodline? The fatty was instantly enraged when he heard that. He glared at the flood dragon with an unfriendly gaze. Demon race insect, how dare you be so arrogant here? This is nine dragons. Wan Tingting also said coldly. How dare you insult me? You're courting death. The flood dragon shouted coldly, a cold light in its eyes. Nest, this stinky bug is still so arrogant. I suggest that we behead him and roast him. The fatty shouted and even swallowed a mouthful of saliva. You're looking for death. The flood dragon roared and threw a punch at Fatty. I'm not afraid of you. Fatty rushed forward with his battle axe and swung it down. Clang! The flood dragon's fist hit the fatty's battle axe with a loud bang. The fatty's expression changed, and his fat trembled violently. He retreated 7 or 8 steps and almost spat out a mouthful of blood. The flood dragon's level had reached the peak of the 6th level, equivalent to the peak of the 6th level spiritual ocean realm, while the fatty was only at the 5th level spiritual ocean realm. None of you will leave today. The flood dragon's eyes glowed with a cold light. This flood dragon's bloodline purity has already reached 20%. It's extremely powerful. Wang Haoxian appeared beside Lu Ming and said, a demon beast possessed the bloodline of a divine beast. Depending on the purity of the bloodline, their talent and strength would be different as well. Ordinary descendants were said to contain the bloodline of a divine beast, but the very thin ones might only have 1% or 1/10 of it. It was extremely rare to reach 1/10, which was 10% purity. Such descendants were extremely powerful and could even compete with god-level geniuses who had awakened a god-level bloodline. The flood dragon in front of him had the bloodline of a true dragon, and it had already reached 20%, which was even more terrifying. However, the flood dragon that Lu Ming had encountered on the Golden Sand Island in the chaotic astral ocean only contained 1/10 of the true dragon's bloodline at most. Bang! The flood dragon strode toward Lu Ming. On the side, Xianxia and Wang Haoxian were about to make their moves. Let me do it. Lu Ming waved his hand and a cold glint flashed in his eyes. Boom! The flood dragon was very domineering as it threw a punch at Lu Ming. Since you don't want to hand it over, I'll take it myself. The flood dragon's lips curled into a sinister sneer. A murderous intent flashed across Lu Ming's eyes. Fatty, let's have flood dragon meat tonight. Then, he took a step forward and struck out with his palm. The palm and the flood dragon's fist collided. Bang! There was a muffled boom in the air. The flood dragon's expression changed drastically, and its body trembled as it retreated. Thump! Lu Ming took a step forward and covered 100 meters in an instant. He caught up with the flood dragon and struck out with his palm again. Roar! The flood dragon roared and transformed into a 200-meter-long crimson flood dragon. It was covered in thick scales and its claws were as sharp as knives. It tore at Lu Ming. Lu Ming struck out with his palm again, clashing with the flood dragon's claw. The flood dragon roared and its huge body retreated madly. One of its finger bone was broken by Lu Ming. This worm dragon had 20% of the true dragon's bloodline, which was about the same level as Guiyu. Naturally, it was completely crushed by Lu Ming. Lu Ming strode forward and grabbed one of the flood dragon's claws. With a loud shout, he flung the huge flood dragon's body into the air and it crashed heavily onto the ground. Boom! The ground shook violently. However, the ground here had been suppressed by the divine nine-dragon cauldron all year round and was already indestructible. The huge flood dragon's body smashed down, but the ground only shook, not cracked at all. A series of crackling sounds rang out, and the flood dragon cried out in pain. It was unknown how many bones had been broken, and blood was flowing all over its body. Nearby, the others who were watching were dumbfounded. Lu Ming was too violent. Such a powerful worm dragon was like a useless worm in Lu Ming's hands. Let me do it. Let's have flood dragon meat tonight. The fatty shouted as he raised his battle axe and hacked at the flood dragon. The flood dragon roared and struggled. The moment the fatty slashed down, its body continued to shrink. At the same time, its body was filled with a bloody light, like a blood-colored flame burning. However, he was still a step too slow. As blood splattered in all directions, one of his legs was cut off by the fatty. Buzz! In the next moment, the water dragon turned into a ray of blood light and disappeared. Lu Ming had wanted to give it to the fatty, but the moment he relaxed, the flood dragon ran away. He actually burned the divine beast bloodline in his body. Even if he doesn't die, his future will be cut off. Lu Ming muttered. The flood dragon had burned the divine beast bloodline in its body to increase its speed. Of course, this was also the reason why Lu Ming had let his guard down. Otherwise, the flood dragon would not have been able to escape even if it had burned its divine beast bloodline. Next, it actually ran away. Fortunately, it left a leg behind. The fat man cried out gloomily and ran towards a flood dragon's leg that was dozens of meters long. Let's go back and roast some flood dragon meat. Fatty held onto the flood dragon's leg and carried it on his shoulder. He laughed so hard that he almost drooled. Nearby, the others were speechless. This group of people couldn't really be planning to roast the flood dragon's leg, right? Many people even swallowed their saliva. The flood dragon meat that contained the bloodline of a true dragon was a great supplement. Fatty, let's go back and roast some meat. But you should keep it first. Lu Ming said with a smile. Fatty put away the leg and the group left happily. They came to a small mountain peak hundreds of thousands of miles away and started a bonfire to roast the leg. Fatty was a bone-ash-grade glutton, and his roasting skills were top-notch. Furthermore, he always carried sauce, vinegar, oil, salt, and other condiments in his storage ring. Not long after, the dragon's leg turned golden yellow. Oil dripped down, and a fragrant smell assailed the nose. The flood dragon meat was cut into pieces, and everyone began to eat. Flood dragon meat contained the blood of a true dragon, so it was definitely a great tonic. The taste was also surprisingly good. Even Xianxia, Ruan Tingting, and the other girls had a great appetite. Chapter 828. 828 Chapter 828 Defone. When the flood dragon meat entered his stomach, it turned into a warm energy that spread throughout his body. The wisps of true dragon blood in it circulated through his body, which was extremely beneficial to the body and could increase its strength. If it could be consumed in the long term, the benefits would be endless. Lu Ming, how can there be no wine when there's meat? Here you go. The fatty waved his hand and jars of fine wine appeared. They flew towards Lu Ming, Xianxia, and the rest. Everyone opened the wine jars and began to drink in big gulps. Fatty, I didn't expect your skills to be so good. Ruan Tingting took a few sips of wine, but she didn't use her internal energy to force the wine out. Immediately, 2 red flowers floated on her beautiful little face, making her even more beautiful. Fatty was stunned and almost drooled. Tingting, how is it? Follow me from now on, and I guarantee you'll have a good life every day. Xianxia, Xiaoxian, and the rest looked down on Fatty. This reason was too shallow. Just as Lu Ming and the rest were gobbling down the food and wine, many important figures came to the dragon's head, below the divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron. They received the news that the divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron, which had remained motionless for ages, had moved. They immediately rushed over to check the situation. Unfortunately, no matter how they tried, there was no movement from the divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron. They didn't know why the divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron had moved. In the end, they could only leave it at that. More than 2 hours later, Lu Ming had his fill. As for the rest of the flood dragon meat, the fatty put it away in the name of storage. Just like that, they sat cross-legged on the small mountain peak and cultivated on their own, waiting for the exchange meeting 2 days later. Wang Haoxian wasn't cultivating, and she was in a mess. In the past, she had been focused on cultivation, and the only person she was close to was her brother. She had no other friends and was out of place with the other Wang family geniuses. However, in the past few days, when she was with Lu Ming and the rest, she felt very relaxed and comfortable. She suddenly felt that she enjoyed such an atmosphere. Is this what friends are? Wang Haoxian muttered and shook his head. He told himself that he was only following Lu Ming because he had no other choice. If there was a chance, he would still avenge her brother. Although she tried her best to convince herself, her heart could not calm down, and she did not have the mood to cultivate. Naturally, the others did not know that Wang Haoxian was having wild thoughts. Time passed very quickly during cultivation. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed. On this day, the huge platform under the divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron was bustling with people. Many handsome and beautiful young men and women with different auras flew into the sky and landed on the seats around the open space. Lu Ming, Xianxia, and Fatty arrived at the place. They found an area and sat down. There are so many Heaven's favorites. Most of the top 300 Heaven's favorites have appeared. Wang Haoxian looked around and said softly. Among them, only Wang Haoxian was on the list of top 1,000 talents. Naturally, he knew more people than Lu Ming and the rest. Not long after, tens of thousands of people gathered around the open space. Of course, most of the young people were here to watch the show. It was impossible for them to participate in the exchange meeting. The exchange this time was destined to be a battle between the top figures. The Heavenly Corpse sect is here. Someone shouted. From the north, a group of more than 200 people, all dressed in black robes and wrapped their bodies, flew over. Of course, all the people here were young people and there were no elders. The most eye-catching person was the one flying in the front. He was tall and carried a coffin on his back. The coffin was pitch black. Even though it was broad daylight and there were so many people, everyone still felt that it was gloomy and very scary. He's Corpse Demon, ranked 102nd on the list of top 1,000 talents. He's refining corpses like a devil. Wang Haoxian's face was unusually serious. The others' faces also revealed a grave expression. The 102nd place on the list of top 1,000 talents was absolutely terrifying. Obviously, Emo was the leader of the Heavenly Corpse sect this time. More than 200 people from the Sky Corpse sect stood in the void, motionless. Buzz. And NBSP, whoosh. At this moment, a series of air-piercing sounds came from the east as young figures flew over. The number of people was also about 200. However, these young men all had different auras. Some revealed a fierce look, some were full of heroic spirit, some were extremely cold, and some were extremely charming. The clothes they wore were also of strange shapes and colors. The demon clan of the Sky Demon Valley had arrived. The demons of the Sky Demon Valley also stood in the sky, exuding a powerful aura as they looked down. Their gazes swept across the entire place with faint disdain. The heavenly talents of the demon clan of the Sky Demon Valley had the bloodline of the divine beast. They thought they were superior and looked down on human warriors. It was only a rumor in the past, but it seemed that it was true. It's that flood dragon. The fat man clicked his tongue and whispered. Among the demons, they saw a burly young man with a broken leg. He was the flood dragon that Fatty had cut off 2 days ago. The flood dragon's eyes were extremely gloomy as he swept his gaze across the entire scene. In the next moment, he saw Lu Ming and the others. Lu Ming and the rest were also in the east. As soon as the flood dragon saw Lu Ming and the rest, a cold, killing intent appeared in its eyes. It whispered a few words into the ear of a young man in red armor next to it. Then, the red-armored young man looked at Lu Ming and the rest with a cold gaze. Buzz. Buzz. The flood dragon and the young man in red armor appeared above Lu Ming and the others in an instant. Their powerful and violent auras exploded and pressed down on Lu Ming and the others. What's going on? At the side, the others were shocked. Lu Ming and the group sat still. You guys were the ones who crippled Ao Qian's leg. The young man in red armor said coldly as he looked down at Lu Ming and the rest. Flood dragon meat. It tastes really good. The fat man licked his lips and sneered. You're looking for death. The red-armored young man shouted in anger. His aura became more violent, as if he was going to kill someone in the next moment. The other young demons looked on with cold smiles. Friends from the monster race, the exchange hasn't started yet. Please go back now. Right at this moment, a voice that was as clear as the wind drifted over from the distance. As the voice faded, a figure appeared in the air. It was a young man wearing a green robe. He had sword-like eyebrows and a handsome face. He had a gentle smile on his face, but there was an invisible majesty coming from his body. Di Feng, it's Di Feng. Many people cried out in alarm. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Di Feng, who was ranked 101st on the list of top 1,000 talents, was said to be a descendant of martial Emperor Di. He had the talent of his ancestor and was extremely powerful. Di Feng. The red-armored youth's eyes were filled with fear. Di Feng looked at the red-armored youth and the flood dragon and smiled. You too, please return. If you want to fight, wait for the exchange to begin. There will naturally be a battle. Since Di Feng had spoken, the red-armored youth naturally had to give him face. He snorted coldly and looked at Lu Ming and the rest. You broke one of Ao Qian's legs, I will pay you back double. With that, he and Ao Qian flew back to the demon team. Chapter 829. 829. Lu Ming failed to be selected. Brother Shirno, Brother Peng, how should we proceed with this exchange? Why don't you give us your opinion? Di Feng smiled as he looked at a golden-robed young man among the corpse demons and demons. In 9 dragons, your Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace definitely has the advantage in terms of the number of geniuses. If all of you go up, we'll naturally be at a disadvantage. How about this? For each level, each of the 3 sides will send out 10 people and take turns to compete. When one side is completely eliminated, the side with the most people remaining will win. What do you think? The demonic corpse opened his mouth. His voice was extremely hoarse, like the sound of metal rubbing against each other. Good, this is exactly what I want. The golden-robed young man of the demon clan spoke. Clearly, he was the leader of the geniuses of the demon clan. Alright, I have no objections either. However, let's forget about the lower 3 levels of the spiritual ocean tier. How about we start directly from the 4th level of the spiritual ocean tier? Difeng said. Alright. The demonic corpse and the golden-robed young man of the demon clan both nodded in agreement. In that case, let's choose our own candidates. With that, Difeng flew down from the stands and began to discuss the candidates with a few other human geniuses. This battle could be considered the most intense clash before the Battle of Providence. It could test the other side and also take the opportunity to suppress the other side's momentum. None of the 3 sides dared to be careless, and they would send their strongest candidates. After a while, a young man flew toward Lu Ming and the rest. After he arrived, he cupped his fist at Kong Jin and said, "Brother Kong Jin?" "It's me." Fatty was slightly taken aback. Brother Kong Jin's cultivation should be at the 5th level of the spiritual ocean realm, right? Young Master Difeng, I would like to invite Brother Kong to participate in the 5th level spiritual ocean realm competition. What do you think? The young man said. Me? Ha, I'm honored by young Master Difeng's high regard for me. I agree. The fatty laughed heartily, feeling a little smug. So many people had chosen him to fight, so he was naturally proud. Lu Ming and the rest were moved. It was probably because Fatty had displayed his powerful combat strength in the battle with the people from the Heavenly Corpse sect some time ago. That was why he was invited to fight. Many thanks. The young man laughed, then turned around and left. Why didn't you invite Lu Ming? Ruan Tingting was a little surprised. Logically speaking, Lu Ming had displayed even more powerful combat strength in the battle with Jiuyu of the Heavenly Corpse sect half a month ago. Why was Lu Ming not invited to the battle at the 6th level of the spiritual ocean tier? Xian Yanqing, Fatty, Xiao Xian, and the others were also surprised. Most of the God-tier geniuses on the list of top 1,000 talents are at the 6th level of the spiritual ocean realm. I guess that because there are too many God-tier geniuses at the 6th level of the spiritual ocean realm, and they don't know Lu Ming's bloodline level, they didn't choose him. Wang Haoxin said. Many of the God-level geniuses on the list of top 1,000 talents were at the 6th level of the spiritual ocean realm, such as Wang Haoxin and Long Qianli. With enough people, it was normal that they didn't choose Lu Ming. For example, Wang Haoxin and Long Qianli, who had only awakened first-class divine bloodlines, were not selected. Lu Ming smiled. Since he did not need to fight, he could relax and watch the battles between the other geniuses. It was good to broaden his horizons. Not long after, the candidates for the 3 parties were selected. This time, the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace will be the host. Let us begin. Difeng laughed as he announced a name. Buzz. A young figure flew up to the center of the fighting ring. His body was like a blade, and an extremely sharp aura filled the air. This person's cultivation was at the peak 4th level of the spiritual ocean tier. Looking at his cultivation technique, he was the Jiang family's chosen one. Who wants to fight me? The Jiang family's sovereign looked in the direction of the Heavenly Corpse sect and the Sky Demon Valley and shouted, "I'll do it." From the direction of the Heavenly Corpse sect, a figure flickered out and landed on the fighting ring. The aura he revealed was also at the peak 4th level of the spiritual ocean tier. Thump. Without saying anything, the young man from the Jiang family stepped forward. The sharp aura around him became even more intense. His entire person was like a battle blade. His arm was like a saber, slashing toward the young man from the Sky Corpse sect. The young man from the Heavenly Corpse sect quickly retreated, distancing himself from the Jiang family's sovereign. With a wave of his hand, 9 refined corpses appeared in front of him. The 9 refined corpses exuded an ancient aura. They were wearing metal armor and holding bronze spears. The aura that the 9 refined corpses emitted had actually all reached the 6th level of the spiritual ocean tier. The young man from the heavenly corpse sect was only at the peak 4th level of the spiritual ocean tier, yet he was able to control 9 refined corpses at the 6th level of the spiritual ocean tier. He was absolutely terrifying and had an unparalleled talent in refining corpses. Kill. The Jiang family's chosen had a serious expression on his face as he struck out with his palm. Thump. He clashed with a refined corpse and sent it flying. The refined corpse's skin was as tough as iron, and it was invulnerable. The Jiang family's paragon had only sent the refined corpse flying, but he hadn't cracked it. After the first refined corpse was sent flying, the other 8 refined corpses pounced toward the Jiang family's chosen. 8 long spears pierced through the air, creating a terrifying sonic boom as they flew toward the Jiang family's chosen. The Jiang family's paragon let out a long howl as his body glowed with a black light. He was like an incomparably sharp divine weapon as he slaughtered his way through. The 2 of them were definitely extremely powerful geniuses. Although they weren't god-level geniuses, their battle prowess was definitely terrifying among those of the same level. The 2 of them engaged in a great battle, and dozens of rounds passed in the blink of an eye. The Jiang family's elites charged forward, trying to break through the refined corpse's defense and attack the heavenly corpse sect's disciples. The best way to break a refined corpse was to defeat the person controlling it. However, it would be extremely difficult for the Jiang family's elites to break out of the 9 refined corpses, which were 2 levels higher than him and were not afraid of death. The situation turned into a stalemate. After more than 100 rounds of fighting, the Jiang family's chosen one ran out of true yuan and was thrown off the fighting stage, ending in defeat. The Emperor Heaven Divine Palace had already lost the first battle in the exchange. This caused the expressions of many people to turn unsightly. After the young man from the Heavenly Corpse sect won, he also flew down the fighting ring and sat down cross-legged to recover. He could have chosen to continue fighting, but it was clear that he had used up a lot of his energy. He could only fight again after he had recovered. The Heavenly Corpse sect had won this round, so they should send one more person to fight. Buzz! Another young man from the Heavenly Corpse sect stepped onto the fighting ring. This time, it was the Sky Demon Valley's turn to fight. This time, the Sky Demon Valley sent a tall young man. He was a demon tiger with the bloodline of the divine beast Sky Tiger. However, the concentration of the bloodline was not even 10%. Among the demonic beast descendants, it was very rare for a bloodline to reach 10% purity, just like how it was rare for humans to awaken a divine bloodline. However, even if it did not reach 10% purity, it was close. This demonic tiger was very powerful and defeated the disciple of the Heavenly Corpse sect after a few dozen moves. In this way, the Heavenly Corpse sect and the Sky Demon Valley each won one battle. I'll continue to battle. This time, it's the turn of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace, right? The eyes of the demonic tiger turned to the geniuses of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace. I'll do it. In the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace, a young man flew up. This time, the chosen one was the Dongfang family, which ranked first among the 6 great ancient families. He was the pride of the Dongfang family. It was said that the Dongfang family had inherited 2 extremely powerful god-tier cultivation techniques. This elite cultivated the 9 gods heaven-shattering scroll, which could borrow the power of a god. It was as if a god had possessed him, and his combat strength was extremely terrifying. This time, the elite of the Dongfang clan had defeated the demonic tiger. Chapter 830. 830 Fatty's Battle. Just like that, the 3 sides took turns to fight, each with their own wins and losses. Most god-tier geniuses on the list of top 1,000 talents had reached the 6th level of the spiritual ocean realm. For example, Long Qianli and Wang Haoxian, who were ranked at the bottom of the list, had reached the 6th level of the spiritual ocean realm. Therefore, it was rare for God-tier geniuses to appear at the 4th level of the spiritual ocean tier. In the end, a new talent emerged in the Heavenly Corpse sect. He had awakened a first-class divine bloodline, and his combat strength was so strong that he could sweep away everyone. In the end, the battle for the 4th level of the spiritual ocean tier was won by the Heavenly Corpse sect. This caused Defeng's face to darken. In the past, the Emperor Sky Divine Palace and the Sky Demon Valley had the same strength, while the Heavenly Corpse sect was the weakest among the three forces. However, this time, the Heavenly Corpse sect had won. Next, let's have the battle of the 5th level of the spiritual ocean realm. Defeng announced. The battle at the 5th level of the spiritual ocean tier was even more intense and terrifying. However, this battle platform was covered in inscriptions and arrays. Not to mention spiritual ocean tier, even spirit embryo realm experts couldn't damage it, so everyone could do as they pleased. The battle of the 5th level of the spiritual ocean tier started with wins and losses on all three sides. However, not long after, the Sky Demon Valley sent out a powerful descendant whose bloodline purity had reached 10%. His combat strength was extremely terrifying and he suppressed the other two sides. This person had the bloodline of the ancient heavenly crocodile. His defense was terrifying and he was extremely strong. 3 people from the Heavenly Corpse sect and the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace had been defeated by him. Damn it! Does the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace not have any 5th level spiritual ocean tier prodigies who have awakened divine bloodlines? The geniuses on the list of top 1,000 talents seem to have all broken through to the 6th level of the spiritual ocean realm. If there are any, they must be newly rising geniuses. The crowd was in a heated discussion. I'll do it. At this moment, a figure flew into the arena. Someone recognized that this young man was one of the supreme talents of Tion's Imperial Guards. What made people excited was that this heaven's favorite had awakened a first-class divine bloodline. His combat strength was so strong that he was able to fight against the demon race's heaven's favorite. In the end, they fought for hundreds of rounds without a clear winner. In the end, everyone discussed and decided that the two were tied. However, what made people depressed was that another young man from the Sky Demon Valley went up. This young man was a flood dragon with the bloodline of a true dragon, and he had also reached 10%. He had defeated several geniuses of the Heavenly Corpse sect and the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace in a row. It can't be, right? The Sky Demon Valley has so many powerful existences at the 5th level of the spiritual ocean tier. Could it be that they're going to lose this battle again? In that case, the Heavenly Corpse sect and the Sky Demon Valley will each win a game. This is very disadvantageous for the Emperor's Sky Divine Palace. Indeed, the 6th level of the spiritual ocean realm is the battlefield for God-ranked geniuses. God-ranked geniuses are as numerous as the clouds, and none of them are weak. It's too difficult to win in the end. It's the same for the 7th level of the spiritual ocean realm. In this case, wouldn't our Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace fall behind this time? Many people from the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace were discussing, feeling worried. I'll go and meet this flood dragon. Maybe I can get another piece of flood dragon meat. This flood dragon seems to be of the wind attribute. Fatty said as he licked his lips. The surrounding crowd was speechless. Fatty, can you do it? The other party is a descendant with 10% of a divine beast's bloodline. Wan Tingting was a little worried. Fatty's third bloodline had yet to awaken. Could he defeat his opponent? Tingting, don't worry. This Fatty isn't that weak. Lu Ming smiled. The Fatty's combat strength was extremely powerful. Before Lu Ming had awakened his divine bloodline, he was not confident that he could defeat the Fatty. In a battle of the same level, even if the other party had a 10% concentration of the divine beast bloodline, Lu Ming still believed in Fatty. The flood dragon from last time was too high in level. reaching the peak 6th level spiritual ocean realm and having 20% of the divine beast bloodline. That was why Fatty was suppressed. Ha, oh, Lu Ming knows me best. The Fatty laughed. Carrying his axe, he flew up. Little bug, let this lord fight you. Fatty chuckled. Fat pig, you're looking for death. This monster race worm dragon was wearing a green robe and had a gloomy expression. Ao Feng, cripple this fatty for me. In the demon race area, Ao Qian's cold voice rang out. Last time, one of his legs had been cut off by Fatty's axe. What is it called? The flood dragon meat does taste good. There's still some left. When we're done, we'll go back and continue barbecue. The Fatty grinned. This infuriated the entire monster race. Damn it, this Fatty deserves to die. Kill this fat pig, this is preposterous. Many of the demon race's paragons shouted in anger as they looked at Fatty with killing intent. As for those from the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace, all of them had dumbfounded looks on their faces. Could it be that this Fatty had really roasted the flood dragon meat? This is true, I saw it with my own eyes. Last time, someone saw Lu Ming and the others cutting off one of Ao Qian's legs and confirmed it. Many people looked at Ao Qian and found that he was indeed missing a leg. Their expressions became even weirder. Fatty, you're dead. I'll cripple your limbs. Ao Feng's expression was extremely unsightly. Nonsense, eat my axe. The Fatty raised his axe and slashed at Ao Feng. A long spear appeared in Ao Feng's hand, and he thrust it towards the Fatty. Clang! A loud sound rang out, and the long spear buzzed. Ao Feng's long spear trembled violently, and he was actually forced back a step by the Fatty. How is that possible? Ao Feng roared in anger and waved his spear to fight again. Heaven-suppressing demon axe. The giant axe in the Fatty's hand turned into a sky-splitting axe, and like a storm, it chopped toward Ao Feng. Clang! Clang! A continuous roar rang out on the fighting ring. The battle axe and the spear kept clashing, and Ao Feng had to take a step back every time they clashed. The other people on the scene were extremely shocked. It was obvious that Fatty had not awakened a divine bloodline, but he was able to suppress Ao Feng, whose bloodline concentration had reached 10%. This combat power was too terrifying. This person's combat strength is extremely strong. From the looks of it, his third bloodline hasn't awakened yet. If his third bloodline can awaken a divine bloodline, he has endless potential. We must find a way to rope him into our camp. Di Feng said to the person beside him. Martial Emperor Yi had many descendants. They were also competing with each other and were divided into many camps. That's right. However, this person's third bloodline hasn't been awakened yet. If he can't awaken a divine bloodline, everything will be for naught. Another person said, let's observe him for a while longer. Lu Ming and the beautiful Xianxia are also rare talents. If I'm not mistaken, Lu Ming should have awakened a divine bloodline. We should keep an eye on him. Di Feng instructed. The other man nodded. Roar! At this moment, Ao Feng roared loudly and directly transformed into his original form, pouncing towards the Fatty. Only when a demonic beast reverted to its original form could its combat strength be fully unleashed. Insect, watch me cut you! The fat man shouted. His fat body swelled up, and the battle axe in his hand became even more terrifying. It became a sky-splitting axe and slashed at the flood dragon. Bang! Bang! A violent collision was heard. In the blink of an eye, the two had exchanged dozens of moves. The Fatty became fiercer as he fought. He raised his head and howled, and the axe radiance shook the sky. Poochie! Blood splattered everywhere as a huge flood dragon claw was chopped off by the Fatty's axe. You're tuning in to the new Wang Lin's Journey YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.